Bro, you're not sleeping if you're freaking laughing, Blank.
Oh my God.
Can we go, cut back. 1 minute countdown. We're starting again. Cut 1 minute countdown. Production, please. I can hear you. We're not even sleeping. What was the point of this, Blake? We literally cut back to break to do this, and you completely, utterly
up, Jason.
it
Why
up.
would you do that? Oh, so loud, so mean. Don't like it.
Yeah, actually, I just realized my camera's like not in the right position, so you see cables behind me.
Cables?
Hey, I mean, there's an Ethernet cable that we had to drag up the wall because Italy sucks. But you know what doesn't suck? The night shift. We're back here with number 23, shift 23. I can't believe we're this many weeks in. And we also have a brand new surprise. We got Blink on the show, which is much better than Rem.
Wow, I'm the surprise. No, I don't know. I mean, Rem was pretty cool. I found his hideout the other day. That was even cooler. It was so cute. You know, he won.
You know what's cuter than Rem, though, Blink?
Yeah, go on. Your mustache.
Blink Monroe. You know what I'm talking about here. If you guys are just joining us on the show and you haven't seen Night Shifts in the past, it is a winner stays on for future weeks, King of the Hill type style broadcast. We have three teams play out in EU and 3 teams in North America. And we'll quickly show you who all is going to be playing in the Night Shift today, because we do have a new name for you. It's not going to be on the EU side, of course. It's going to be Leviathan up against Fearless Furies, taking on Abrahams. But over on the NA side, we have a new team. No earnings, playing against Bunny with Clock here. And I don't know if you have it up right now, Blank, but can you give us a little bit of an inkling of who is on this no earnings team? I'm not sure if you have it up. And if you don't, I can save you. Just tell me.
Yeah, I don't have it up. Please save me. This was not part of the run of show.
Okay, there's one name in there I don't want to say. There's one.
Is it the one that's
Blur.
like, yeah? Okay.
Yep. Blur, Strider,
Yeah. You want me to say it for you?
Hypno, Braden.
You want me to say that one for you?
Yep, go ahead.
I think it's like...
Jatism.
It's like, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Jatism.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we're not casting North American portion, because I'm definitely going to say something that's not PG-13.
I'd be salty if I was on that broadcast, man.
Salty and just come out blasting left and right all over the faces of their opponents.
Crazy.
But what we do need to do before we continue along in the show is, obviously here at the Night Shift, we appreciate every viewer, every player, everyone that comes by the show, but we appreciate our patrons the most. Let's take a look here at some of our supporters. And what we do here on the show, Blank, is normally we talk about, our executives, our Night Shift board members. But I want to give a little bit of love to our Night Shift chiefs and our Night Shift residents. So I want you to pick out one name in particular to say as a big thank you to all, to supporting us throughout the weeks. For me, I'm going Turtle. I'm going Turtle. You get one. Because every week we do a new name. You get to choose one. I get to choose one. Mine's Turtle.
It's just like, that's like Turtle. That's not Turtle. I'm probably gonna go with the Muffin Legend 15. Specifically 15. There is 15 of them. He's not the 14th, he's the 15th Muffin Legend. This shows us generations of Muffin Legends. So I like that. I like that the most.
It is great. It is fantastic. And it is a big thank you to all of you out there who are supporting us week in and week out. This helps keep the show running every single week. And of course, we do also have donations you can do directly into the prize pool for this week. We don't touch a cent of it. Every single cent goes directly to the players, who win the event, right? And that's what it's going to all be about. And then beyond this, if you guys haven't been paying attention, if you haven't played any Deadlock this last week, if you haven't looked on Reddit, if you haven't seen any tweet, we have a new hero in the game. And not to mention, not even just a new hero, Blank. We also have new additions to the map, a rework of the patrons, a rework of a lot of the areas as well. This game is looking sweet. And honestly, give us open beta, man. This game looks ready.
It does look good, right? I mean, Valve's like, we're not done yet. We're not finished. And to be fair, every time a new patch comes out, you are sort of like in that state of this looks really good, ready to go. I think last update, I was like, yeah, it could be open beta. This one comes out, I'm like, oh, maybe now it's open beta. But I'm getting to that stage now where I'm thinking to myself, if they can consistently keep releasing updates like this, when am I going to stop saying it's going to be open beta and just realize that they've got way more to give, honestly? Because this patch update was ginormous. Not only 6 new heroes, just massive changes across the board. Leafer's pretty sad, did ruin the Tony Hawk technique on the lower bridge, but we have tunnels now, which is very cool, specifically for Calico as well as Rem.
Well, my question to you is, who's your patron? And also,
who's my patron?
Hold on. I have to stop you really quickly. Because Stormier coming in with 50 gifted subs to the channel. A massive thank you. And Blank, do you have a Go XLR?
I do, yes.
Okay, help me out here. Stormier.
I don't know if the FX will come through. Stormy. How's that? Does that work?
Close enough. You know, I'll accept it. But who is your patron? Because for me, Arkham is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the Archmother is pretty good. I tend to lose on the Hidden King. So I think Archmother is where I'm at as well. But I prefer the Archmother death as well. So even if I'm losing, I'm like, that was kind of cool. I think that works out for me. You know, where like all like the little bits fall off her to the ground. And I think that's my favorite part.
So for me, I mean, I lose no matter what side I'm on. I'm having a tough time in matchmaking. I'm not gonna lie. But man, like honestly, like as we see here on the screen for you guys at home, the base has changed drastically. Not only just in visual rework here, Blank, but it's a lot more open, which does lead certain heroes having a bit more a priority potentially to close out games, like your Lashes and maybe, just maybe even 7. I know I did see a 7 in some scrims I was watching, which I'll hint at later on.
Yeah, I mean, seven's pretty good for defending the base. Also, you get a massive amount of height by going up the central zip line. Unfortunately, there's a little bug going on right now, which teleports you under the map, and then above the map, and then down under the map again. It's very disorientating, but if you get a big 7 above, it's pretty nice. I do find that the actual fountain's quite far away now, so getting good lash ults is few and far between, but when they do hit, they are very, very good. It's a little bit harder to get out of that base now once you are locked into it. Yeah.
Well, we'll see how it's going to play out today. I'm really excited, but not only just the visual rework we've had of bases, we did have one of our 6 new heroes drop into the game finally. I think that was over on Monday. And actually, I think the next one comes out in 2 hours?
In tomorrow times. Yes.
So let's take a look at, well, I know you didn't vote for this hero, Blank. I didn't vote for this hero, but the community voted for him. It's Rem coming in, and Rem, I was talking to Listic. He's thinking this is like the first of many smaller heroes to really use those tunnels that have been added into the Cursed Apple.
I mean, it's a massive investment of resources, an allocation of the graphics design on the team, not to just only have 2 heroes to use those tunnels. So I do imagine there's going to be more. Maybe there's even an item later on that comes out that shrinks you potentially. That might be a thing. You never know. But overall, Rem is very, very fun. I think we sort of had Kelvin, Dynamo, and Paige, and for a lot of support players, that was like a smaller roster. It's nice now having a 4th one in here, and I do think that Rem does a lot of things differently. Right, Jason?
Oh man, the little helpers, I think, is a system that we obviously don't have it in Deadlock until now, are so interesting because you can use them to take sinners. And unlike me, they don't mess up hitting sinners.
They don't miss. They don't miss.
They can also take bridge buffs as well. They can take boxes. They can take Buddhas. You can use them on your minions to push waves extremely hard, making the minions even tankier, especially if you get down like a shrine or something like that. Also throw it onto your teammates. Like it's crazy what you can do with his kit so far. And I know we've had some teams screaming with him. I was watching Melee Creeps, actually Saya playing it, and I have a feeling, Blink, we're going to see it today at some point.
Yeah, I'd hope so. I mean, I think my favorite interaction at the moment is definitely the McGinnis turret interaction, where you can make the McGinnis turrets really big and strong.
No,
by putting the helpers on them. Yeah, you can. So I don't know. That could be interesting. I mean, we saw McGinnis last week. She did very well. I think again, McGinnis works very well in tempo teams just because of wall in general. You add on to the fact that maybe you can make her laning even stronger with the helpers. But again, I don't know how much of a difference it's going to change. This is very nice as well. You can put all the helpers on the ball. Which we're trying to do here.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they circle around the ball. You didn't know that there's so many things you don't know about.
I haven't gotten Rem yet. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. People are getting like 8 games in a row. I've like not. I mean, I dabbled with them.
I dabbled. Yeah, I tagged along a couple of people.
I mean, the thing is, I see the ball and I think of Ava, and I instantly want to shoot Ava. So that's why I don't really bother to look at the ball anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's very fun. I think overall, Rem's a really cool character. I think he has big setup potential with the sleep that he's able to do using his 4 nap time. So again, I think that could be very, very fun. Also, he has some of the cutest voice lines known to man. So I think that's also a very big plus for the hero overall.
One more thing before we do get into, what was the pick priority last week and what were the item priority last week. We have a special treat for you. If you guys are looking on the L bar, what the L bar is, it's that little L looking bar. Well, it's on this side. L looking bar on the side of the screen when we're on breaks. we have something highlighted there in the middle of the show. We have a special show match for you of Abrahams up against melee creeps on Street Brawl. EU taking on NA, and no other way I'd like to see it going head to head. I don't know how they chose who's playing
on the servers. Yeah, there's gonna be no coin flips on those servers.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be. When we played a Street Ball right before this, ZP swore he did random. He somehow got Warden. I don't know how that happened. I'm kidding. He got Dynamo before he comes in here. He's like, wait, hold on. We lost, but that's just typical for me. So let's take a look at pick party.
It was a tactical loss. We had to get rid of the show, right? Yeah,
that's a good point. I knew we brought you on for a reason,
we were sandbagging.
Yeah, that's my excuse. So pick party. We've seen some switch ups in the last weeks. Obviously, some changes to jungle. We've seen Viscous highly prioritized, seen Lash highly prioritized as well towards the top here. But it's very comfy seeing, what is this, 8 heroes picked every single game last week. And then we have this, well, I mean, of course we have Celeste, Apollo, etc. down there at the bottom. But Graves, baby girl, you're gonna be coming up, don't worry, tonight when you're unleashed. But the rest, like we have seen some changes and some adaptations, and Gun Viscous has proven to be a very dominating force and a really difficult to force to deal with in these games.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, to be honest with you, because I really do like Spirit Viscous. I think Ball Viscous is so fun, and it has such high skill cap. But then why do any of that cool movement tech with Warp Stone, Phantom Strike, using down dash to get towards people when you can just press M1? Right. At the end of the day, I think that he's one of those characters that has that kit that allows him to fully invest into that, where you have amazing movement using Puddle Punch, you have incredible utility using the Goo Cube. He's just very good right now, especially once you hit that 4.8k investment in lane. Like, you start to take off quite quickly now. It's fun. I think that overall Gun Viscous is very cool. We see a lot of Billies as well. I think Billy is a very, very fun character to look at the moment, just because he's super duper efficient. I mean, basically never has to leave the jungle. And I think that although you do want to leave a lot of your jungle for your bigger carries, he's very effective as a counter jungler a lot of times. You can get in there, get back out again. Once chain gangs back up, he's able to make instant plays on the map, which is why we do see him get banned out a lot, because he is just very strong.
Yeah, it's been all about their bruisers as of late. Abrams and Billy have had the highest prio I think we've ever seen them have, maybe bar after the first week of play, when average made it look very not great. But he was paid to do so. He was paid to play in that game. But also, I guess, looking at this, I do wonder, will we see some changes coming into this week? Will we see Rem as a prio ban? Will we see Rem as a prio pick? There's a lot out there to be seen for us. Well, obviously time will tell, and I don't want to wait too much longer to get into this game. But before we can fully do that, I'm gonna remind you guys, here at the Night Shift, not only do we have a custom Mo and Krill skin, the Night Shift Mo and Krill skin, we also do have an Abrams skin made by Ozzy once again coming at you. And when we hit up to 1,200 subs, we will release it to the public for you all to pick up for yourselves. So make sure you hit that sub button. If you have Prime, remember, it's free every month. Blank, have you used your Prime this month?
No, but I could use it right now.
I'm waiting for you in chat. I'm waiting for it. But you know what? You guys make sure you use it. Any single bit helps us keep the show running. And that skin looks sick. The tail looks weird, and the butt looks like a sack of potatoes. But you know what? It's a sick skin.
Yeah. It's like a Peaky Blinders type of deal going on here. Yeah,
exactly.
Like
and you can see, like, the tips of his fingers are a little bit like, rose tinted. And that's another discussion that we had before the show started.
Yeah.
We don't need to go too much into that.
Yeah. It's like magenta, maybe like a soft magenta.
Anyone watching my stream or listening stream really knows exactly what we're talking about. So let's move on here.
Tip of his horn,
Yeah. Tip of many things. We do have Fearless Furies up against Leviathan. Let's take a look at the Fearless Furies roster before we do head into the Leviathan side here. Fearless Furies have had, I would say, a tough time over the last weeks. They're always like third place. They're never really able to break through into the money match, but it might be this week. And this might be the crew to do so here, Blank.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely games where it's frustrating to me, because I've seen a couple of matches where even like watching Leviathan play up against them, they'll slip a little bit here and there versus Fearless Furies. Now, I don't think there's been a single week where I haven't seen Fearless Furies give it their absolute all. There's even a match, I think Together was playing Yamato, and he was just going so deep all the time. And it's just like, you don't see that kind of overcommit coming through from Fearless Furies. I just think that they've had a tough time of it so far. I do think they tend to play slower comps though. And I think right now the meta is a little bit faster. But week on week, they have been getting better. Yeah,
and I think, one thing I've been saying about this team, excuse me, is that they're lacking a star player. They're lacking like an OCs. They're lacking like an Empty Dreams, like someone who can carry the team, carry the game. And I feel like they're a little bit confused sometimes on like who that star player is going to be and how to specifically funnel that farm to that player to make sure they can carry when they get to that point. I mean, I've been saying that for months, honestly, Blake, and I really want to see them maybe change things up here. But again, when you only get, one match in the limelight here, I'm not sure how many scrims happen behind the scene. Maybe with Ren coming out could be something that can catch off their opponents. But I want to see some changes, man. I want to see them keep pushing forward and hopefully get a breakthrough up against Abrahams. But let's see their opponent, Leviathan, the team to beat for them this week once again. And I talk about star players, and every single person on this team is a star player. Can be a star player.
Free Mock on that Shiv has been incredibly good. I mean, OCs on the Geist overall, just a very, very reliable teammate to have. And like I said, Empty Dreams on the Mina has been fairly disgusting. I mean, we all know Oberkim. Oberkim's been around for yonks at this point in time, and is generally that player they can fall back on when things start to get a little bit dicey. But yeah, this is a really good team, and it's made of parts from many different squads in the past all come back together again. But yeah, I genuinely do really like this squad, and they are the only team right now to be able to kind of go toe-to-toe with Abrahams, though last week did look a little bit one-sided.
Yeah, I think Abrahams sometimes like to act like melee creeps, and sometimes they like to take it to a third map just to get more airtime for themselves, in front of their fans, in front of their viewers. But I think, in my eyes, 80% of the time or more, Abrahams is able to beat Leviathan. But I want to see, like, what's Leviathan going to do to break through to that next step? And to be honest, it's a very difficult thing to do, I would say, Blake, because you're playing against one of the best teams in the world, not only the best team from Europe, but I think Abrahams could be the best team in the world, even taking down the likes of Melee Creeps if they ever did meet on LAN. But it's going to be tough, man. And Leviathan, they have to channel, I guess, their inner, I don't know who you want to call it, because they do have a star-studded lineup. It's about unleashing all of them a piece. Now, Blake, normally here on the show, we do a 1v1 to decide. Instead of a coin flip, coin flips are boring, right? Like, no one wants to see, I flipped a coin, it's heads. Oh, no, my God, who would have guessed? It's going to be heads.
Let's just batter each other instead, yeah.
Yes, but normally we do it with fists. This time, we're doing it with pillows.
Oh, is it a Rem 1v1?
It's a pillow fight in mid pit here to see who determines first pick or second. We got Surgery up against, that is Free Mock. I know in particular, because I ran into him earlier in ranked. I might have been carried by Listic, but I saw him in there. And, him and I are cool like that. We get to call each other Freak Mock every once in a while. Oh, he gets the parry, the double parry Surgery.
He's owned him.
Okay, we're not cool anymore, Free Mock.
It's over. Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, with the amount of time that Surgery spent playing melee guys, I would be very upset if he lost that. All right, and I think that this guy is incredible with the pillows. He looks clean. He looks good. He was not napping during that.
If it was a walker, I mean, Surgery would win that without losing a single hit. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Like, that would be so
like 50 meters in the air, punching it from far away. Yeah, it'd be easy. But no, it was good. It was good. Double parry as well. That's gotta sting. That's gotta sting. Even with the feather pillow there, it's still gotta hurt.
We're gonna see what are the bans coming through. Now, typically we've been seeing a lot of Billy as a first ban.
I thought you like doing a psychic moment.
I put my earpiece back. I just don't want to hear that like whatever Rem sound is gonna be. I don't know what that was.
Like for the
Page.
Back again. Okay. Page ban. Straight away.
Road again.
Yeah, back on the road again here with Page. Page getting banned first is an interesting one. It's nice we got the critical photos getting banned. They don't feel good about it. And
yeah, I like this little update.
What I bring to the table.
Billy, he legitimately looks sad.
He does.
To me, so like to me, this is like Abrams. There's no thought, second guess in my head of like what you take here in this situation. You take Abrams. They don't have Billy. You already have a stronger comp just based off that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Abrams does make a lot of sense. I didn't kind of hope that something else would happen here, just to spice things up. But I think Abrams is such a classic pick here for first.
It's the Shiv.
You think the Shiv's coming now?
It should be coming, yeah. Because it's like either Shiv or it's going to be Abrams as a first pick.
I thought it'd be Mina. I honestly did think it would be Mina. Yeah, I mean, Mina Shiv could also work. We'll see what they throw in there. I mean, for Fearless Furies, Mina overall is good. It's a really strong pick. It's a really strong tempo pick. It does feel weird that being the first pick, though, right? But yeah, you are right. The Shiv does come second.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to pick me and you're going to pick Shiv in your top two here if you do go with Abrams on that side. And honestly, I look at this. I mean, I'm happy to see the Abrams picked, but I'm like, Fearless Furies, that's a strong start. And I was being harsh on them, you know, taking a look at the roster. I want to see them have that star power in their team. And they're already setting themselves up really nicely to do so. But you know what I'm not seeing yet, Blink? I'm not seeing a Rem.
I'm not seeing a Rem either. I don't think Rem's very priority right now. It's probably one of the picks that comes out a little bit later on. Paradox getting picked up here as well. Overall, very, very strong pick. I think Paradox is. She's very, very good at getting it into the mix.
What's wrong with Viscus?
He's very happy. He's very happy right there, dude. You know, he's got the real smug face on.
That was like a quad chin.
Well, it did look like a quad chin. It's just like his face was real high up, you know? Yeah, Viscus very strong. We talked about it earlier. Holiday coming out for Fearless Furies as well.
I like it.
Yeah.
I think it's necessary. It could be banned away by Leviathan here, and then you're left with potentially a Bebop as your pick hero, which has not worked out for quite a few teams. Also, Cosmetical coming in with a sub. I'm sorry I've missed a lot of subs in here today, but you got to give some respect to the man who's given me a couple of hosts, and you know he was one of the last players on Buff and Joins for the team disbanded. Could have been him that disbanded it. Don't know.
The hell? Can't put that on one guy.
I'm just saying they lost, and it's like, okay, well, I guess that's it.
It's over. It's over. Second ban, Geist. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Take that away. It's weird banning yourself away from it, so it looks like they're not going to go down that route this time. Fearless Furies, they don't get to pick it up. You have Mina Shiv.
Warden. At some point here, you need a brawler. You need like an M1 hero that you can depend on.
Here I am.
I typically will see like Viscus versus Warden, or like Geist will come in versus Warden or Viscus. So by taking that away, I think you got to force the hand on Fearless Furies of what they have to pick.
That is insane, by the way. That's a lot of dive you've got on Fearless Furies. You've got Holiday, you've got Lash, you've got Mina, you've got Shiv. That's like instantaneous. But there is a huge amount of denial here coming through from Leviathan. Like, you're counterpicking quite well, in my opinion. Like, there's a lot of delay from the Paradox. Time Bomb actually might be a little bit more important than people might think, as well as Ivy with the chummy face once again.
That
getting
face
thrown
just...
into it. Yeah, it haunts me. It haunts me.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I mean, they're gonna have a knockdown carrier. I would imagine Ivy's gonna be going for that with Health Nova as well to deal with Flash in the air. A Calico pick. So I kind of like the Calico pick because it's also this. I mean, actually, no, I take that back. You're not going to see Rem and a Leviathan. When you have an Ivy and you have a Mo and Krill, I think that's too little damage on your team to pick up a Rem. You're smiling. You're making me like scared that I'm wrong here.
No, I think you're totally right. I just think it's interesting they pick up Calico because there's the whole wealth of more boxes on the map now that we have. And you're right. The 7 does come through. I mean, 7 hasn't been bad in the meta. To be honest with you, I think Surge 7 still works, Bowl 7 still works to a degree, but I do imagine probably still be playing Surge here, and a Wraith as well, which is also interesting. But again, I think Wraith is not a bad pick versus this composition. I mean, the silence, the knockdown is nice, but I think the teleport out is probably the more important thing. There is so much dive here that Wraith is likely going to get absolutely ruined, but Infernus would just get smashed to bits. But the fact that Wraith can just instantly get out, that's a big pickup for them. I think that you have like this dive team versus quite a turtle team on the other side of things, not just because Viscus is green, by the way. What are you thinking?
I'm looking at Leviathan and I'm thinking to myself, is this actually gonna be a gun Viscus then?
I'd imagine so, right? Because I mean, you got the Paradox, you got the Abrams, and then you've got like the 2 damage dealers in Wraith as well as Viscus. And then I do wonder what Ivy's going to play. I'm feeling maybe like Spirit Support, honestly. I think that wouldn't be out of the realm possibility.
No, yeah. I for sure think it's going to be that. But I mean, I'm trying to think, who are you funneling souls onto? Wraith. I mean, there's no question about that. But who's the second player on the team that you're funneling these funds to? And typically would be like a gun Viscus, or even potentially Abrams. But you kind of want Abrams in these fights, even though Mo can roam around and pick up a lot of these kills. I mean, they do have 2 easy ways of locking down kills. But I'm interested to see if Leviathan
Mo's like an
route.
assassin. Mo's like a weird... He's a fat assassin. Let's put it that way. He's the fat assassin.
He's big boned, okay?
He's big boned. He's the fat assassin of the squad. I don't think Mo and Krill kind of constitutes as a tank. So I do think they still need a front line. Like, Mo and Krill can be very good at dishing out damage and taking initial damage, but sustained damage throughout a fight, no. So I think you do need the Abrams to be building a little bit more tanky here for the squad. But I do like the way things are panning out, and you want to get that Viscous towards that late game potential, realistically. And Rave can do the same. Some strong ability to do some split pushing as well. I just would worry playing against Fearless Furies doing any split pushing whatsoever, considering the squad they have. It's so instantaneous dive, dude. And they're gonna need that goo cube.
I think the Furies, I would like their comp better if you had like a Warden or maybe even like a Yamato instead of the 7. The 7 is going to have a really difficult time feeling safe to farm in any of these solo lanes because you're going to have to worry about the swaps. You have to worry about the right telekinesis. You have to worry about the combo out of Mo and Krill. That makes it like very difficult for you to have safe farm in this match. And I'm thinking again, like it's going to be 7 and Mina to be funneled a lot of the farm for the Fury side. That almost Mina is going to have to come off farming to fight.
Yeah.
And 7's going to have to be left alone. But they don't have like a strong gun carry. Because, I mean, 7, he does a lot of gun damage. Yeah, don't get me wrong. If you go Intensifying Mag, like Toxic Bullets, if you go the new item, I can't remember the name. Help me out.
Ballistic Enchantment?
Yeah, Ballistic Enchantment's also really good on him, too. I know Lightbringer theorized to build with that because it procs off Power Surge, so you can get ridiculous gun damage out of him.
Yeah, no, I tried it the other day. I actually tried it the other day. It's crazy. It's actually crazy because it was 18% weapon damage per hero hit. And I was like, does this work on Power Surge? And it does, which it is wild. It's an incredible amount of gun damage. So you can kind of play him hybrid almost, which does work out. So he fills a similar role to Warden, but he doesn't have that frontline staying power that Warden does have during ult with the Spirit and Bullet resist he gets from the tier 5. So I think that is the issue, and it's what you've brought up now. And I think it's a really important point to make that once this dive goes in, right, is this going to be a flop or is it going to be a perfect 10? That's the real question for me here for Fearless Furies, because I do think Leviathan has a lot of ways to shut that down. I think it's definitely going to be that early game. It's going to be that early game. It's going to be the Lash roams. It's going to be the Calico roams. How well are those coordinated for Fearless Furies? Because that's gonna change the way the game goes. So I do think it's like that 10-15 minute mark where we can start to see Leviathan starting to pull ahead a little bit, or Fearless Furies has managed to capitalize on the early game.
Well, it seems we do have a little bit of time waiting for the teams to get into the game. So I kind of want to go podcast mode with you real quick, Blake, and get your thoughts about something. Because one of the biggest additions outside the hero being added to the game, outside the visual rework, is those tunnels that have been added to the game that only Calico and Rem can access at the moment. And for me, looking at it, you're kind of adding economy to the game that doesn't exist unless you specifically pick one of these heroes. And I wanted to hear your thoughts on like how that plays out in your head. Is that like positive for the game? Is that negative for the game? Is it something we just have to deal with until we get more smaller heroes or items in the game that allow you to go in there? Do you have any quick thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think overall you are right. Is that for Calico, there's actually a lot of boxes in there. I don't know what's going on there, but that's even me a fever.
Like there is it. I'm sorry. Look at the right hand side of your screen.
It's a silver.
Death from above, Zergy with 1,100 viewers. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream, and I hope you got your hamburger finally. I can't remember the song that he sings.
Yeah, it's like
burger, pickle, lettuce, cheese. Put that patty in this burger. What
burger? Yeah, that's the one.
All right, well, we can take a look at some of these lanes here. We also, we had some slight additions to the spectator mode as well. You can see that the spectating names are on the right-hand side of the screen instead of left. And we'll get our names in there for you momentarily. We can see sizing on the Calico. I think that was Arzo, if I'm not mistaken, that I saw on the 7 for the Furies. And I don't know who else is on what.
Calico 7 lane versus Viscous and Ivy. That is a tough lane to crack. But there is...
No, go on.
No, you go on. Go on.
That's like a non-interactive lane. You're not getting kills on either side, I feel like. That's just, okay, we'll sit in lane, we'll farm boxes, and then one of them will probably rotate out. I'm assuming it's going to be like Ivy and Calico to roam out for boxes.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is that right now Calico and 7 both just trying to crash that lane as quickly as possible. But eventually that's going to become problematic with Kutsubon, right? It's a similar situation when you play against a Geist. It's very hard to crash a Geist. But Ivy, it does take a little bit longer for that to come online. This is a pretty rough lane, honestly, because Mo and Krill wants to get close. Shiv wants you also to get close, and such a massive hitbox. I mean, Lash doesn't do insignificant damage with his gun either. So just with how big the hitbox is from Mo and Krill, he's going to be taking a lot of poke in that lane.
Yeah, and I think if you're Ray 2 for Empty Dreams, you have to be very careful of Lash in particular with those ground strikes and positions he's going to set up for. But we also do have our answer here, Blank. It will be a gun Viscous. OC's plays everything gun. Pretty similar to Jam Side, like we've seen in the past with McGinnis, with Billy even. So we will have that gun Viscous, and we will in fact have a Wraith as well paired along. So a lot of M1 damage coming through. Metal Skin stonks are going up.
Goddamn Wanda situation again. Some good damage here over towards the Holiday. I see Surgery having to back off a little bit. Good damage from the Paradox overall. Mina Holiday, super movement orientated. I feel like that's a hard lane to lock down if you let it start to get towards that 3k marker. Also, Abrams is just going to really struggle in this lane, in my personal opinion. Even if you get a swap off, like you're either swapping into a lasso or you're swapping into getting bounce padded away or into a sanguine retreat. This is another tough lane to really interact with as Paradox and Abrams.
I mean, if you like having stamina, well, good luck up against Amina, man. That's for me one of the most frustrating parts. And you're already seeing the damage being done here in the mid lane too, really keeping this aggression on, shoving them back. I'm also taking a look at the minimap as much as possible to see where the rotations are coming in, where the boxes are being done. And Fremont is going for a gank on this mid lane, trying to alleviate some of this pressure after shoving that right-hand lane. I mean,
you're just going to eat that grenade. Okay, interesting. I see you want to get hit by the kinetic carbine, but I do feel like the time bomb did a little bit more damage though. Camps are back up again now, so immediately everyone's heading back over towards there. The good thing for Calico as well as Severance, because they're crashing this lane so often, they are keeping their camp in check.
Yeah, and obviously the respawn timer for jungle and the reduced soul count you get from it, we've seen a massive decrease in Cultists. We didn't get to take a look at item priority. I think that's on my fault for skipping ahead. But Cultists had a huge drop off last week, and I'm curious to see if that's going to continue because of the amount of souls that you no longer get from these camps. And Mina already taking a lot of damage here. Colt up against that 1v1 with Fremont. Let's have Holiday up to the side, and Fremont's got to be careful. I mean, just have the Abrams who's going to look for that charge, gets parried mid-air, and Overseas. Okay, we didn't actually go for the charge, and he does use it to get away, but he's so solo in health that, again, they can't really interact here anymore, and the pressure is being put on.
I mean, he crack shot him from above, right? Put a hole right through the top of that poor guy's skull. Some good counter damage, but a lot of that is healed up pretty easily with Rake from Nina. A good start, actually, from Wraith. Gets a lot of damage done. A bit of a bait over on this side, but look at the HP bars over on Empty Dreams as well as Oberkim. That is a lucky fight. Unfortunately, we don't get to see what happened exactly there. Trying to get the last tags on. See if you can kill him with Bloodletting.
Still a fight here, and the stun's going to come through. Didn't hear Cube go off. Doesn't seem to matter. OC is being protected, at least for now. Sai goes in with the dive and gets the kill. Now leaving it all onto this Ivy. Inflammable. I mean, he looks like he'll be fine here. So Fearless Fury is keeping up here, only 1k behind so far. Off to a pretty strong start and having some, pretty strong lanes, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, with that 1 kill in the blue lane, Oberkim gets himself up to 3.7k, unlocks the ult as well. So having combo online is a big threat on the map now. I think partially that's because Oberkim's been doing some pretty nuts box routes, by the way, from minute around 2. I saw him like cross the entire map to go through the rooftops to grab all those boxes. But again, getting combo online really early is very, very important for Mo and Krill to have pressure and presence on the map. And it's what sort of unlocks you that capability of taking those Guardians pretty early in the game.
Well, Blank, it seems like we do have a quick second here. So I have to ask you, because you know what? There's obviously a lot of discussions in the community, and there's a lot of side taking about who is voting for who. Now, I've been very vocal about who I'm voting for. And again, if you're not voting for Graves in chat, I will ban you. Who are you voting for?
I'm voting for Celeste. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Celeste. I think she looks really cool, honestly. I think now, overall, cool.
You're voting for Celeste, but realistically, who do you think is going to be the next hero unlocked?
Vote Silver.
Yeah, well, oh my God, shut it. No, ban this guy. Get him out of here.
Yeah, I think Werewolf Mummy could be coming in next. I'm not sure, though. We'll see. We'll see. I think there's actually a lot of Graves lovers out there. So I think people might be surprised.
I hope so. I hope so. She is bae for sure. But I kind of low-key want to see Apollo. I feel like Apollo's probably going to come in last, but he also might be like the new Page. Not in terms of support, but like I hit an OP. I hit an OP hero.
Yeah, could be. Could be. I don't know what gives you that vibe, though.
I mean, because Page looked kind of lame, right? And then Page came in and was amazing as the Death Slam comes in as well, throwing it back under the Guardian here with the knockup as well. Ayano coming in big for his team when they needed it off the death. Holt, meantime, goes down the right-hand side, and Mo and Krill Obikim is still alive, but let's be honest, not for much longer.
Yeah, to be honest with you, that was very disrespectful from Empty Dreams and Obikim. Like, sitting under the Guardian like that, knowing that you had Death Slam online during that time. So I was a little bit confused. I mean, you just had the big spend coming through from Apple Fan as well, so he's managed to get like a massive influx of spirit items. I think he just about hits 4.8k with that, so he was doing crazy damage with the slice and dice when he came through on that Death Slam. So yeah, I think there's just a little bit of disrespect coming through from Empty Dreams and Obikim, and I think they maybe should have been a little bit more careful.
Oh, the combo had come through onto the Shiv, but is able to survive the damage for now. If the dive's going to continue, as Freemox is going to lock that one down. A 3-man push on this middle Guardian. And it should be falling here momentarily. Also, big thank you to the Post Lamp, who tipped $5 towards the prize pool for this week. And the comment, DLNS Pregnant Viper, of course.
Oh, huge. Not the Pregnant Viper, but the tip was crazy. Thank you so much.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
I feel
this is why we don't cast together, Blake.
I know.
we get almost fired.
It gets weird. It gets weird. I do feel bad for Apple Fan there. I think he made the right call as well. Picked up reactive barrier just before he came back into that lane, knowing that the combo would be coming off cooldown and likely would have been targeted by it. So you got the massive 400 barrier from that. If it wasn't for that, the fact there was a third player in the mix there, probably would have survived. So I think he makes a really smart decision only to get ruined by a gank.
Well, the counter push comes in. Apple Fan, speaking of him, another kill added to the tally, sent at 6.3 thousand souls, almost leading his team. Arzo is currently the one to do so on 7 as he's free farming his left-hand side. I know it's going to be a big push on the middle lane, and realistically, they have a telekinesis to defend. And Obikim, he doesn't have combo quite yet, so this should be almost guaranteed a Guardian going down. So, Blake, I think the hero.
Okay.
Unless you want to talk about the game.
No, it's you. You carry on. I kind of like these talks during the pauses.
I also think it's going to be a werewolf mommy coming through next, but right. I want Graves.
Yeah, okay. I mean, me too. I'm like, Silver's probably going to be releasing, but I want Celeste. Overall, that character looks fun. We don't know much about them yet, honestly, but I don't know. I'm excited. I'm very excited.
I mean, we've got 5 more heroes. Another one coming out in just an hour and a half time, which I need to get confirmation from ZP if it will allow to be played today on the night shift or not. I'm not 100% sure.
He's going to say no. He's not about fun, that guy. Come on.
He wants silver, so I think he's going to say yes. He's going to be a little bit skewed in his decision making here. But the Guardian was not taken in the middle lane. They actually were able to defend against this.
Yeah, telekinesis coming out was pretty big factor in preventing that from happening. A lot of damage, and also 3.2k on the lash, so he's not spent it in a long while, so not quite as effective as they might quite like him at the moment. I'm wondering what he's picking up, because he was saving for a 3.2. Did I miss it? I think I missed it. God damn.
Oh, what he bought? Yeah, I didn't see either, to be fair, but you know what? Luckily for us, we don't have to use a mod anymore to see what items people have, so maybe we can get a quick tab hold at some point to see what everyone has. Exactly. Or maybe in a few seconds, because it looks like the push will continue to happen. Sai gets the kill on the flammable. Ayano is going to have Death Slam up yet again here, but here comes Overseas on the Abrams to defend the Guardian, really putting that pressure to keep this Guardian alive. Like, this is a lot of resources thrown into this lane to make sure it does not fall.
Dude, Ayano's all purpies right now. He's got no greens. He's got no oranges. He does not care. He's on the blueberry angle. I think he went for slowing hex here, which I think is a great pickup. I mean, slowing hex works against most of the characters here. It's nice for the Wraith. It's good for the Goo Cube. It's okay versus the Moen Krill, I guess. Maybe builds out into a Vortex Web later on.
Okay. Well, didn't quite throw him away from his IV. Not able to hit the ground strike to pull him back to the ground. But this is where it's go time. The urn now in play. Remember, the changes coming through. Urn is an instant dunk. If you guys missed out on last week or you haven't played Deadlock since, so all you have to do is just get the urn there, and you're most likely going to capture this one as a good charge comes through to pull that will find under that walker. Doesn't quite get there, and the urn is still being moved in the meantime here, Blank. And again, this is where all of our action has been in this last week of the night shift.
Are you running into a telekinesis and a combo? This feels dangerous. This feels dangerous to me. Coming through for surgery. I don't know how.
Oh, it makes it.
Oh, the drop hit. Okay. All right. I like that. I like that a lot.
Well, the quick dunk comes through. The telekinesis was used. And it seems like Leviathan going to pick up 2 quick kills as Colt's finally come in on the Mina. Turn 1 around. Still an advantage here. Well, I want to say, yeah, easily an advantage here for the Furies. Getting the turn in plus 3 kills on top of this. And they have a 2K lead now. A strong start. I mean, you talked about early game, and they are pulling things off pretty damn well. And also, I mean, Arzo has just been farming up at 11,000 on the 7, getting close to his triple spike. He did go for the Soul Shredder bullets. He did went for the new item again. I forgot the name already. You can help me out here.
Ballistic Enchantment. There you go.
Ballistic Enchantment. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And we can see it was a Slowing Hex Cold Front picked up here, Friano.
Yeah, I think getting the reactive barriers, well, there's a fair few reactive barriers coming through at the moment for that squad. I mean, fair enough. There's a lot of shutdown potential coming through from the Leviathan. And overall, reactive barrier is just an incredibly strong item. There's a lot of pressure on the map. The speed at which these characters can move around, not to mention Sai being able to use the tunnels a lot. And then you just leave Arzo to farm up, though he has been absolutely brutalized over in the left lane there a little bit. But I think my favorite part of the game so far has quite literally surgery turning into a basketball. Landing straight in the hoop there. Died for it, but you get the end.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, now that you can light melee to drop the urn, it's honestly like really hard to defend against it unless you catch them on the transition. And typically we've seen in North America, it's a defense on the urn pickup, not on the turn-in. As Colt again picks himself up another kill at 11,000 souls, just barely staying alive.
Yeah.
Keeping the pressure on his right-hand side, keeping them honest. Gotta be very careful here with that rake. Oh my god, 470 healing from 1 rake on that tier 2 camp. Allows him to fight yet again, and Sai's gonna need it. He's gonna fall. I don't think Colt's gonna quite get there in time to defend it, as the Death Slam won't connect onto anything.
Oh, that's embarrassing. Yeah, that's not good. Get right up in the girders there. All these souls the black bar. It does happen, but you hate to see it happen to a 142nd CD. That's bad. That's bad.
I think almost every one of my Death Slams are like that. So I'm just happy when I can hit one person.
Don't out yourself. Don't out yourself. Don't do that. You're the best game. Best player in the world. You gotta remember that, dude. Confidence.
If you saw my games realistic today, you would know that is definitely not true. As I missed 3 black holes in a row. Oh no. Coming back in. Chrysanix 4. We were trying to decide, is this Chrysana 14 or Chrysanax 4 or Chrysana Xiv?
Thanks for your
I think it's a Chrysana. Yeah, Chrysana 14.
Okay, we'll go with that one. That's what we went with last week. Thank you so much for the $25 donation. So you think Graves gets weird with that arm she carries? Hey, we're a judgment-free zone here on the night shift.
Elaborate.
For the sake of our sponsors,
do not elaborate. I take it back.
Elaborate. Exactly. Oh, flammable. Barely. Oh, I usually take a lot of damage from the knives, from the blades, and the third one connects as well. Fine. Coming in big for the team here, man. At 12k, he's been involved in a lot of these kills.
Damn, dagger to the back immediately as soon as he comes out of Stoneform. That hurts. That hurts. You're waiting for you're waiting for Ava to come off cooldown here, and then get out of there. Honestly, though, I've been quite happy, but unfortunately, we have a 1k soul lead on the side of Leviathan. Yep, 1k so far. So the early game's going fairly decently, but Empty Dreams is quite easily pacing with Arzo. Despite how much pressure Fearless Furies is trying to put on the map, Arzo is still keeping up. But you do have that 13k on Cult as well. But you do worry about the fact that you've got Overseas at 14k, you've got Empty Dreams at 15k, you've got OCs on 16k. These are all characters they want to have fed at this point in time. So I do think it's going to get worse and worse as time goes on.
That's exactly what I'm looking at as well. Having a front line of Overseas, big and beefy, for the majority of the souls from his team is going to drastically help, especially when you're Colt. You can't get that freedom or get that tempo you need early on to start to carry through into the game. Mac under pressure here in that subway. The combo comes through onto Sai. Applefy in the meantime does clean up one kill, and he's on the hunt for more. I don't think he maxed out his killing blow just yet. It would make sense at this point in the game. And Overseas will escape for now, but they're... Oh, no, he might not here, Blank. Applefy wants more. He wants blood.
Dude, I love the way he looked behind me. He's like, is he chasing me? You see him coming around the corner.
He got it.
He's raging. Yeah, I mean, he's got those daggers on lock right now. He's got the extra recharge as well, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He gave it a good shot. Give it a good go. It's not meant to be. And probably we're going to see Surgery go down here as well. Unless you get the Schmovement God, which it feels like he is. Cole actually take down Flammable for that.
Yeah, it worked out. And also an urn picked up yet again for the Furies. So now we're going to see the transition across the map here. The contest. I mean, Leviathan, they're keeping this lane shoved up. Very important to do so. But they're still down. Flammable, the Overseas just respawned back in. And Ayano is already halfway across the map. I think it's all about Arzo here. Pops that Storm Cloud. Is doing a good amount of damage here from the high ground. But he should fall here momentarily, which... I mean, does he do enough damage, I think, more importantly, to get this dunk in right away? And no one's really there to contest Ayano. He's going to get it for free.
I mean, he's just going to whack that boy in.
The Puddle Punch.
Oh, the Puddle Punch actually takes it off him. You're right. That's an incredible mid-air Puddle Punch. OC should be able to get this. Tries to test on off him. But gets the slide with the cube. And he does not connect. That bad boy's back on 140 seconds. And it's the second one in a row. Oh, he's fuming. He's fuming.
I mean, he took all that time to run it across the map, to lose it and to give it to them and then lose the ultimate. That's probably the worst case scenario for them, because now you have Overseas at 17k, Empty Dream as well. So Overseas has silently been farming away at 21,000 souls here, Blake. He's close to his glass cannon, and when he gets that, he's going to look for fights, look for those stacks, and become this immovable, gooey object.
Oh, man, he's going to start doing a lot of damage here. And I think the problem is also is like they're ace in the hole. Right, when you drop the Thundercloud on the point of the urn, that makes it very difficult to hand in or even contest. But you don't have him up there. Incredible Puddle Punch into incredible Goo Cube. OC is playing like an absolute god this game. You cannot catch this Mina right now. Cole's doing very, very well. Hang on.
Interesting combo.
Comboing him from downstairs. Like the worst neighbor possible.
I mean, look at this burrow. He's just tanking all this damage. The Overseas rotates on him. This is going to be a big team fight, which leaves OCs and Arzo to fight on the left-hand side. For the telekinesis go out. I'm not sure who it quite connected onto as we're tagging along with Veplifine here. Did not max his ultimate just yet, so won't have those resets. We might just see a complete disengage here from both of these two teams.
Yeah, it's back. I mean, OCs is causing a huge amount of problems right now, and Arzo is struggling to keep him off the Walker. So they do send Cyan. I think he's through the tunnels right now, trying to find his way back out again on the map. But OCs will be back out there. I think it's a cool composition they have here, because honestly, Ivy in this kind of pseudo healer gun role does very well with limited souls. Paradox does very well limited souls. Honestly, Mo and Krill doesn't need a lot either. And then you can get a lot of your souls onto those heroes that actually matter to you. Having that strong front line, having Wraith getting farmed up so she is able to pump out damage. Because she has mixed damage as well overall. So it's just overall insane. Jesus.
Pat's Risers. 100. I was just waiting for you to shut up so I can do that. $100 tip yet again here into the prize. Remember, we do not touch any single cent from this. It goes directly to the players. I'll get back to the comment in a second. Surgery does get charged under the walker and quickly cleaned up here as you see Overseas just overwhelming them as they get 4 kills for 1. And Leviathan, that 1k lead they had, turning into 12k now. Are not able to stop OCs as well from taking the walk on the left-hand side as he gets the single soul income from that at 26k. Leviathan just turned it up to another notch. Like once they got that urn that Ayano ran across the map, it was go time for them.
Yeah, well, I think this. Go on.
Okay, I'll go on. For many Wednesdays to come. Thanks for keeping my days after work interesting. Well, you know what, Pats? Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you so much for donating towards the prize pool for these players.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. How could I interrupt that? That's such a lovely statement. Such a lovely statement. I mean, what I was going to say is that right now, most of the players in Leviathan, they're all hitting their power spikes, right? on their side. You see here, finally, the Abrams is starting to build some kind of defenses with debuff remover. But OCs is clearly in the lead. And now this guy's a bit of a Thanos with the gun buff on board as well. That is really tough to deal with. But yeah, I think Leviathan might just take away the show from here on out. It's very hard to deal with these three players. And honestly, Flammable, Freemark, and Oberkim have been doing very good to find opportunities to open up for these three guys.
I have to correct myself, as a certain ginger has let me know the hero does not come out in an hour and 10 minutes. It comes out in a day,
so.
23 hours and 10 minutes, 25 hours and 10 minutes.
I thought it was Thursday, but I was like, he's so
I just want to see Graves. It's going to be her. I'm telling you right now. If it's not Graves, ZP will wax his eyebrows off on the next night shift, okay?
Oh, really? Why not you? This is
because
like
I've been trying to get him to do this. I've been trying to get him to do this since the fight night days.
I see. I don't think he's doing it. He painted himself blue. I think that's good enough.
He did. God, never mind. I gotta be careful. Now the Death Sun coming through. Connects onto 2. Knocks Nostra on top at the Sanson, so they cannot escape here. As Obi came now looking to go on the run. Speaking of the run, Overseas with the urn in hand is going to get a free dunk onto the enemy side of the map, and potentially a free walker as well, as the skirmish is still happening in towards the middle of the map. And Overseas is here. 31,000 souls, glass cannon, vamp burst as well. He's looking for those stacks, and you cannot combat this guy. The only way to do so, well, it's going to be metal skin.
Yeah, I mean, they'll open up a slot here at least, which might alleviate some of the pain they're feeling on the side of Fearless Furies. But that urn going over towards Leviathan really does cause big problems, right? Because now you've got to wait another 3 minutes before you can even attempt to get yourself some comeback souls on side, in which case Leviathan's going to keep putting the pressure on. And we're getting to the stage of the game where we're in mid-boss taking territory. Actually, we are in mid-boss taking territory right now.
That territory is now. It's already almost dead, and realistically, with no Death Slam up for Ayano, the best you could hope to do here is maybe take away a couple of the rejuice and throw away your lives for it. Telekinesis was used over onto Holiday, so there's no contest there. Quick little Warp Stone in as well. Stone form to potentially delay, but all 3 crystals taken for the Leviathan side here. My eyes are looking towards OCs. He's not even being touched here in this fight, looking for more and more kills. He adds another tally, another 2, or sorry, just 1 towards his glass cannon. That's 4 kills coming through for 0 in Leviathan. That lead has exploded for them. And not only has that lead exploded for them here, Blank.
Yeah.
Prize pool has exploded.
Has it?
Again. I'm going to say the note first and then say the name. No need to elaborate. We all know Kappa. This is about Graves having the arm and what she does with it. Chrisana XIV or 14 from Final Fantasy 14.
14. I thought that was the case. But yeah, sick. Very nice. Love to hear it. It's GG, by the way. I'm so sorry to say. I think it's
Kalaris gifted a tier 1 sub to Soggy Sock. Are the Soggy Crawdads here to support?
Nice. Jesus.
Oh my god, OCs.
I hate this character, man. I hate this character.
Yeah.
I love this character, but I hate this character. It's just problematic.
I mean, this is what happens, right? I think I've been talking about this for a couple of weeks now, is if you don't punish the Viscous when he's solo farming somehow, if you don't throw the resources invested into it, this is just what's going to happen. I mean, even Ars has left the game already because he knows this game's over, I think.
Yeah.
We said 36,000 souls.
The problem is that Viscous hits his power spike at 32k. Like, it's fairly early. As soon as he gets that glass cannon on board, like, it's so much damage. I mean, honestly, he can just finish off here himself, by the way. Doesn't need the rest of his team. The speed at which he's shooting, the amount of damage he's doing. This guy is the green king of the lobby.
Finishing himself off, as Blank said. That's the Hidden King now down and out. And Leviathan will go on once again to play in our money match against Abrahams. You know, we didn't get to even talk about how the patrons changed and how the shrines have changed and the curse that it throws down, not to mention percent, was it like 15% max health damage to really help you defend on these objectives is really cool to see. But I mean, Leviathan, they weren't looking too hot in the beginning. You got to credit to Fearless Furies. They changed things up. I think maybe 7 wasn't quite the play because he needs to be like almost ultra late game to have impact. And they're up against a team with the Viscous who has, the impact a lot earlier on. But either way, I mean, they looked much better this week than in the past, and I'll give them the credit for that, but haven't quite cracked the code on what they need to do to get themselves into the money match.
Yeah, I saw the vision. I saw the vision. I saw what they wanted to do. You know, wanted to have a exactly that. But they were trying to get a lot of pressure on the map, right? That's exactly what they were going to do. I thought this play here was just crazy. I don't know why they stuck around for so long, but they did. But even with that, it didn't really matter. OC was just getting more and more fed there. And I think that I really, really hate giving like most valuable players out to basically glorified M1 players. But I'm going to be honest, OC's played in a mad game. Because not only was his aim on point, positioning on point, but ability usage was insane. Like incredible Q-Qs and moments where it really mattered. Puddle punches to deny urns. I think he played out of his mind this match.
You might be sad to see what I said in our Discord then, because
have you given it to someone else?
I was a question mark. It was like MVP. So you do have the option to go in there if you want and maybe contest me.
OC MVP, full stop.
We'll see. We'll see what production throws our way, because we both have different selections of who the MVP is. Maybe we'll get a double MVP for this game.
I think overseas did really well too. I mean,
why are you talking about overseas? Is he an MVP contestant?
I know it's overseas every time. You know, it's like the Yorkshire version of overseas.
We also we had another donation. SL_ID_D5536622-8B17-3F06- who tipped $5. Said question mark vote Graves question mark. I agree. Vote Graves for sure. We'll let production choose who the MVP is going to be. But I mean, again, Leviathan, I think you see when it comes to these games that they might be down in the beginning. I think that one urn was a major turning point for them, dunking the urn in, then getting, I think it was 3 or 4 kills off the back of that, allowed them to propel themselves forward. But also, I mean, no one was able to deal with overseas, and Arzo just could not get to that level of farm he needed to on 7 to have the same level of impact as OCs.
Overseas and OCs, yes. I think it is tough though, because overseas played this game where I think Abrams in this gun meta where he's able to build hollow point, kinetic dash and all the rest, and then building debuff remover a little bit more defensively later on, yet still doing just incredible damage off the amp that he gets from his shoulder charge. It's sort of ridiculous. And I think Defi made a video a while back about how gun maybe needs to change a little bit. And somewhat do agree slightly. Honestly, I think there needs to be adjustments how it works, but it is fun. It is fun watching Abrams blast someone's head off.
Yeah, and it's, again, I mean, typically I think you would see like Cultist, but because of the changes to jungle, I think that's why we're seeing like Hollow Point come through, or Ballistic Enhancement, I think is what...
Enchantment. Yeah.
Enchant. You know what? It's the same thing, right? Enchantment, Enhancement. It does things.
Whoa, was that $100?
Slight adaptations. We did. And I have to read it before I read it out loud, because it could be like a really messed up name, and I don't want to get caught saying something like that. That's a tough name.
It's actually
Subi Jubi. I think I said it right. Thanks for the Wednesday entertainment. I look forward to the show every week. Y'all are great. Thank you so much, Subi Jubi. And hopefully I didn't butcher your name. Again, all the donation money goes directly into the prize pool. We do not touch a cent of it. But let's quickly take a look here at the match stats, Blank. And I'm looking from left to right. And you know what I'm not seeing?
What are you seeing?
Not seeing Cultist.
Yeah, I mean, I
see one. I see one.
Where is the Cultist? OCs. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. For OCs, taking Cultist is pretty decent. I think health, ability range is actually quite good on Viscous. Means you don't have to build into anything to kind of enhance his ball, to enhance his puddle punches. I think it does work out for him. And the additional health as well is always welcome on a Viscous. Not only that, clearing camps is pretty easy too. So I don't think it matters too much over on OCs, on Viscous picking up Cultist Sacrifice. I was kind of thinking that maybe Ivy's still pick it up, but apparently not.
Yeah, I think it's just... I mean, it could be also an overreaction. We see a lot of players have that, where we see like a slight nerf to something, and they immediately overcorrect, saying, okay, well, the item is completely dead, right? But like Health Nova, completely normal item as well. Like the fact that your 2, I completely forgot. Watcher's Covenant gets like double healing from that can be ridiculous of what you can do in a team fight, especially if you do level it up. But I mean, Mystic Slow, Suppressor as well. I liked Arzo's build that he was going for, but he just didn't get deep enough into it. I mean, he got the triple spike across, the gun, vitality, and the spirit. And escalated exposure can do a ridiculous amount of damage. But when you're up against a Viscous with Lucky Shot, with Vampers, with Glass Cannon, some Tit Mag in there, it's really hard to deal with the Viscous at that point in the game. Titanic Mag.
Okay, yeah, very good.
But what did I say?
You said some really excellent points, which you fully backed up. But yeah, I think also it's tough. It's tough. I like the attempt with the ballistic enchantment, getting escalate exposure there. I don't think there was a massive amount of spirit resist on their side, honestly. I don't think I can see much of it at all. But yeah, spirit shredder bullets as well. Also, like negative spirit resist at this point over on the Leviathan. But yeah,
it helps a lot with sustain in lane too, or like jungle farming gives you a little bit extra sustain. Yeah,
I just don't think he got to like Goku levels of power during this game, unfortunately for Arzo. And I would have loved to see this game go on a little bit longer and see what the end game build was for that 7. But yeah, I do think that Fearless Furies, as soon as they gave up that earn when they were about 10k behind, I think at that point I knew it was over, right? Because there's just no coming back from that.
Well, speaking of over, for us to be over with this match to get into the next, we got to take a look at who our MVP of this match was, and I don't know who it's going to be. Oh, thank you, production. Even though you're throwing random stuff in my run of show on me that I have no idea what's coming up later on, at least you take my MVP.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he played really well. He did play really well. I think that there was only a few moments where I was a little bit iffy, but those moments were very far between, right? And I think it was just those moments where maybe he was a little bit too deep. And again, I think when you're playing this type of build, you can get a little bit overzealous and not realize your true strength or how squishy you might be, because he was chunking people. But at this point in the game, like 2.2k on an Abrams, you do fall fairly quickly, and you're really only relying on that infernal resilience to keep you up.
I mean, he's got point blank and hollow point, and you just see how quickly he can shred through players. And I think for me, what was
funny as hell.
And what's so important is that he kind of indirectly kept Colt in check. Like, he wasn't afraid of the Mina. He was able to just kind of stand face to face against her. And without Colt snowballing ahead in the game, he couldn't really punish like the heavy front line that we had of Overseas and the backup of the rest of his team. I mean, even Obi-Kin was there to help support. Yeah, I mean, we all know Abrams is really strong right now, but Overseas played it extremely well and definitely one of the players to make them win this game, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think OC's just had some really small moments where it was micro performance of just very, very, very good usage of the entire kit of the character, and made Gun Viscous, the Gunny Bear, a little bit less of a meme, right? Where it's all the Gunny Bear.
I like it.
The gummy bear, but the Gunny Bear. But yeah, I think overall, I think he made it look a lot more than just pressing mouse one, right? I think there was a lot more to the kit.
Yeah. Well, we do have now our money match on the line with Abrahams taking on Leviathan. But before we head to break here, Blank, I've been doing all the shout outs of donations. I put it in Discord for you to read off. Do with it as you please.
All right, so it's SL_ID_A592AA75-5A78-3211- tipped £5. Yoshi cooked with this update. Pog champ. Thank you. I appreciate you.
I agree very much.
I'm not going to do that name again.
Just one more time. We didn't catch it the first time. We need to record it out for a highlight video. Just
I think we'll leave it. Leave it that.
That's fine. We'll leave it at that.
You dropped the 5 quid. We'll give it.
We'll remind you guys once before we head to break here. Remember, after our finals are done, we do have a very special show match over on Street Brawl between Abrahams and Melee Creeps. It's all coming up after the finals, which is coming up next on the other side of this break.
Looks like it's my day after all.
The rejuvenator is descending.
Begging for mercy.
This brings our green wall.
Welcome back to your nightly night shift. I've got something special here planned for my first time on the night shift. You see, I thought I'd bring something special to the table, and it is the Deadlock best clips of the week. You might have seen something like this before, but I'm telling you, these clips are absolutely lethal. So why don't we go ahead and play that first clip? These were sent in beforehand by an anonymous viewer all around the world. So let's check them out.
I feel like it's gonna be me. This looks like me. I knew it was gonna be me. What the fuck? Why am I on the ground? And then there's gonna be another one, isn't there, of me dying? Probably in Abrams, where I get Hyperline, is my guess. But you know what? I'm looking at this and like that's 7. You can really see how he's probably gonna turn that game around and win it. If the bug doesn't happen, I think he probably would have had it. I don't know who that player was, but mad respect.
Let's roll that next clip. Let's roll that next clip. Best clips of the week right here. Where you're shooting blanks on night shift. Look at this one. Oh, it's just...
You can just see like, shot one missed, and then he tried to go Super Saiyan in the air. I'm not sure what happened after that though, and then he gets absolutely rammed from all directions, as you do.
Rabbited it.
I think we need to play it one more time, but like really crank up the audio. Really hear the pain in the voice.
How am I fucking
All right. right, okay. Well, I've got one final special clip for you here on.
You know, I'm just
Clips
hoping
of
whoever this
the
player
week.
is really gets like the subscribers over on YouTube and maybe followers / subscribers to this person's Twitch channel, whoever it might be. Oh no! Oh, I know what this is too.
This one's incredible. Perfect display of parry mechanics in the game. It's like two Magikarps flailing against each other. Look at that. Perfect jump.
Bro, what is happening? You can really hear the pain in this player's voice. I really feel bad for Illistic. I mean, if it's Abrams there, it's
brilliant.
definitely him. Poor guy. Poor guy.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Don't know who that is, but you could probably head over to twitch.tv/Jason Cap and use your Prime sub there if you ever needed to.
I was going to say, hey, all those clips actually came from one viewer in particular. It's a very special viewer. Twitch.tv/Jason Kaplan. You guys, you can go watch him. He's streaming every day.
You know what happens? You know what? I'm gonna put you on the show next week, Blank, and I've got top hairstyles of the week. And we're gonna put Blank in there, and they're all gonna be his terrible hairstyles from the last X amount of years. And I'll tell you what he's got right now is much better than it's been in the past. Or maybe we'll do top walks of the week. You know, we'll get my wife in to commentate over some of these walks we've seen.
Just because I've got a bit of swing of the hip, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I'm glad everyone hit ads and didn't get to see any of that segment. So anyways, back to the real show. What are we doing here? Oh yeah, it's Leviathan up against Abrahams. As we'll take a look here, Leviathan taking the win against the Fearless Furies earlier on today, which feels like a lifetime ago after watching those hyper lines and 7 glitches in base and the parries, which I will still say that they were using a parry hack. Okay, they were using auto parry there.
They were using some hidden tech. All right, I'm not gonna lie. It was from the hidden leaf village. There's nothing you could do. Some crazy ninjutsu that was going on there. You couldn't handle it.
You know what? I don't like this chat. I'm ignoring chat. They're making fun of me. Just remember, twitch.tv/Jason Kaplan. Go use your Prime sub over there.
You can see more of that.
You can see more of it live. Yeah, so let's take a look at the Abrahams roster and move away from that segment because Blink's never been on Night Shift ever again. We can see
Chad had
what's up?
Chad had the best note. They said, quote, "That is the average Graves voter. Vote silver. I'm just here to maintain the agenda. Continue on through show."
You know what?
Hello, Jason. It's your
Oh, hi,
father,
Listic. Hi, Dad.
Mother and I miss you very much. Please come visit.
Oh, I miss you too. Oh,
My name's John.
Oh, hi, John.
I love Jason Kaplan.
Oh, you love me? Oh my God! Wow.
I am Pashi Pop.
Oh, Pashi
and
Pop.
Jason Kaplan is my favorite.
Oh, I'm your favorite caster. What? No way.
Do the Doki
Oh,
Doki
average.
bit.
What did he get on the show?
I would lose my will to survive.
Don't lose your will to survive.
I'm just
Did the
here.
Oh my God,
Doki
Australians?
Jason Kaplan makes my heart go dookie dookie.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, I'm done.
I'm production
Anyways.
and Jason stinks.
Yeah.
I'm glad the show can't hear what our production just said because they're like, Jason Kaplan, you're not here next week. We're replacing you. Oh, they can hear. Oh, great. Okay, so they can hear it. Oh, all right, fantastic. This show has completely run away from me. But Abraham's roster, let's focus up, okay? Let's not get parried anymore. Let's not burger box, and let's get into the meat and potatoes of EU because this team has been winning nonstop in Europe and has proved to be the best team in Europe for quite a long time, ever since pretty much the departure of Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, I think that it has my all-time favorite player in this roster as well with Dimov, who has, I don't even want to say he has like the large hero play. I think he's just play every hero to an incredible level. So I think Dimov genuinely has been one of my favorite players throughout the entirety of Deadlock Esports. But they do have some other incredible players on the team. We got Together, iconic Shiv player, has played a little bit Yamato, Saint, who has just been the #1 support player for a very, very long time. I'd say sort of tied Vobicim a little bit. But yeah, overall, very, very good.
Yeah, honestly, there's really no weak link in this roster, and if you had to choose someone, you're basically having to pull teeth at that point because they play extremely well together. They really, I mean, yeah, they lost a map like once in a while, but the games they win, there's like no contest. There's no chance it felt like for their team to get back into this. And I think if we're gonna see a rem, it's gonna come out of this team.
Yeah, I mean, the only weak link here is really Sanya forgetting to pay at the internet cafe. That's about it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't even need him that game, so that was really good about it. But yeah, like this team, undisputed best team in EU, and we will see them not only here in the money match, they'll be playing up against melee creeps after the finals in a street brawl show match, which is going to be very, very exciting.
I'm
Maybe we have to
excited.
do a quad cast for that if we get Jake here on the mic, and that's going to be
I mean, there's 4 heroes, 4 casters. That's what I'm talking
exactly.
about.
We each cover 1 apiece or 2 apiece, and you're only talking about those heroes in particular. Let's see their opponents really quickly for you guys. Of course, Leviathan once again meeting up against their match here, and I mean, even this team, you look at it, there's still, in my opinion, no weak link on this roster. It's just about figuring out the way to beat Abrahams. I don't have the scrim bucks, honestly, Blink. I don't know if they've been scrimming recently. I don't know if they, go 50-50 with Abrahams. But this team, to me, is the only team right now who could take them down at the moment in EU.
Yeah, I think the difficulty right now for Leviathan is that Abraham's, they showed them something a little bit different week on week. And I think that's where Leviathan is kind of slipping up a little bit, where it seems that Abrahams is always like one little step ahead. But I think that potentially maybe this is the week where we maybe see that third game, Jason, again. And we take it a little bit further this time because Leviathan looked really good in that last match. And I think that, Abrahams has always been touted as this team that just does it. Don't look at that. Don't look at that.
No, Abraham, let's look at this.
Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Abrahams has always been a team that has been touted as like one of the best draft teams in the world right now in terms of how they curate something special. But yeah, I think Leviathan, that's where they're struggling a little bit. Is how to beat them in the draft.
Yeah, I think, honestly, there was nothing special about their draft in the last game. I think they just played it well. I mean, obviously, Gun Viscous on OCs, when you get to that point, you're very hard to stop. I mean, Overseas did a good job of carrying the weight on his shoulders with Abrams to get him to that point to carry. But there was nothing like crazy. There was nothing like fundamentally different other than maybe having like Mo and Ivy. Yeah, I mean, Jamside's not playing anymore, so you don't see it too much. But yeah, I think a lot of it will come down to like, can we get Abrahams in uncomfortable heroes? I don't know if that's really possible anymore is the problem, because they're showing they can play so many different things. I mean, Demov, you cannot pick or ban out. Hoot, you cannot pick or ban out. I think Together is maybe the most likely player you could pick or ban out. You take away Yamato, you take away Shiv, and you put him on something he's not as comfortable on. But if you do that, like, it doesn't matter. And if you do that, you leave open like Billy and Abrams. And who knows what's gonna happen if they get those.
It definitely hurts you. It definitely hurts you a lot. So let's see what the first ban is going to be here when we hear through from Leviathan. I imagine we're banning Billy. Like, you're not going to let Abrams take that again, most likely.
I would love to help.
Oh, you're going for Paige. Taking Paige.
So I mean, Abrams are going to ban, I think, Billy or Abrams. And then Leviathan are probably going to pick Shiv away from Together.
Yeah,
that's kind of your best bet to take it out of his hands, because you can't stop Together on Shiv.
Yeah, I mean, putting Together back on Yamato was like where they looked their best, right? I think Together on Yamato is where some of his flaws like start to show through a little bit. 'Cause I think on Shiv he's able to play like a madman, almost like a madman possessed, and he does very well on it because he gets away from situations he realistically shouldn't do. But Billy on Leviathan, that is a big pickup for them. I think Billy's incredibly strong.
Is that a new addition, Solomon? When a hero's picked, we get like the hero background on the screen as well. Is that new?
Yeah.
Nice. Our production's cooking. So we get Billy picked, and of course, Shiv going to be the counter response out of Abrahams. You can't pick Abrams anymore, though, so you don't have that beefy front line. I think, is Viscous going to be a highly contested pick between these two teams now? Maybe you need to look towards Viscous to pick in your top 3 to deny it from the other team.
Yeah, I think the... Oh, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to wake up.
Yeah, I mean, Rem.
This is too much fun, this button.
I'm loving the 0% on everything, the 0, because the first time we'll ever see here. Paradox being picked up by Leviathan, that's already a pretty scary roster, even with just 2 heroes on the board, with Paradox as well as Billy. Shiv Rem is curious. And I'm very interested to see what they pick up, because I think that right now Rem, the build paths for that hero are all over the place right now. I don't think anyone's fully figured him out just yet.
Sorry, I've got chat saying, okay, never mind, that's not me. Yeah, I think it's impossible to figure out Rem in such a short amount of time. But one thing I am saying about Rem And I've gotten the similar feedback, like agreement from a couple pros out there that he's a win more hero. He's not going to carry you from the brink of a loss back into the game. I think Dynamo, I think Paige, I think even Kelvin to some extent have more of that potential to get you back into a game. I don't think Rem has that. But when you're a team like Abraham's and you know you can play from ahead, I think he becomes exponentially more powerful. I know Sai's been playing on melee creeps, even builds into like torment pulls at some point, because when you're tagging along, you have the extended range on all of your actives and your items. So it's gonna be really interesting to see if maybe Leviathan will counterpick with a Calico to punish Rem in those tunnels.
Yeah, I'm so obviously banned the pocket out for together. Honestly, I think the Affliction is so tough to deal with for a Shiv anyway. But Visca's been brought into the mix here. Yeah, makes sense. I would like to see a Lash. I would like to see a Lash here. Honestly, Hoot playing Lash would be good. I know his Lash is insane as well. He has a lot of fun on it.
Oh, please don't let this be true, chat. Hoot gun Rem incoming.
I got your back.
I don't want to see it.
Don't do that. I want to see my boy Saint on Rem. I want him exploring new avenues.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing is that with Rem, just reading something ZP said. With Rem, you kind of, it makes wave management a little bit more difficult, and I don't know how to properly like say what I'm trying to say here. Is that I think
good try.
Normally you would see like a 4-man roaming squad, even sometimes 5-man roaming squad with one of like your spirit spike heroes, like Amina for instance. But with Rem, you're kind of only roaming as 4, because then you need to do some crazy wave management unless you have Rem to be the one to push the waves with the little helpers. I want to see how they go about the macro play of Rem. I've had a couple of ranked games today where Rem is like 10, 15, 20k souls ahead of the rest of the team because you're stealing away so many centers. And Abraham's without a pick hero. Bebop kind of makes sense since, I mean, they could have went Holiday, but they went Bebop in particular.
Yeah, it is. I do think this team kind of works a little bit better with the hook anyway. And if you're able to hook out the Mina or even the Moen Krill, although has Burrow, once he's in the fight, he's in the fight, and you can burst him down pretty quickly. So we'll see how that pans out. Again, it's probably a Spirit Bebop most likely here, Jason.
I think it's just going to be. I want to say it's going to be Tass. Is it Tass on Bebop, or is it going to be Hoot on Bebop, or is it Demob on Bebop? Like that's one of the strengths of the team. You just don't know who's on what.
I'm feeling it. Who on Lash? Actually, yeah, no. Wait. You bring up some good points.
because like, together isn't only the Shiv player. Like Demob plays Shiv as well for the team, and together could be on Yamato. I think Saint will probably be on Rem.
The Rem,
and then Tass on Bebop, which means Hoot's on. My brain's hurting. I don't know.
Demov could play Viscous, technically.
Is it Demov Rem? Who knows? We're going to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, tell all your friends, tell all your family, get everyone in here. It's the first Rem game of the night shift played by Abrahams. And who's going to be on it? Only time will tell.
Let's go, my Remulons. Think about what you like that. It's a good one.
Yeah, you're quite the Rembrandt here.
Yeah, thank you so much. I do be writing down some fire right now. We didn't look at too much about Leviathan's roster, but it honestly, their roster is terrifying. Yeah, I know it's hard not to take a look at Abraham's roster, but I do think Leviathan's roster is terrifying. It's incredibly good. They basically have the majority of what's very strong right now.
Insane. So, okay. I mean, obviously, there could be a lot of information that we say is not correct. So, I mean, he's been out a couple of days. I've only seen him in scrims 3 times now, watching melee creeps. So when watching Saya play, he leveled his tag-along first. Like, he maxed that first. Then he went for 2 points in his little helper and 2 points in his nighttime, sleepy time? Nap time. There we go.
Sleepy
but
time.
I'm hearing that's maybe not the play. It's actually maxing your little helpers, because the amount of push you can do on waves with your little helpers, plus the ability to hop around in fights, give your team 23% extra spirit resist when spirit damage is probably at its highest in this mid game, can also be like a very strong leveling build.
I actually really like Rem Shiv as well, because Tagalong actually heals for quite a big chunk, and keeping Shiv healthy in this lane on relatively short cooldown, I'd say, for an early heal like this. Bizzle923 with his Prime, thank you so much. I think we got Krasana14 as well, subscribing to Prime earlier, so thank you so much to you too. But yeah, I think this is a strong lane. Very reminiscent of past support lanes that you played with the Shiv.
Was that on purpose?
He is so funny. He is so funny.
No, you said reminiscent.
Yes, it was. I hope you enjoyed that one.
That was not intentional. You would.
Yeah, it was intentional. Come on. What are you taking?
I'll give you this one.
Some kind of Revulon?
But that's it. After you burned me so harshly with the top clips of the week.
Hey, that was funny. It was in good faith. It was in good faith. Everybody loved it. Everyone thinks you're a great player. High velocity rounds. Easy playing gun Rem.
I don't think Saint will, but high velocity off the bat.
Oh, he's got extra charge on quick buy. Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, the pillow can do a lot of damage, especially if you max out Tagalong and you get the extra spirit damage. If you go boundless with that, like you're sitting at like 300 plus spirit at that point.
Yeah, I think honestly, you're getting item benefits as well. So I'm curious to see what else he builds, because I think a lot of people know about the fact that, you know, Curse is enhanced with Tagalong, Healing Nova, Rescue Beam, Heroic Aura, but Hunter's Aura is also enhanced. Things like that provide benefits to people surround you. All those become enhanced. Heroic Aura, bullet resist becomes enhanced. So it's fun things like that, which I don't think many people are exploring at the moment, which could be interesting to look at. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see what a pro player makes of this character.
I mean, even like Guardian Ward, you get 700 shield from that. It can be quite insane, the amount of barrier you can get. I mean, even ZP's talking to us right now as he discussed with Pars, their coach, talking about how Rem could be a page replacement. And I mean, if that's going to be in fact happening, then I would not be surprised to see Guardian Ward coming in. Maybe, I was gonna say maybe even a knockdown, but I'm not quite sure if knockdown would be on the cards for him.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, DB is honestly very, very good here against Leviathan. It's going to get a lot of their players out of sticky scenarios. Really even better if Pocket went through, but they preemptively banned that. But not only that, I think putting the helpers on the healing creep and lane is tremendously problematic at times, especially when you're desperate for that healing, you're trying to take it down. But it being so tanky, it does make this weird moment where you can crash a lot of the waves which you maybe shouldn't have crashed in the first place.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think you brought out a perfect point. The fact that you can kind of deny the healing minion a bit by keeping it extra healthy, and it takes a while to kill, man, especially early on. And considering people aren't buying monster rounds that often anymore, I think you kind of get a double benefit in that sense.
Yeah, Cultist Dedge, Hollow Point is my new best friend. So yeah, I think that you are struggling a little bit in that case.
So we did get the Hootlash. We did get the Tass on Bebop, and we didn't get to touch on everyone else because we're obviously focused on Rem. So pretty much played out, I think, as we kind of expected. I mean, Sana we knew would be going over towards Viscus. On the other side, though, I mean, Empty Dream is going to be on the Mina, OC is going to be on the Geist, so expect Empty Dreams and OCs to eat up a lot of this farm in particular. And we'll
rinsed at the moment. And this is a big roam, by the way, coming through from Demov. Quite low, but the Tagalong should come through here and keep him healthy, which it absolutely does there.
I mean, it also kind of cancels out the bloodletting because of the burst healing you do when you attach, right? So you kind of like make shit even more durable because you can depend on that plus the bloodletting.
Oh, early slowing Hex as well coming through from the Bebop, which makes total sense when you're playing into Mina as well as Mon Krill. He gets a good hook off. Yeah, I mean, that is a tough lane to go up against. She's so squishy as well early on, is Mina.
Yeah, I mean, with the Mold by the side, I feel like you're not really putting forth a strong lane either. Smoke can still take a lot of damage whenever getting hooked in, and we know Tass. I mean, the thing is, Abrahams have, I would say, three of the best 3 out of the 4 of the best Bebop players in Europe. I think Overseas is the only one missing from that list, and he's on the other team. Like, that's how crazy it is when you can pick Bebop in this roster and you don't really know where it's going to go because you can depend on it, hands down.
Yeah, I think most people would agree that Tass is the best Bebop player in the world currently, though.
I'd fight you for that. I'd fight you on that.
Would you? Who would you say?
I think
I'm curious. I
think Overseas is the best in the world, for sure.
You think so? Yeah, I mean, I like that argument.
I mean, I didn't really give you an argument. I just said Overseas. I just said a different person. I didn't give you any reason. I just said
I imagined a whole argument in my head.
I had it ready to go, and then I fell asleep because I saw Rem. But now I'm awake, and he's got Guardian Ward, so he did pick that up. He does have little helpers. So he just kind of space things out. I'm just really curious to see which route he's going to go. I mean, it's really hard to see where little helpers are going to be going in particular on his team. Throws one over to Shiv as a combo under the tower. That's a free kill here for Leviathan. They did have a rough start up against Furies in the last game. They did bounce back, but a pretty decent start so far.
I mean, that's good, though. Getting the Bebop down early. Nice to see, but again, Empty Dreams to 4.7k. You really don't want a Mina running rampant in your game. It's very difficult to deal with, and this is a Mina still with 2.4k yet to spend. A good hook over towards the Monkril. Not too much else found off the back of that. So what we're really working with right now is airdrop as well as swap. There is still pressure on the map, and Hoot's yet to use Death Slam.
He's a little bit afraid if he was watching the last game how we, kept seeing the failed Death Slams. He doesn't want to get caught on camera for it and get exposed. But I mean, Geist in that lane.
He's watching the stream at the same time. He's like, okay.
No, I mean, no. It's not the other game. But they're going for a little bit of a pincer move here, taking down Flammable. Geist gonna have swaps to try to keep the distance, and you know what? These pedal punches can, I mean, just propel her into the air, so you can kill her without the worry of a swap. Even the Flog ready to go here. Doesn't quite connect, and he gets caught on the lip of the corner. Cube comes in to keep him alive, and OC's looking to turn this into a kill, and I think they're going to have to give this one up.
It was a great puddle punch, but yeah, I think that Who is dead. Very, very dead. Good hook as well, I imagine, over towards blue lane onto Empty Dreams, and very, very important, they shut this Mina down now. I mean, any time that a Mina is dead means that she's not eliminating those tier 1 or tier 2 camps. She's not doing box routes. You really want to stall out as much as possible. Mina's getting that far into the game, so this is very, very good over from Tass as well as together.
He's just going in.
Never mind.
He doesn't care. Empty Dreams, he gets the kill.
So it's a prank.
Oh, let's get Nox Nostra as well. I mean, there's no shout transformation available, so he's going to eat the entire damage. And continue to put this pressure on. There's a little bit of a skirmish breaking on the right-hand side of the map here in the library. Rem, no tag along just yet. 2 seconds left on that cooldown. Could pop over to the Shiv if he needs. Can't quite get the distance. He's like, bro, come back here. D-Mob wants this kill. And there's a tag along to dodge away from the melee. And D-Mob just absolutely powered up here with the help of Rem by his side as he now comes out from inside of D-Mob.
Nice sleep.
Nap time, perfect.
I think that your boy is dead. D-Mob is down.
He's got health. He's got health.
Oh, and he gets the healing trooper as well, which is percentage health based. Because he was on 30 HP, he gets the max possible. Sadly, you do get a little bit of a denial on the slice and dice, but Guardian Ward comes through. I can't believe he lived that. I actually cannot believe he lived that. And all that while, by the way, my boy Sane had his helpers on that Sinus. So I think he did grab that.
And that's just that can be the power of Rem. You do have a lot of presence, take away Sinners if teams are not paying attention. Hyperbeam had come out, and they get for a catch onto Obikim as he eats Power Slash. I mean, they're keeping him under control, but I mean, Obikim, he still had good presence in the last game, even without a lot of farm, playing that low eco mill build. All he needs to do is hit that combo, and he can really punish an opponent. He does have a lot of HP left here, and probably going to look to run away. Paradox off to the side, but Remok not looking to get involved.
Yeah, I think that you're right. Obikim had a massive amount of value found in our previous game versus Fearless Furies. I just want to come back to the Sinners conversation because I was talking to ZP about this, and he makes a really good point earlier on where he was saying that you don't really want your Rem going around taking all of your sinners, which is what's happening in a lot of our pub games at the moment, because your support's getting super fed, but you're taking a lot of that cash flow away from your carries. But this is great, because this is what you want to see, is them being aggressive over towards the sinner sacrifice, because they can brawl whilst the helpers are doing the sinner sacrifice. So you essentially have a third guy there in the meantime. So this is really nice, and it's effective use of their time, because not only get they trade, but they're also winning the soul advantage, which is great.
Yeah, I mean, exactly right. You don't want to take your sinners, ideally you want to take the opponents, because not only do you take away sinners from them, you take away the buffs for them, but you also take the souls and spread it across your team that your little helper gets. You're actually giving more economy to your team and deny it away from them, so it's kind of a win-win-win situation for yourself. Your team to pull it off. Yeah, triple win, all sevens coming through on the slot machine.
Literally a jackpot. So 100%, it's important. I do like the way that Saint's currently playing this. That is a awesome swap. Slightly mistimed though. It doesn't cancel the ult. Always feels good when you get the full cancel.
Good chase down at a hoop. Again, very, very strong movement player, but Freak Mock here.
I mean, this is amazing movement from Freemark.
He's dead.
And he goes down for it, but honestly, like the amount of work he put in there. Great sleep as well. Again, completely cancels out the combo, the amount of damage done. Together get heals up into the shadow transformation, denying the chain gang. Overall, this has been counter after counter after counter. Into the pillow, keeping his boy alive. I'm not sure of how much longer. Guardian Ward is a great parry as well. Guardian Ward not used. They're just going to go straight in for it and will keep your boy alive. Shiv leaving through absolutely everything with the help of your sleepy boy hand in hand.
Not once, but twice in a row, too. D-Mob cannot be taken down. He's only at 8.7 thousand souls, but with the backup of Rem, a formidable force indeed. And the Urn's being ran while all this is happening, Blink. The contest is going to be out of Empty Dreams, but he's pretty much by himself. Yeah, Freemox is going to be here, but I think they have to give this one up. Maybe body block. Yeah, no chance. So Abraham's a 10K, 12K lead now. Only 12 minutes in. And one thing we didn't really discuss when it comes to Rem as well is nap time, the ultimate. It goes through terrain. And I bring that up in particular, Blink, because Abrahams, they like to go for risky as hell mid bosses. If you can put Rem in a position to sleep a team, whoever comes to contest it, and he can't be touched, it helps you facilitate the way Abrahams likes to play with these rejuves.
No, I mean, you're basically asking everyone to buy debuff remover right before the snooze goes through. But yeah, you can deny mid boss from upstairs. Not only that, you could do it from quite far away if you get Mystic Expansion too. So it's a pretty tough thing to deal with on a mid boss push. So not only do they have Together who can Shadow Transformation it, but they also have Saint who can really lock everyone down for even just a massive Death Slam, which is why I was excited to see the Lash alongside with Rem, because that's typically the big combo, right?
And it's such a long sleep too, like 4.25 seconds, I think is, or like 4 seconds. And that's also with the addition of a wake up amount of damage you have to do for them to wake up. It's not like Haze's sleep dagger where you wake up instantly, right? You have to take a certain amount of damage before you do wake up within that time frame. And the more boons Rem gets, the higher that threshold is, which makes you easier to be killed. So it's like a really deadly thing to deal with if Saint, in particular on Rem here, can steal away a lot of these sinners. And there's not a whole lot of counterplay to it, right? Because yeah, you can count on debuff remover, reduce the amount of time you're slept, but it's not going to get you out of the sleep, as far as I know, because it's an ultimate, right?
Yeah, you'd have to DB it. It's tough. Yeah. It is tough. So I think that right now, this is a great showcase of Rem so far. I mean, obviously, it is, like you said, the win more character, but I think he has done well to set up his team in the early game. Sadly unable to keep his boy alive, but that does go down here. Nap time is available, but I can't imagine he's using it here.
Yeah, it seems to not be needed. You know, one thing we haven't seen though at a Saint, and it could just be me missing it on the map, is he even using the tunnels? I don't think I remember seeing Calico in the first game go into the tunnels either.
I think I did see Calico using them, but it was more because I saw the route on the map. That was it. That was the only reason. But yeah, we didn't actually see her going through the tunnels on cam.
Gotcha. A little bit of Chase Demov once again being slippery Shiv. Does have Hoot off to the side to help him out. And I mean, you can see the damage Empty Dreams takes, and Hoot, I mean, will launch pad away, take the extra damage. And Demov's back in, actually. Hoot just got him out, and Demov wants more. He goes in with the killing blow and takes down Flammable. I mean, Demov together, Hoot. The portraits are smiling because they are pulling off a landslide victory here. Well, that's one way to put the sleepy boy down.
Oh, it just looks so sad watching Mongrel actually batter the tiny owl creature.
I think he's like a chinchilla. He looks like a chinchilla to me.
It's like half of a lot of things, let's be honest.
Well, I mean, if it can only be two things if it's half of.
It's like a quarter of a lot of things.
Okay, there we go. Well, the next turn has been picked up here, secured for overseas for now, and it will be a turn on their side of the map. The question is, will they be allowed to turn it in? Or maybe we're going to see a mid-boss, because I can see a lot of portraits in the middle of the map here for Abrahams, and it wouldn't be too crazy to see them go for it. We can quickly see odds. We'll go back to Arms maybe a little bit later on just to get a check of things, because mid-boss is what the focus is going to be on here. And I don't think it's going to be much of a contest, because they want to focus for Leviathan this earn turn
It's
instead.
a 4v6 though, so you are relying basically on nap time. They will get the earn hand in, and there's the sleep going through just before it happens. Sanya will find one, the sleep goes off. There is a somewhat of a parry, but every single rejuve goes towards Abrahams. So for a 4v6, that was very, very nice. 4v5, I think it was, because Billy wasn't in the fight.
I mean, you saw Obi Kim and Fremont there. They just had to watch while they were asleep. They could not do anything about that. And I mean, again, Rem does give you a lot of mid control, and Abrahams love to go for mid boss. So with the 3 rejuve charges, not quite a 10k lead because of the earn turn in, and of course overseas taking down the Guardian, but it's still a lead nonetheless. And like where the souls are allocated, I mean, I think you ideally don't want it over onto Hoot. You want to see a little bit more to Sonic Sniper, but I think he's gonna be very happy about it. And also for people in chat, I see you calling him Freak Mock. You know what? Only him and I are close like that. You guys can't call him that. Only I can.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I do enjoy watching Freak Mock play. Freak Mock with his freak moves.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Give me one time. Just one time. I'll do it one time.
I want to say why I can call him that, but I don't know if it's too much for the show.
Yeah, I think it's too much. Yeah.
I mean,
we'll say
it's not like I can get fired for night shift, can I?
Probably not.
I probably could. Let's be honest. Let's play it safe. So we can see here for Saint Rapid Recharge, slowing Hex, Health Nova as well, Guardian Ward, so he's going very heavy support as we expected. Sonya up to Hollow Point, no Glass Cannon. Anything kind of stand out here? Because I'm just trying to read things one by one, but I can't look at everything at once here, Blake.
Yeah, I mean, for Saint's build, it's nothing really crazy going on right now for him. I think most of the builds are pretty standard as well. Who's going a little bit more damage on his side? I do like this build as well. I mean, we saw it, I think, last week, where he plays Headhunter as well on top of it. It's very, very aggressive. Relies a lot on the gun skill as well, which I like to see personally.
OC's. He's got swap. Oh my god, the Shroud Transformation bait to go in for the health swap. No chance. Yeah,
it's cool.
I mean, let's be honest. I screw guys sometimes. I like to see guys die like that. Not OCs, but just guys in general.
I'd pay to see guys lose.
Taking my health? Just take the L instead, bro.
Yeah, I think Geist baiting is some of the most fun you can have in any part of Deadlock. Maybe they catch out the melee here. Don't quite get the hyperline, but it will get the slowing Hex, but an incredible amount of maintained air distance there with superior stamina. Chain Gang in play, and it's a sad ending to that Chain Gang. Massive sleep though.
You know, trying to get on the high ground. Nox Nostra not going to be up. A Q coming in to save Demov once again. I don't even know if Demov has had a death this game, but together he's going to be one of those, as that's the first and second rejuve now popped. Who looking to make some impact? He's at 21k. That's a fight over on the left-hand side as they just completely chase out the Ivy. And yeah, I mean, they get 2 rejuve tokens gone, but it costs them 4 players. They're about 20k behind now, and they're going to lose their last walker of the game.
Yeah, I love how bloodthirsty Taz was there. He was like 500 HP. He looked to go in the teleport, and then I think he realized that he was so low. And he's like, maybe I probably shouldn't chase this.
I mean,
There's
looking
no
at this game,
trades happening either. That's one of the biggest issues. The only trade really had was an urn and a guardian, which yeah, isn't fun.
yeah, look at this. I mean, Demo's got Killing Blow maxed as well. Like he's looking for those resets. I'm thinking of this from Leviathan's side. Is like, where could you potentially pull off the kill to get you back in the game? And I hate to say it, Blink, I'm looking towards Urn as being one of those objectives they have to go for to get themselves back in, because I don't realistically see them able to pull off the kill onto someone onto Abraham's right now with how fed they kind of are across the team. There's really no weak link on Abraham's side.
I mean, Paradox comes in, she swaps. Again, I just don't think that she's at that stage of the game where she's a massive threat. If Oberkim comes in, he's just too low HP. And at this stage of the game, it completely makes sense for Together to pick up the urn here, because now they can force a fight with this urn. Either they get the urn or the Leviathan has to come face them. Death Slam is in play, Shadow Transformation's up. We still have Killing Blow on board after the reset. So this is really, really tough now for Leviathan. It is that part of the game where you do want to go for an aggressive soul urn on the side of Abraham's.
Oh, the melee comes out of Flammable. He denies the urn turn in. The combo comes in as well on top of Together as he gets pulled back towards his team. Shadow Transformation comes out on top of this now. Looking for the sustain. The urn gets dunked in by Oberkim while this is happening. This is a great turnaround. And honestly, if Leviathan can back away without losing anyone, this would be an ideal situation. But they know Together has no Shadow Transformation available anymore. Who comes in with a Death Slam to save his teammate's life here, Blink?
That's very, very nasty coming through from Who. Gets two of them, but is it enough here? Together still alive in this, but Who's taking massive damage in the interim. Sanya Sniper, super duper low. Use the goo ball to get out there. The additional resists on board. Who finally down. This is going to be a slow bleed out coming through from the guys, but no, after the life swap does come through, it's a full turnaround. Really delayed on that one coming from OCs, and this is the first good fight of the game coming through for Leviathan.
Might not be over just yet. Tag along on towards Tass, and honestly, Tass won't really survive this one. And now Rem, maybe for his second death of the game, has no support. Together's not going to be there, and it's just as we're talking about ways to get back in the game. We talked about Urn. Oh my God, his little helpers have to watch him dead on the ground.
Why are they just hovering?
Oh my God, it's so sad.
Where's Boss Man? Where's Boss Man gone?
You know what there needs to be? You know, Ozzy, if you're out there, we need to get like a Captain Olimar skin for Rem with little Pikmin as his little helpers.
Yeah, actually, great idea. That was a great fight for Leviathan, though. Very, very well done. Great opening from Oberkim and gets them massively back into the game. Only a 10k lead now for Abraham's, which what looked really dire beforehand. I mean, it would have been much worse if Together hadn't picked up all of those souls that came out afterwards. But yeah, I think it's a great little light melee coming through from Flammable into the Stone Form to delay, forces Together out, forces the Shadow Transformation early in the fight, which you never really want to see come through from a Yamato. And it was just an awkward position on the map for them to fight as well, especially with Chain Gang too.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Leviathan. I kind of thought the game was going to be over, but as you're talking about to turn things around, I just want to quickly draw your attention to Saint, though. He got Heroic Aura.
Hey, we're talking about it. We were talking about it.
The resist you're getting, the fire rate you're getting, the healing from Health Nova as well. I was gonna say before that fight broke out is, if you're Leviathan, how do you kill someone on Abraham's side? Because it's hard to kill a Yamato with Shadow Transformation. It's hard to kill a Shiv because he has Bloodletting. It's hard to kill a Lash because he can just jump away. Then you also have to worry about a Cube out of Sanya, who can also puddle punch himself to safety. And then you have Rem with the burst healing and shields that he can do with the itemization Saint's gone for. It's still really hard to kill someone. And I don't think, for me personally, OCs is at that point in farm to punish them. I mean, he's ahead by 2k from a couple of players, but he needs to be like, 32, 35k in my eyes to be able to like fight them head on.
Yeah, I mean, once he gets around that 30k, he's going to start hitting Spellslinger, right? And I think that's when he's going to power spike a little bit, but not quite there yet. And I mean, if they can get a good fight off before he gets Spellslinger, if they can get a pick off before then they're able to do mid-boss, and they might be able to start closing things out from there. Heroic Aura is actually huge as well, by the way, because it affects the minions in a very, very positive way, as well as the helpers being on board. And that's the pick they were looking for. No Stone Form is huge for a mid-boss push.
Don't know if I think I can test this or are they going to take a walker. Honestly, slots at this point at 144,000 souls, slots are going to be massively valuable. And Dimov is stalling for those slots too as they take mid boss in the meantime. OCs might be coming in, maybe overseas, but realistically, they have to get this one up as they go for a big push on the left-hand side. A 3-man fight over onto Dimov, who's still somehow surviving all by himself, but he's not going to survive much longer than that combo.
Doesn't matter because he'll delay with rejuve, which is absolutely fine. Gets himself back up again, and they are horrendously deep. I think they can get Mo and Krill off the back of this.
They committed so many big ultimates too. Nox, Nostra, and combo, and swap out of Fremont.
Yeah, this is a big push coming through. They don't get the walker on that side. Luckily, OCs does take the initiative to head over towards the right side. Picks up a walker there because they were slot starved. You're 100% right in saying that. Quick pick up on the Ermin as well. Together, he's heading across there immediately, but the entire team, Leviathan, is waiting. Sanya in the mix of things.
Q comes
He needs
out.
backup. I'm bad.
I mean, Rem's there. Airdrop is used to get Billy to safety. And looks like they will get that forward retreat, though. Maybe someone's not so lucky. You can see Flammable just flying around trying to scout. I wasn't sure if he was flying or not, but at least get the information, but can't stop the Urn from being picked up. And what once was, 20 plus K lead, only down to about 11K, but with 2 rejuve charges left for Abrahams. Does Leviathan contest this?
This game right now is that because there is that soul advantage for Abrahams, you do have the extended timers on the death timers there for them. So right now, Leviathan sort of need to make a play in the next 3 to 4 minutes after rejuve goes down. Once they've got that out of the picture, it's like you do have this chance to get back into the game, because I think if you get a full team wipe or even just 4 of them, you can clear up realistically 2 of those walkers, get some more slots on board. But this is feeling like that last hurrah, Jason.
It hasn't accomplished them anything. It accomplished them an earn turn-in, but that's pretty much it. But they're taking away farm as much as possible from the opposing side. It looks like our stream might have gone down. Hopefully that gets fixed here. Maybe we get some update on that, Solomon, when you have a second. But we'll continue to cast it as if it is live. But yeah, like the stranglehold it's so difficult to deal with because you're just not getting any income while you're sitting here in base and you're splitting it across your entire team.
I mean, this moment right now, this feels like a good Remel opportunity. Whilst they're all sitting behind cover, sitting behind walls, you hit Fat Remel into a Death Slam. I mean, that could be nice, but I do think you're also right in the sense that they're quite happy just to slowly eke away advantage, slowly take down these Inner Guardians.
Looking for that hook too. You have to be really respectful, and Flammable's gonna be the first to go down, so it's all go time now for Abrahams. The tag along being used to patch along with Together. Just swapping between every single player. The hook comes in, catches on Obi-Kim. I believe a curse went out as well. There's no escape for the Mole Man. And this is all Abrahams at the moment.
But yeah, it's feeling like it's going down with a little bit of a whimper here, realistically. It's not quite the explosive ending that we were hoping for. The shrines are going down slowly but surely. And with 2 players down, likely a drop here, I think. With this Death Slam, doesn't find anything off the back of it. Chain Gang is in instant sleep as well.
Super minions are eventually going to be coming up from the base with the little helpers. Could be very deadly. 41 health left for Tacity. He does not get around the corner. He will fall. Stage on Patron will not be turned on. And now who overextend? He's got to be careful with his stamina. Mina's going to take it away. Looks like they will retreat for now. Even Sonya there to help back him up. So honestly, now how it looks, Blank, it looks like we will probably have the next mid boss to look forward to between these teams. Yeah. Obviously, next Urn 2 in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think that you'll likely see Abraham stall a little bit. They want to get Shadow Transformation back up again. They want to get Death Slam as well as Nap Time. Once they've got all 3 of those tools, then mid boss, yeah, absolutely. You probably want to look for a pick first, but I also wouldn't be massively surprised if they just try and force mid and go for fight, because it's 175k to 205. Like, they should be winning these team fights.
Completely agree. It's up to now Leviathan. I mean, OC's hit the 38k mark. He's starting to get powerful, honestly. Crippling headshot, Spellslinger.
He's cooking.
He's gonna pump. He's gonna pump some DPS here, like he's got some Warglaives on his shoulders.
I think he's got that ballistic enchantment, right? Give OCs the gun buff right now. Thank you.
Leviathan have peeked their heads out of base. I believe they did get themselves the one buff there. And they also have Urn. This is a very tricky time to do, or not very tricky time to do Urn, but a very tricky place to do Urn, because if you lose a
Just
fight
take
here,
mid, boss. Just take mid.
that as well. Didn't even notice that was coming up.
Yeah, just take mid off the back of the side. This is very odd timing coming through. Yes, you get Urn, but this is a massive opportunity now just to end the game. Literally end the game.
Maybe they will end the game. Who knows? Here we go. The contest's going to come through at least out of OCs. Curse comes in. Overseas takes the Urn, and they're going to push for a walk on the left-hand side. So not too much of a contest. This Flammable will fall. They will get a walker from this, open up another flex slot that they honestly desperately needed. But will they be caught on the retreat is my question.
Yeah, losing Hoot's a big deal though, because that's your big playmaker option, but they are coming in very, very fast here, looking for a hyperline onto one of them, just spraying it down. I mean, fair enough. Misses the hook over towards Monkrill, who is buried. That is a pretty difficult hook to hit. I don't know how long this Paul Paradox lives.
Not long. There it goes. He falls. 2 players down. 70 seconds for Fremont. Again, the tag along healing together quite a bit here. Healing Nova going to be up in 15 seconds. Guardian Ward in 10. They continue to push the pressures. They do have 3 roofs on top of this. The Q comes in to save Tass's life. The swap had gone out. And OC is going to be dismantled. This could be the end here, Blink.
Yeah, these 60 seconds over on OCs. They haven't dropped yet, but even if they do, it's not going to be enough time to get OCs and Fremont back in again before they drop second Patron. And again, you also have this massive stall tool in nap time, who can come straight up through blue lane with the death slam. But this is that final moment, but another huge nap time comes through, completely cancels out Chain Gang.
Don't have to worry about these curses from the Patron. The last surge did go out, so don't have to worry about it for a little bit of time here. Again, Demov having the Tagalog from his friendly teammate of Rem out of Saint. They're keeping 2 players on the Patron, so you can't really do damage to it, but eventually those defenders should be falling. The curses that come out might catch a Demov right after the back of the reju, but he warp stones out of it, and who has rejoined the fight once again. 2 players fall, and overseas thereafter. OCs, you might be 42k into this game, you might be a good player, but I don't think you can defend 1v6, and finally, we'll have Abrahams after 32, almost 33 minutes, close out the first map of the series and get themselves 1 game away from taking the prize.
I mean, it was a really good game, though, from Leviathan. I'll give them that. I mean, they really did stall that game out. It didn't look half as one-sided as it did last week. This is much, much better from Leviathan. Again, it did feel like a slow stranglehold, though, and that is the sad thing about this match is that, yes, Leviathan did always have a chance to get back into this, but it did feel like 2 steps ahead all the time were the Abrahams. So, yeah, tough stuff. But first game Rem, 100% win rate in esports for Deadlock.
Yeah, I mean, he's got an exponentially higher win rate here in Night Shift than he has in pubs at the moment. I think he's the lowest hero, like around 40% right now. Kind of expected, because it takes a lot of coordination. I don't think Rem is a hero you can play well in pubs because you depend on your team so much. The fact is, you are very squishy, even though you are tiny. But you need to use that tag along in fights properly, and you need the communication of your team to bounce from target to target, since you can only do it once. Oh, this was so sad.
That's what's sad.
Oh, and with the beat drop right at the end too. But yeah, so like, I mean, I didn't think Rem was bad. I think it actually gave Demov a lot of extra power in lane. I think Sync saved him quite a few times with the Tagalog, not to mention like the Guardian Ward, and it allowed Demov to be this, pretty daunting threat in this game.
Yeah, I think even when the helper's on him so often and just giving him those extra heals, it really very much brings me back to memories of the Kelvin Shiv lanes, which just felt hellish to play against, and you were banning that all the time. Also, we did get to see towards the end there, because I don't think we really talked about it when we were talking about those patrons, Jason, is that if you have 2 players on the patron at the end, it's invulnerable. You can't do damage to it. So it does create this moment of, if you want to finish the game, you got to finish off the team. You can't just Zerg base anymore.
And that is my biggest gripe about Street Brawl, which we'll be getting into after the finals finishes, with a very special show match coming your way with Abrahams up against Melee Creeps, the 2 kings of their regions going head to head. I don't know who's playing for what team. Well, yeah, for each team, but it's going to be exciting. And also, if I'm not mistaken, ZP, if you're still here, if you remember to unmute in Discord, draft night, we have a slight update from you.
That's right. We're going to be doing draft night this Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern. We're still nailing down the final matchups, but I got the players in Discord, and it's going to be some of the top players in the scene in NA and some of the most notable streamers. I'm not going to name any names, but yeah, actually, Metro's going to be involved. So
I was gonna say top players, and then you said Metro, or I was like, I mean, you said top players in NA, and then some streamers from EU.
No, but realistically, we want to play into some of the community narratives, get some of the classic grudge matches, and, you know, make it a fun, bantery night. Initially, it was going to be done on the classic mode, but we're going to do Street Brawl for this week, and, you know, things go well, we'll make it a recurring thing. May not be every weekend, but it's something we want to do, just create a little bit more fun for the community. So we'll have details, even on some of the captain matchups, later in the show today, but something to look forward to this Saturday.
I hope
you
Metro
guys do
names his team the green team.
The green. Are you guys doing a Defi 1v1 versus Metro? Is that happening? Could that happen potentially?
It could happen. So, full transparency. We're working around Defi's schedule right now. If it doesn't happen this weekend, it may happen the next weekend. But yes, the Defi v Metro is something we want to have happen. If not this week, the next.
The great teacher Defi versus the great giver of unsecured souls. I mean, that would be a day to watch.
Wow, okay, I was gonna throw a break after that, but production's gonna keep us moving along here to take a look at the match stats from this last game. Dima, 40k player damage. And also Hoot at 37k. I mean, we didn't really get to see Sonya do a whole lot of much in this game, funny enough, even though he was at 37k, but not quite the same level of impact as we had in our last game out of OCs in our challenger match.
Yeah, I think that, again, Overkim just fell behind a little bit over on Mo and Krill. I think Mo and Krill's still a good hero, but if you start to fall behind on that character, you really do struggle because you just can't quite get those openings you wanted anymore. And it's very hard to dive a lot of these heroes, right? It's very, very hard. Shadow Transformation, you can get uppercutted away. Lash just grapples out of there. You can barely touch him. Shiv just doesn't die. Very balanced, honest hero. You've got Goocube as well. So I think it was difficult for Oberkin to operate in this game. Similarly for Freemok. But they gave a good go of it. And I think OCs and Empty Dreams start to hit their spike, but it's a little bit too late. And they were so starved out on slots. And when they were trading for slots, they were trading off really, really big amounts of either map control, mid-boss, urns, walkers. It was tough.
You know, looking at this too, that 25-minute mark, you know, the inflection of lead we had for Abraham, as you see at the bottom of your screen, if that the urn dislodgement didn't happen out of Flambeau, if that's even a word, and they didn't win that fight, I think that game would have been over like five plus minutes earlier on. But that like one little fight they had, and then the 4 kills I think they got off the back of that really kept them in the game. But it was inevitable, as you're talking about, to really get a pick on the Son of Abraham's side because they're just so slippery, so difficult to deal with. But in the end, I mean, Leviathan, I will give them credit, man. Like, they need to make a big play. Flambeau and Obikim were the ones to do it, to turn things around in that game, to get them back into it. But it wasn't going to be enough at the end of the day. You can see here as well. I mean, when 4 of your teammates' second highest soul income is from urns, you can kind of get an idea of how this game has been going.
I mean, that is a funny stat, isn't it, really? It was tough. It was very, very tough. Again, I think who played a very good game. I genuinely did really enjoy watching Rem play. I think some of those sleeps are very good. And it's actually surprisingly good counter to Billy when he hits Chain Gang. Because not only can no one really step up to utilize, because the ult goes on to Billy. Like, that's where people get dragged. So you want to get close to him. But you can't, because the big blue beams of eyeballs stopping you from getting anywhere near him. It's tough. It's tough. It's a good counter.
And I think that's a credit to Saint, too, from positioning, to not get caught by Chain Gang. I think Saint didn't really get caught much. I think the only time he really died was when, well, his teammates died and he was tagging along with them. But you know what? We still have at least one more game to go here in Europe before we do make our way over North America, where it is going to be extremely exciting with ZP and Jake to bring you all that action. Oh, yeah. But we got to get to break. We got to get back into this game as soon as possible, and we'll see you all in just a few. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and ready to go here with our second game in our series for the money match of the Deadlock Night Shift number 23. Can you believe, Blank? 23. That's a
Yeah,
lot,
man.
a lot of numbers. I don't know where I was going with that.
It's a long time, man. What's my age again? I walk alone at night.
Is that Nickelback?
Ah, God. Is Blink-182 old school now? What's going on?
No, I know Blink-182. All the small things. Okay, we didn't karaoke stream.
So
This isn't a karaoke
cute.
stream, okay? God, now I want to sing some Backstreet Boys. So let's talk about this last game, right? If we were looking at the draft, in your eyes, was there anything like off about the draft? Were you pretty like happy with the draft? Was there something you might have changed for Leviathan when it came to the draft?
No, I think Leviathan had an insane comp, right? I think they had a really, really good comp. I think that honestly for Abrahams that they could have taken a little bit more of that away from them, but they wanted to make this rem work, and I think they had a strong way of doing it as well. So I think that round was kind of Leviathan's chance because their comp was disgusting. Their comp was disgusting. To lose with that comp hurts, I imagine.
I think the one hero I didn't like was Geist, but I don't fully know why. I just feel like it wasn't fully fluid within their composition, but I don't know what I would have replaced it with either. I think maybe if they snatched the Viscous, it would have been nice. But you know what? Before we do get into the draft, we have to remind you guys once again, there's multiple ways to support here on the night shift. You can donate, !donate in the chat, and all that money goes directly to the prize pool. We don't touch a cent of it. You guys will support us here on night shift by subscribing to our Twitch channel, our YouTube channel as a member, or just, subscribing in general just to follow the videos we put out. But also our Patreon. We had multiple ways you can support, multiple different levels. And we had during the break here, Afax, he went from doing a $100 supporter. He was tired of being executive blank. He's like, you know what? I want to be a board member. We have 4 board members, which I never thought we would ever have hit. And each tier does have their own rewards. If you're a $250 supporter, you get your own scrim once per month casted by the casters here on the night shift, whatever you want it to be. It could be just a recap of me failing over and over again. Who knows? Or it could be their own gameplay. But we do appreciate everyone out there who has supported us in any way they possibly can. Even if you don't have the money to give, because I know times are hard now. Just being here every Wednesday does make us happy, and you help out as much as possible.
It's a bit unfortunate we don't have any executives anymore. Like, who's going to be doing that role? Who's going to be doing that role now?
The managers.
It's tough.
They're not going to get paid more, but they're going to do all the extra work.
Guys, I am not on, like, low genuinely, where are my executives, guys?
Bro, you combine Green Day and Blink-182 from 2 different songs, saying it was both Blink-182, and now you're doing the John Cena.
Nah, that's a Gen Z thing, right? No? Low-key?
That's cooked. That's cooked. Okay,
Low-key,
maybe
yes.
the draft is ready. No, Loki's not playing this week. Maybe next week. We'll see what's going to go around this time. Will we see Rem once again? I don't think Rem was necessarily like drastically impactful to the sense you'd ever want to ban it necessarily. I still think higher priorities like your Paige, your Billy, your Abrams we're looking towards. Maybe Shiv could be something you want to take away from Abrahams because they will have first pick.
Got my hopes up.
I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a Shiv ban of Leviathan. I think easier to handle the Billy or easier to handle the Abrams because then you also guarantee that you get one, but also prevent the Shiv for the other side.
Yeah, I think getting rid of the Shiv as well, it sort of takes out the power, how the Rem worked. I don't think Abrams are going to pick up the Rem again. I can't imagine. Getting rid of Abrams also makes sense. I'm going to do it now. Is the Shiv first pick? Shiv first pick, please. Yes,
it's
please.
all about the aura, right? That's what these kids say these days. It's the aura.
Yeah, they're in an aura farm. Aura.
Yeah.
The what now? With the who now?
What are we standing around for?
Okay. We're back to basics. We're back to basics. And enough mucking around. We're straight back to Billy.
We got time. So if you do Leviathan, you have to pick Shiv. I don't think you can afford to let Shiv go through to their side.
Yeah, I mean, picking up the Shiv here, you don't. Page as well, also not a terrible idea.
Page Rem battle?
The battle of the. I think that people have said that, yeah, Rem is just the Page replacement. So you could go for that again. I do think Page is incredibly strong. I think Captivating Read is way better of a ability than people give it credit for. Shiv gets picked up, so you are right, Jason. They don't want to give it across to Abrahams. Get rid of that. Yes, he's so smart, dude.
I have to be careful not to tilt my head too far down when I do that, or you might see something. I think actually, outside of Kelvin Frost Grenade, Tagalong is the only instantaneous healing in the game. Is that right?
No.
Page? Oh no, the ultimate at a Page. Ultimate at a Page. Yeah, but I mean that's like an ult, right? It's like an ult. Like, come on. on.
Come on. It's also not instantaneous. It's like it's over time for Rem as well.
Is it? Because there's a burst of healing, and then there's a regen over time component to the heal from tag along.
Or maybe I'm wrong. We had like a double wrong moment there.
I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know.
It's like a normal ability. Yeah, come on, please.
Oh my god, is that the microstar in chat?
That's crazy.
That's
Stop
crazy.
calling me Hunk. I am not Hunk. Trust me.
We have the Rem Mina now picked up for Abrahams. I kind of like the way they had Rem with a in-your-face composition before, because it makes it really easy for Rem to hop around to different targets when all your teammates are playing close together. But I also don't hate the fact that you can use Mina to get like really high in the sky and use that to look down and hop to different players. It kind of facilitates the tag along a little bit better for Rem to have that like fluid mobility in these fights.
Yeah, I think for Abrams, forget the Rem. Let's forget the Rem for the time being. Yeah. Mina Billy is really big. Getting the Viscous ban as well. We also banned Yamata, so no Shiv, no Abrams. But Billy kind of facilitates that role either way as a playmaker in the front line. Viscous getting banned is kind of odd though, because now they have to push into something else. So I wonder what does Leviathan play into? Do they play into do they try 7? I don't think they should.
You know, Solomon, I'm gonna test you here. Can we get a zoom in on Abraham's second ban, because this makes me sad. It doesn't make me feel good. I think Blank's trying to figure out who's the second ban. Who am I talking about here? But you know, I know he's from the D. But I didn't know Viscous could have tears. I don't know if our producer's here or if he's working on it. I don't know what's happening. But it's sad.
Care about you.
Sad.
Yeah, like he's a sad
I can't wait to see Goobers.
Well, here I am.
Oh, how do you even say it? Remskis? Because you know Goober does like a Viscous skin for like his favorite heroes. He has like a Viscous holiday skin now. He has a Viscous Bebop skin. Is he gonna do a Viscous Rem? And then all the little helpers are like the crying Viscous heads?
I gotta say, I hate his holiday skin so much.
Bro, they're amazing.
It really upsets me. Oh,
speaking of upset, he's so sad.
Make him happy. Can you do the happy face for him? Can you change it to happy? Do like the smug Viscous? Because he got banned. He's like, I'm doing. Oh,
I just want to pet his head.
What was the crazy zoom? What was the crazy zoom towards
so we see the pics coming through. Solomon is a magician, because not only has he shown us the Viscous, he's like, I want you to see what else
I gotta check this out.
Yeah. So Geist comes in again. So OC's probably gonna be on that. I want to say Empty Dream's gonna be on the pocket. On the other side for Abrahams, who once again gets the lash, Tass on the Bebop, and then they get Warden picked up. But I don't know. I don't know if Demov is going to be on the Warden. No, Sonny would be on the Warden. I'm an idiot. Which means Demov on the Mina then, and together on Billy, Hoot on Lash.
Yeah, I mean that would make sense, right? I mean, Saint's not going anywhere else, so I think that would make total sense. I think with Leviathan, Empty Dreams on the pocket, that also makes sense to me.
He does not deserve a hug for the atrocities he's committed. Adams, you know, you're kind of right here, but I mean, he looks so sad.
Yeah, I think Goober is in chat, but I just can he please? You made a video on the Paradox Punch, heavy melee stuff here, but can you just make a video on why Spirit Ball is good? That's all I want. I want people to see the light again. That's all it is. I thought you were going a
different route. I thought you were going to go to trash talking his holiday skin.
No, dude. I just want people to realize the ball Viscous is still good. I get flamed for playing it. It's really
look
sad,
at his TikTok.
Actually.
He bounces on those fools, man.
I know he does, but I'm a YouTube kind of guy. All right, I'm a YouTube guy.
Oh, you're definitely an hunk. You're definitely an hunk. You're hipping on the TikToks.
I'm not on the dead talk, man. Okay, I'm sorry.
Sad. That's Goober's face when you talk about him, you know, being bad or making him do things.
This is when you force Goober to play Gun Viscous.
No, this is when you get forced Goober to play. Oh, hey, he's happy!
He's happy! Yay! Yay!
Is he sad? Or is he happy?
Nah, he's happy.
And he's sad.
Make him happy.
Okay, go back to happy one more time, because he's got like a 6 chin. Look at that. He has no chin anymore. Why is it like pulling down?
He's got like less chin. You know,
his face is like melting off. That should be the sad
less.
Yeah. Just like a pint of ice cream in his hand as well. And oh, he's sad again. Oh my god, it breaks my heart.
It really does.
Yeah,
he's like a little gray and nasty as well.
he's dirty from rolling around his ball for sure. You don't talk about how someone has to clean him up after rolling around in goo ball for him.
These streets are disgusting.
That'd be funny if he just little pieces of trash picked up on him as he rolls around, like
Balls for
Katamari.
the streets, dude. Yeah.
So looking at the comps here, I like the pocket. I think the pocket can facilitate a lot in these fights if you get a nice affliction. They do have knockdown for Lash out of Page. It's going to be coming almost guaranteed. You got that Moan Krill for lockdown. I think, again, one thing they're kind of lacking is I'm still not a big fan of Geist. I've still put Warden ahead of Geist when it comes to these games and when it comes to like the farm being allocated to them and how much of a threat they can be in these fights. But I don't know about you. Do you have any preference on this? Like for me, I'm not really digging the Geist, but I don't know what OCs would be playing otherwise.
Yeah, it's sad because honestly, I think OC's got a great Geist. But it's the one thing that hasn't changed at all, right? You know what I mean? It's the one thing that just hasn't changed for Leviathan in a while now. I think that maybe I'd like to see a little bit of a change, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, OC's plays everything gun, and he definitely hit the ground running when we saw him. Oh my God, what was the name of their team? ZP, please help me out. The original roster we saw.
Wait, for which team? I didn't hear the
what was
start
the team
of
we saw him come out on?
You're talking about Goo Balls, our melt team.
Yes, Goo Ballers. Goo Balls? Goo Ballers.
Goo Balls. Goo Balls. No,
Goo
there was
Balls.
no Urs. They were not ballers. They were balls of goo. Goo Balls.
Yeah, he was good. We were like, wow, like his Gun Ivy was amazing. I mean, his Gun Viscous is just as good, but I feel like his Geist isn't quite there to that same level of threat.
Yeah, it's just not. It's taking too long to get online as well, and I think that there's a lot. Like I said before, I think it's a lot of tempo right now going on for a lot of teams at the moment. Before you sort of had like half and half, but now you're very much keen on getting that early game, spiraling and snowballing, and this is a huge amount of fighting going on. I think even last week is just non-stop fighting in some of the matches over on EU. I do think that OC is just taking a little bit too long to get online.
I wonder who he was voting for.
Yeah, he wants the Apollo, man.
Well, I'm sorry, you have to wait 2.5 weeks for that to happen. If Apollo somehow is the next hero, I will like eat a shirt, a quarter of a shirt. Like, I'm that confident Apollo will not be picked. And I'm not trying to bait chat into voting for Apollo, and all of a sudden, somehow, within 24 hours, he hits a record high amount of votes. But I don't see a world where he gets picked first.
A quarter of a shirt, you say?
Quarter of a shirt, yeah.
I like that you went back on it immediately. I'll eat a whole shirt.
Bro,
you're like, well, probably get
I'm like 6'6", 198 centimeters. Like that's a big shirt. I have extra large shirts. I don't want to eat that much.
Yeah,
they ruin my diet.
If you were Billy, it'd be no problem.
Oh,
go skinny.
I mean, definitely. Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's take a look at these lanes, though. So instead of having Shiv Rem, and we talked about the Page replacement is Rem, we have Billy Rem now on the left-hand side.
I love that. I really like that, actually. I think that Billy struggles in the early game until he gets 2 points and Blast is a little bit weaker. But overall, if you get a Rem, going to support him in lane quite a little bit, get him out of those sticky situations. That's a lovely lane to play. And I think a lot of Billy players really like laning with Page as well for the similar reasons. It just gives him the ability just to get in there in times where it might struggle. I mean, OC's having none of it. He's absolutely having none of it there, dude.
Oh yeah, well, speaking of, you can see on the left-hand side, they got a kill. This one on over to Flammable. I mean,
That's
honestly,
bad.
like Pocket Page, though, I don't really rate that high, personally. I think Billy can do some serious work against both of them. Just has to avoid the lockdown for the most part.
Well, goddamn Glock it. I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Is it Glock it?
Yeah. Well, I don't think it is, but like Page Pocket, I'm not a big fan either.
Oh. Nice hook. I mean, life drain's going to be there, so he should be relatively healthy. But the ground strike coming through out of Hoot
I think he's dead.
does do a lot of damage.
I'm surprised you got out there. There we go.
Chill, bro. He's not even looking at you. Just beat him in the back of the head.
I mean, that's rough. That's rough. OC's very low. I honestly question whether he even resets here. He's just going to have to wait for the healing creep to go down. So you can get some more HP up. Taz is hitting some nutty hooks at the moment, man. This is depressing. And who gets in the back line will pick up OC as well. I think they gave it all their gas in that first game, Jason. I'm not going to lie. This feels bad.
Isn't this like a hate crime lane though?
Yeah, yeah.
Bebop and Lash together, like they're sworn enemies.
I think OCs wants a slower lane where you can poke out, but it's a struggle. Oh, you were talking about the law.
Yeah.
Lore. Yeah.
You freaking nerd. Yeah, I'm
sorry.
talking about the look.
Oh,
Wait, I'm the nerd. Never mind.
Yeah, what the hell? I'm sorry. I guess
who's
we're analyzing a problem.
How dare you actually analyze the game instead of talking about lore? It's crazy how much lore there. Go on.
Our favorite thing last week was Zippy was like, hey, Valentine's is coming up and it's the Mina pocket lane. I was like, those two guys hate each other.
Do they? I thought they're like supposed to be married or something. Then Pocket was shot.
It was like an arranged marriage. It was an arranged marriage. Pocket left because Mina wanted to marry into the Fairfaxes for money because she's a little scoundrel.
No.
She's a venal crook.
Isn't it crazy how much lore there is though when the game's closed alpha?
Yeah, and Lash still just has Jacob Lash is an asshole. That's his lore.
You don't need more lore than that. Let's be honest.
Not wrong.
You know, maybe we need to get like a fireside chat where we read a book. We're just reading the lore to chat.
Oh, I'd love that. I'd love that.
Fun.
I'd be
nice.
down. I'd be so down.
Go to lore.
You can, like throw a couple of your clips in like between.
Oh, yeah, I mean you gotta have some entertainment, some funny clips.
What was that? What was that? Like,
I think I quickly hopped on Mo there. That looks like one of my clips.
We're just wasting hype a bit for nothing.
Oh, you're talking about that? I thought you were talking about the burrow trying to interrupt it. Then Juice gets locked down. No way you can move. And the nap time. I mean, Paige, read a nice book to fall asleep. Okay, that's looking like me as well. But Saint gets the kill. And Abraham's, I mean, we're obviously having fun with this, but Abraham's, they're up 3-4K right now, and it feels like their lanes are winning extremely hard. I think maybe the right-hand side for Fremont at 4.1K has been their most successful lane with Sonya's only at 3.3. But this mid lane has been atrocious.
Yeah, who's having a hoot of a time, guys, at the moment? Even with a quick third player trying to move into the lane here, it's not matter. Why is he still going? Can he cease? Overseas actually dies the Mina. Damn.
And who gets away?
They don't want to play no more? We gave it our all in the first game, guys. It's time to call it a night.
Don't have anything more to give. They've actually rotated so Mina to middle, and they put Bebop with Tass over on the right hand side. So it's Tass and Sonya together. I mean, the hooks he's been hitting into a binding word. Well, good luck. You're not going to escape this one. I mean, this lane, Empty Dreams, I think easily one of the best pocket players in EU. I don't think there's any discussing that. But he's not had a good start so far. Only at 4K. Affliction only catches on to 1, and I feel like he's a player you need to have a good start if you want him to have major impact in this match.
Wait, does Tagalong completely negate Affliction? I feel like he didn't.
He's not targetable, so yeah.
Yeah, interesting. That's cool. That's nice tech. Instant Tagalong to avoid the Affliction. Gets parried. Doesn't really matter though. Right now, should be able to get this pocket. Sorry, this Page. I mean, he gets the air parry. I mean, it's pretty obvious that was coming, right?
Not for me. Not in my Initiate 5 games, bro. You saw me swinging fully into a parry in person.
Hey, those are off days. You know, every punch you throw is a parry you don't miss.
You miss 100% of the punches you don't use.
Yeah.
And you get parried 100% of the punches you do throw if you're me. Well,
but you could have hit some.
Just imagine, though, if I didn't get parried. Like, oh my God, would have wrecked him. And if I did get a hyperline, oh my God, the game would have been turned around. Oh, if I didn't get bugs, you know.
Yeah.
I would be a turn to 7 by now.
I thought
6,
you said
7.
something else then for a sec. I ain't gonna lie.
All right, so into this game, 4K leave. I mean, Hoot's on a tear at 6.1 thousand souls. Together's on 6K, and you can see how aggressive he's playing. This Guardian's gonna fall. I mean, on this next push for sure. I don't really see any world you can defend against this. Empty Dreams, you have to be careful on half HP because that chain gang is up, and you cannot run away if he uses it on you.
I think he might actually. No. I was wondering if he was just going to use the headbutt to get away and pull them back over towards the Lash, but he's already over towards blue. Very quick rotate. I quite like the sleep from Rem in that lane because he just gets free melees off as well. You're still going.
I mean, there's no one stopping them. We don't even have a wave here. And that time coming in solo at a Saint, and he gets the kill on the Empty Dreams.
Gave him the pillow, man. He actually took a lot of snooze damage. I thought he was going to die to the snooze. Maybe
held it down over his face until he stopped
maybe
breathing.
Hayes really is Rem's mom. I don't know, with the way he's acting.
Well, the swap comes in, keeps OCs alive for a little bit of time. They're still being chased down on by Sonya Sniper. In the meantime, you're trying to see D-Mob escape. Is he out? No.
It looked cool, though. It looked cool. That's going on the highlight reel. Just cut off towards the end there.
For the top clips of next week, right?
Yeah. Thanks to the sub, Jack's Libido.
Oh, yeah, Jack's Libido. I mean, he's gifted a ton of subs.
What a beast.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. See, double centers. And he's taken away from the enemy. So not only are you denying these and the buffs, you're also giving the souls to your entire team because of this. Oh my god, so sweet, so sweet. Oh my gosh.
A little duck feet on him or something. That is cute.
I mean, remember,
Yeah,
it's a quarter of different things, remember?
It is a quarter of normal things. That pie chart's going to get bigger and bigger as time goes on. I think someone said in chat, like earlier, was saying that in my honest opinion that he's definitely a win more hero. I'd agree. I don't even know if he's a he. It's like an it or something. I'm not sure.
You say chat said that?
Yeah.
Bro, I said that at like the start of it, the day.
I don't know, man. Like, I think chat's pretty smart right now.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, chat is all Eternus 6-7 players.
Yeah, true. That's the second time Pocket has been on 0 HP. Dead.
Well, he is literally on 0, and I think it's not the second time. I think that's like the 5th time or 4th time.
Hey, so about that street brawl, man. That's gonna be good, right?
Oh yeah, we got Street Brawl coming up after this. It's NA versus EU. Abraham's up against melee creeps. A quad cast if we can get Jake in here, and that's gonna go well.
Yeah, I think this is... Unfortunately, this game's kind of over at this point in time. As soon as you've got a Billy on 10k, like, he's going to spiral out of control. And he is building towards frontline as well. This is so tough to deal with for Leviathan. Fremok might be able to get something done towards the end. He's at 8.4k. And we've all become inflammable on low soul count. It doesn't matter too much. There's still possibilities to get things back into the picture. But with a neutral urn like this, and movement buff as well.
Damn, Hoot.
Yeah, he's going
Laria's been, oh, he dropped it. Let's say Laria's been training you well.
That guy's nuts, by the way. That guy is nuts.
He trained Goober, man. He's kind of crazy. If you guys haven't seen him, he's doing like movement coaching. He's gonna give me a little lesson. Poor guy. He doesn't know what he's getting into. But we just see the dive coming in. Fremok low on health. He's gonna be finished off before he can get any kills here. Now overseas. Yeah, you're kind of... I mean, you're 2v2. You have the backup of Obi-Kim.
Taz is alive.
They keep it close.
How is Taz alive? Taz gets the heal from the rim as well, I think. He's out. He's actually out. I'm not dealing with that. I'm not dealing with that at all. Go back to farm.
Well, Flambeau dies to the bomb. Midgarden's gonna fall, and the lead has exploded to 16,000. 12 minutes in, and it's not showing any signs of stopping here. And Blasted being used together, looked for the chase, but doesn't want to dive under the walker and throw the lead. I mean, to be fair, right? Like, if you die right now, it's still a very long death because of how far you are ahead. So you do have to respect that.
Yeah, I mean, we're past the 10-minute mark now, so that does come into effect. Also, you're giving across quite a lot of bounties as well off the back of this, so you still have to be a little bit careful at this point in time. I think once you start to get up towards the 20-25k leads, that's when you start to really run away with it. But set a 15k lead at 12 minutes is very unusual. It's very unusual.
I mean, we're almost to 20k, yeah. I mean, it could come down to just a fight here in a few seconds together. Maybe trying to suss some things out. Who's got Death Slam ready to go? And I mean, the thing is, what makes Abraham so good is I feel like they fight so well as a 5. Like, they don't even need Sonya there, and they can rely on him to have him carry the game when they get to that point of the match where your M1 hero is going to come online. And they're so good at these skirmishes. They're so good at taking fights where they want. I think I just heard a nap time come out. Maybe I misheard. That's a Nox Nostra on the return and page. In the meantime, Flambeau to be a little bit careful of maybe a hook coming our way.
Look at this guy. The brawler creep is just not dying. This is so frustrating. it does cause some big issues. I mean, it took a whole dragon to the face and hardly did anything. I do like the way they are, like you say, consistently fighting around Sanya though. So he's always has something to farm as well whilst they're waiting for an opportunity to get a cage off as well, binding words. So I do like it. I do like it a lot. It's very, very smart. So he is in a spot above it right now.
Swap comes in. All right, they get a big kill. Sonya down. Maybe they can look for an opportunity. They have a minute until the urn spawns back in. And honestly, that's where the focus should be at a Leviathan. It's going to be a turn on their side of the map. The pressure is just not stopped. You can see up to the side here, they're forced to retreat back into the catacombs of their own base on the left-hand side. Billy, yeah, together getting parried up here, but Paige not going to escape. This one is the reinforcements are going to be here, but realistically, do you still want to take this fight if you're Leviathan? I would say no.
So running Demo down. Just a quick heal off the creeps. Sanguine retreat to get away. Nice hook! Unbelievable hook! What a save from Taz!
So you're saying who's the best Demo player? Was it Demov? Or was it Taz?
Taz, yeah.
Yeah, Taz. I agreed. I said that as well. Taz.
That was nuts. That was actually so crazy.
It's not even the first time he did that. He did that last match as well. Just pulling away when someone gets hooked in.
Yeah, it's lovely. It genuinely makes me so happy to see a combo get denied like that. -3?
-4.
-4?
And I feel so bad for Freemuck. I feel like he's kind of behind on his build here. I mean, he's still at 12k, so he's kind of keeping up. But when Sonya's at 16, Tass is even at 15. It will be defensive turn, and if Leviathan can secure it, a Death Slam going to be coming through. More of a ground slam. Though, as you can see, the latch right there, and Obicam just pays the price. They get the kill. Sonya's pushing the left lane. He's going to have 2 players there on his side. I mean, this could be a walker, it could be an urn, it could be pretty much whatever Abrahams wants to turn this into, because also the mid lane has minions shoving that I want to assume that Saint put over a little helper on.
Well, he's afflicted. I imagine he should go down here at some point. Okay, interesting. Nice hide. They don't know where he is.
Sorry, Paige. They're just not going to get away from you. Sonya does get eventually stiffed out and finished off, but it still cost him 2 players. I was almost expecting a mid-boss take here out of Abrahams.
I mean, I am desperate for Billy Nurse, honestly. I think that in this current state of the game, he's just so strong. So unreasonably strong. Meaner as well, to be honest.
Bro, he got caught looking at the shop there. Eats the damage, does get the swap. The soul chain is not going to save you from together on 16,000 souls, and Saint steals away the shield with the pillow
against the ceiling. Oh dear, a sad game for Leviathan here. I really do think they gave it their all in that last match. I think that last match was a way better representation of what Leviathan has to offer. But sadly, it looks like there's going to be another 2-0 in the pockets of Abrahams. Waiting for someone to challenge this team. They are kind of comprised of like
What the?
Hello?
You got pulled down off the vent?
I don't know. That felt odd. Why will he just... I hate pockets as well. Good pocket players are hellish to play against.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm curious on your thoughts as well, Jason, in terms of Billy and Mina. I do think both characters are a little bit sus in terms of overall power.
What does sus mean? I think someone in chat was explaining it. I know Goober does the street talk, and I'm assuming you do the street talk.
Sometimes I like to do a little bit of street talk.
Yeah. I think Mina needs to be, like, for sure, Mina, I think, is the bigger problem than Billy. But I would put like Billy or Abrams as like a close second or third, because even Abrams is kind of out of control. The amount of damage you do is if you just hit one shoulder charge with the way you build him at the moment, with K-Dash and how strong gun can be on him with point blank.
Honest hero, honestly. I think he's one of the few characters that has remained relevant for the entirety of Deadlock esports. So that should tell you something.
I think Abrams and Paradox probably have been some of our most picked heroes ever in Night Shift and even Fight Night.
Yeah, and I think that Paradox has like a literal book written about her, and they've all been nerfs, and yet she's still played at this level.
Well, we're getting close to the 20-minute mark. Mid boss has not been started just yet. Maybe we can take a look at items if there's a lull in action, a lull in fighting. As I say, the Overseas is looking for a catch onto Together, but I think Together might be happy to go for it. I mean, he will be 1v3, but he has Hoot off to the side with Death Slam available, and they just can't even catch up to him. Just another showing of why movement is so important in this game.
Yeah, I think that the Superman headbutt is so silly as well. The way you can move with that whilst in air, like the air strafing is crazy with that ability. But still very cool. Nice.
Sorry.
Hook. Unfortunately, hooks him out of the binding word. Yeah, you did. Of course you did, dude. That was an insane hook.
No swap anymore. Stuck in the closet with a robot and a policeman. Yeah, he's a warden, right? Like he's like, is he British? Is he British?
Is he British, mate? I don't know. He doesn't sound British, does he? Really?
It's not much of a copper.
Don't
Is that right?
say that. Don't say that. You can't. You're co-opting my British heritage.
I mean, I was British at one point. No. No, I wasn't. I think I have like, a background in German, Austrian, and something else. I can't remember.
Bloody Roses.
Gumba Fermina here. 19. I mean, the lead hasn't really grown, to be fair, though, Blank. We've been sitting around 18, 19K for, I would say, the last 5 minutes, though. I think this earn might be a big change in that, either in one direction or the other.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
slight build change, though. That's a hate crime. Slight build difference from Saint, though. He's playing DB this game, which it totally makes sense considering you do have the Affliction in play. Get that off one of your key heroes. Very, very important. I think Who lives here just because of ground dashing is so broken at the moment.
How dare you miss that hook? I don't even miss. I'm just kidding. Chasing to continue to come through.
You got to give him some, dude. You got to give him some. He has to have some vacation days.
True. Yeah, Fremont. There's no escaping this one. There's 3 players of Abraham's. They also have the Earn in hand out of Saint. He's looking to run it into the enemy territory. I mean, they are going to take some pressure at the mid lane walkers, who has returned to defend against it. And realistically, OCs doesn't have the damage to take this down, but we'll get a good chunk. Actually, is Who even going to get involved in this? That's a lot of damage from the walker, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. What is fighting back, dude? God damn. The walker has hands. Yes, the solo mid-boss warden. Lovely to see.
Which legendary item would you like to see added to comp?
I'll shrink rare every time.
Okay. I like Seraphim's wings.
That one's cool. I had a Billy.
Oh, wait, hold on. They're gonna split the rejuice here. Oh, they get the parry. He does take away one, but it's not really gonna matter. Wait, he got 2?
He took 2. What are you doing? Well, I mean, it's a 30k lead. I think that they were more concerned with like trying to catch players so they could push the base.
Yeah, I don't think they need the rejuve. They use it as a way to force the fight for Leviathan and extend that lead further. Can we get a quick rem check-in? Because I know people in chat are curious, and I think we're all curious what build he's going for, like what order to max skills. And I think Little Helper did max yet again, probably going for tag along as the second. So he's pretty much stuck to the exact same skill order in both games, though different items. Rescue Beam this time.
Yeah, Rescue Beam and Divine Barrier. I do like this. It makes more sense for what he's playing against, which is cool. And I think that's what a lot of people have to do, is if you're playing Rem, you have to get used to the fact that every game is going to be different, and because your items are basically 4 more abilities on your side, is that you do need to make careful usage of them.
Yeah, very good point. Oh my god, just the confidence of Demoff to dive that far in and with stand mastery. I still say
thumbs up. Thumbs up character.
I think stamina mastery is probably the most slept on OP item in the game.
Yeah, it's so strong. It's so strong. I mean that again, ground dashing is such a ridiculous movement tech, and I think the people are doing things now where they're even like binding their
space bar and V.
Yeah. So you can instant ground dash, but because you do that, you get really quite extended slide distances. It's a very, very effective way to move around the map. And again, I think you are so right, because movement is so important in a game like this where you need to be everywhere at once a lot of the time. And the quicker you can get to fights, the quicker you can respond to fights, that's very important. Because if you can make a 2v2 into a 3v2 really quickly, I think superior stamina has already paid its dues, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, especially if you're playing against Amina too, it helps. It gives you some sort of way to escape. But I mean, I know like IADs, which I think you're talking about with the instant ground dashes, where you like jump and dash. If you chain those together, I mean, depending on the bucket you're in, it is so hard to hit you. I know I keep talking about Goober, but I have to mention it. Like he has some of these clips where he just dances around his opponents in win situations you just should not be able to win because of superior stamina, because of IAD, and because of Ansonex gifting 5 subs here to the community. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted.
Love that guy. 5 subs. What a beast. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, back to the game. 41k lead. It's kind of exploded. Knockdown going to come in, but still going to pull Paige out of position. Inflammable. There's a angry goat coming your way.
They're kind of toying with them a little bit now. I think we could end fairly quickly. But yeah, I think this is it now. And we'll be moving on to NA fairly shortly. Once again, I mean, Leviathan's still consistently getting towards the finals match anyway, which it does speak a lot. It was nice to see Fearless Furies come out with something a little bit more competitive this time as well versus Leviathan. Weren't quite able to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the state of EU at the moment. I still think the thing is, you're looking at the number. If you don't watch Night Shift here, I know we have a lot of new viewers who are coming around with the patch, and obviously big welcome to all of you out there. But you're looking at the number 1 and number 2 team in EU, but Abrahams are still like that much farther ahead of Leviathan right now that it makes it look like a number 1 maybe against like a number 5 team. Like that's kind of how big the gap can feel. But that's also kind of the state of Deadlock too. Is it's about a game of mistakes. And Abrahams, they don't really make many mistakes. They have amazing team fighting. They have great versatility of their hero pools, and they have a big fight break on this left-hand side.
They do. Billy's in the business though, does get comboed, taking a lot of damage, but a huge amount of healing, a huge amount of defenses pumped back into him to keep him alive and continuing the fight. And again, that's where Billy shines, where he can consistently keep pushing through. But this might just be it for him, with a lovely killing blow over towards the Billy. Quick sleep as well, and that should set up for some nasty damage in the backline coming through from Hoot.
Oh man, like look at Demon, 36k, not a care in the world. Spiritual Overflow tacked on with his build already. Leviathan do have a couple of members left alive, and I mean they do have Tass and Satan very low in health, so there is a world they could win this fight and get themselves back in the game. But Demov is just not being stopped. Finally, Fremont comes in with the killing blow reset, and Hoot gets the grab on towards them. I still think this is gonna be the end of Leviathan though. Obi Kim finally rejoins the fight, and actually I have to take my words back. With only Satan Hoot left, Leviathan might get a clean sweep here.
Ooh, killing blow could hit him as well. God damn, I mean they lost that pretty handily. That's a big pickoff. Their boss is in 1 minute, but long death timers now for Abrahams. Kind of scuffed that fight quite a bit.
Wasn't a bad timing for a fight though, right? Because there's no major objectives for Leviathan to take. It's not like they can go for reju or they can go for earn or buffs. All they can do is really just farm up right now. And I mean, potentially have looked for a walker. And I mean, again, we're at 156,000 souls. You can see Fremont here sitting on 7.6 thousand, but he can't spend it. He's got to sell off items to do this or just upgrade existing ones, like escalating here. A walker, I think, would be almost the ideal case for Leviathan off that fight if they could have.
Yeah, I think it's honestly a bad placing of a fight there coming through for Abrahams. All in an enclosed space, combo, time bomb, slice and dice, affliction, even just case as well as cloak is really big there. Geist bombs. I just don't think that was an ideal location for Abrahams to fight. I think that team thrives a lot more when it's on the go, movement to movement, a lot of verticality involved. So they cornered themselves into a fight because Billy sort of engaged in an awkward area of the map to fight in my opinion.
Also, quick shout out here to Matrix X with an $8.10 donation to the prize pool. He says the prize pool being so odd is making me mad. Rounds it out to 875 again. Thank you so much. If you're interested in donating to the prize pool, remember we do not touch any of that money for ourselves. all that goes directly to the players. You can type !donate in the chat. Any money helps. And if you don't have anything to give, just being here is all we need you to be. As the Rejuve has respawned back in, mid boss on the cards, and well, Fremok is looking like he might be in a rough position.
Yeah, Fremok is getting descended upon, right?
That's one way to call it. Oh, the ground slam. And hooked, and cursed, and dead.
And GG. They're going to try for mid boss off the back of this really quickly? I don't think so.
Oh my god.
Seems unwise.
This is, again, stand mastery and movement. You just saw Hoot there. Look how fast he got across the right-hand side of the map with his IEDs.
Begging to get killed by me.
Oh, his pocket? Is Empty Dreams gonna get caught here? Hoot's gone back. They don't have Death Slam.
It's a nice affliction. Instant DB over towards the Warden. Take that option straight away. You want him to be consistent throughout this fight. You do not want him to have healing reduction as well on things going forward. Emov got instantly picked off, Jason. That's bad.
And we do see all Rejuves being taken for the side of Abrahams. And they're able to clean up the kill in OCs. And, well, that was very fast 4 deaths from the Leviathan side. And now it's most certainly going to be a base push.
That was a disgusting nap time. That was not a nap time. That was a goddamn nightmare. The way they all slid directly into the sleep, it was disgusting. I think they can finish off this, I believe, if they're quick. They gotta be quick, though.
Yeah, I mean, that curse extends a little bit past the initial range that you see at the shrine. I've never actually used those bounce pads yet, but those are really cool. Help you get from shrine to shrine.
I do see a lot of people miss those, but they take you directly to the next shrine. Or I'm your nice guy doorman. I put 2 doors up.
Oh, Arc Mother. I love these new Patron animations. They're so sick. They're so good.
That's why I like the Arch one. Takes us right back to the beginning when you're asking about which one's my favorite.
Yeah, she's my fave. Okay, well, that's one Reju taken away from together. There's not a lot of ultimates left for Abrahams. I mean, Demov is dead. You get a 3-man slam.
I think they can still get away with this. Good damage over towards OCs, but he still has Soul Exchange in play. Sadly, no one wants to get anywhere near him.
Yeah, well, Demov's back in. 2 Reju's left. And this is like the final fight. The combo comes down to Hoot. He might kill him, but he's got Reju still, so it's not going to matter. The curse being used as well. Warp Stone's in to catch him in spawn. Catches out Empty Dreams while the Patron falls. And Abrahams, once again, for the umpteenth time, it feels like, have taken the title and taken home the prize money here. But now, honestly, Blank, now the real test comes for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, street brawl.
The pride of EU up against melee creeps in a street brawl. All random. Best of 67. No, it's not that many. But we didn't talk about this game. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of street brawl.
I was like, I want to go to sleep soon.
You know, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, who would I give MVP to in this match? And honestly, are we okay? I think we're thinking the same person. You want to test this? So like, I'll do 3, 2, 1, and then we say who we think gets MVP. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
All right. Ready?
3, 2, 1. Pass.
Yeah, my man.
Damn, we're on the same wavelength. I like that. That's good.
I didn't know if you'd say Task, but man, the hooks he was hitting me, like he completely counted out Obi-Kim.
I was hyperventilating when you asked me to do a countdown. I gotta admit that some of these that nap time at the end was the game-winning play though from Saint. I gotta give him that. 2 for 2 on the Rem as well. 100% win rate in Night Shift, which is super cool to see. But yeah, I think Task throughout the entire game. I had some absolutely legendary plays throughout all of this.
This is the hate crime of all hate crimes. There was no escaping for Freak Mock. I didn't know he could take on 5 dudes like that, but that was impressive. He did fall. And this is the final nap time I think you were talking about. We don't quite see it, I think, from this angle, but even the chain gang to pull them off, locks him into the tunnel until nap time,
so disgusting.
And you can say goodbye.
What's that count as well?
I was reading chat. There was a really good comment in here from Really Evil Image, but I'm not going to say that one out loud.
Wait. Where is it?
Yeah, you can look at Discord. You'll see it. We take a look at the stats here from this last game. I mean, you don't really see Marina get like this deep into a build, but damn, 14 kills here for Demov, 10 assists, 43k damage done for Sonic Sniper, and it's kind of funny because he's not really involved in the fights for a good, amount of time, but he eventually gets in there and just pumps the damage, picks up a soul breaker at the end too.
Yeah,
Then,
I think
for Leviathan, they have no flex slots, man. Like, this is how tough it was. They just could not get access to the additional items, and I think they were so held back by slots.
Yeah, again, when you're slot starved, life is not fun. Again, it's not only that, you can't counter build. Like, a lot of times, like, your second or third slot goes into like, what do I need now to live these fights? What do I need now to carry on? Because you completed your core build at that point, and now you're looking at like, what are my thoughts on how do I counter the comp? How do I survive what's coming up? Do I need to get witch mail? Do I need to get metal skin? But you just can't even afford it. You can't even get it. And even those items at 3200, you can't really even think about getting them as your second slot if you're slot starved, because you've got to invest in a 6.4k. It's super tough. It's super tough.
I actually would have been really curious to see how many souls did Leviathan have unspent at the end. I mean, it might not be like a massive number because they obviously would sell off older items, but I would almost even like to know how many max souls were they holding on to themselves before they spent. Like, was it like, what was it, like Freemock or someone's at 6-7k? I think it was Freemock at like 7k almost, that he ended up buying like escalating because he couldn't unlock, because he didn't have extra flex slots. Really rough for them, but you know what? I mean, still, they did put on a really good show. They did, in that first map, as you mentioned, like, they had a fantastic comeback, man. Like, taking and contesting that urn, it really got them back in the game. But yeah, it seems like they fell out of steam here in this game. 51 and 19 kills.
I think a lot of these guys weren't sitting on a lot of souls whatsoever towards the end of the game, but it's just that the builds are so freaky towards the end. You got Spirit Burn, Transcendent Cooldown on Pocket, you got Curse as well on Overseas, Arctic Blast, Escalating Exposure. But then you just look at the rest of the build and you're like, you are missing a lot of your core items in some of these. So it probably was very frustrating for the guys over on Leviathan. I think the Geist, she really unlocks her true potential once you're able to fill out all those slots, because she becomes a true monster. But yeah, when you're rocking with Berserker, Spellslinger, Crippling Headshot, yeah, you can do a lot of damage, but it's not quite enough for those times. I do love this build though, and I might try it out myself.
Yeah, see, for me, it requires aim, so I just try not to play it, to be honest. But let's take a look at our MVP. I mean, we both called it out perfectly at the exact same time. I think it's no surprise to anyone out there that, of course, is going on over to TAS. And I mean, I think this is like what a good Bebop does. You're able to pull off an MVP status from a series because of how impactful your hooks can be. And he was just consistent with it. It wasn't like he hit like 1 or 2 really good hooks. He was hitting hooks nonstop in both matches.
Yeah, I mean, that laning phase was won quite effectively just off of the hooks itself. Incredible stuff. Even, again, the thing I love about Taz is even when he was playing Gun, he was still using the Hyper Beam to great effect. Now he gets to play a little bit more Spirit. He is absolutely dominating with the Hyper Beam. Really cool to see. Again, this was nuts, by the way. Just the fadeaway into that. And again, the less time that this Geist is inside the rescue team dropping down the bombs, like, the less of a threat she is. So it's a good moment to take her out of the fight there.
Yeah, and again, I would actually, you know what we really do need for our lovely production crew? You know, in like traditional sports, they'll have like a star when they've won like a world title or something like that, or even see that in esports now. We kind of need something like that with MVPs. So we know how many MVPs someone's gotten over the course of the night shifts. Yeah, another great hook, and we're straight into a curse too. There's no escaping if you're empty dreams there, and that's the most difficult hero to lock down.
Yeah, I mean, even the timing on the hook as the cloak comes out, so the cloak cancelled once the hook animation ended, so you had nowhere to teleport to. I don't know if it was intentional, but still, just
it was intentional. It's task.
It was intentional.
Yeah. Well, I think that's going to round out our EU portion of the show, but we're technically not done with the EU portion of the show. You can see here, 2-0 for Abrahams, but what's that, Blink? Is that an EU versus NA Street Brawl? We're doing 2 different games of it, one on the NA servers, one on the EU servers. NA's best versus EU's best.
Is that Cat with Sue versus Abrams? God,
that is
going to be crazy.
And I feel like there's a lot of channel points to be lost or won in that Street Brawl, which hopefully we do have actually some predictions going on. If you were to give me a prediction, really, I don't want to do that because I think we might even try to do a quad cast. We're going to decide it with the casters, figure out what's going to happen. We're going to get that all set up and ready to go. But after that's done, we still have the North American portion of the show as well to come. It's gonna be very exciting to see. I can't wait to see how our new team is gonna do here, and hopefully challenge out the likes of BWC. But we're gonna head to that break, come back with Street Brawl, and we'll see you all in just a few. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for what you've all been waiting for. EU versus NA to see which region reigns supreme on Street Brawl. We got Abraham's up against Melee Creates, and we're joined by the lovely gentleman to my left, or I don't know which direction it is, on the end of the desk here. We got Jake and ZP, and to start things off, man, we got to see some Rem in pro play. Jake, I want to hit your thoughts on how you thought it broke down here for Saint.
Yeah, you know, I think Rem seems like a pretty interesting character, especially, you know, the vents allowing you to show up to fights that maybe you wouldn't be expected to. And, you know, you could do some really unique macro plays with those little helpers. In the end, I see it as a real, you know, support. I think that's really the only way to play the character. So it's interesting to see the place in the meta as it's a pretty light role right now, right? Like with Kelvin kind of falling off, Paige feels like the best support, but you know, you're really low as far as the number of heroes that are actually going to compete for that spot. So it's just cool to see Rem with that addition. It, you know, maybe has some different impact and different ways to approach the game and the role.
Don't tell Wander about him only being able to play support, okay? He'll find some sort of gun build that's going to work.
The Remington. Like, I want gun Rem to be a thing just because of the name Remington. But also, we booked a special segment when we get into the beginning of NA. We're going to have Lightbringer on to talk to us about how everyone is not actually approaching Rem properly. Like, there is a good rant that is coming your way about how to properly play Rem in the NA section. So I'm looking forward to that. Also, it's going to be Voice of God. No camera, just like Lightbringer from the heavens, you know, dropping some info.
Couldn't get him to get dressed to be on camera. He just wants to be naked, but also free.
It's the naked speech, dude. It's got to be done.
But ZP, what was your thoughts though on Rem so far of what we've seen today?
Here's what I think. I think anytime you add a new hero, if the hero is able to win at the highest levels of play on day one, that hero is probably busted. Like, there's no other way about it, because generally it takes more time to get really good at a hero with how, you know, complex kits get and just familiarity with how to use them. So if you can pick a hero on day one and win against the other best team in your region, I don't know what that hero is going to be like on week 2 if there's no nerfs that come through. Like, the reality is I think Rem actually may be like really ridiculously overtuned right now. That's my
counterpoint. ZP, AVG playing Billy.
Yeah, he didn't look good in there, and he was still good. It just took time to learn it. So what does it mean if you actually look good on it at day one? Like, the hero has to be giga broken.
Saint's just good. Saint's just good, man. What can you say?
Saint is really good.
Yeah,
it's really good. But ZP, so we have the Street Brawl coming up. I want you to explain to the rules to everyone out there of how this is actually going to break down for all the viewers interested.
Yeah, and how it's going to work down is pretty darn simple. It's going to be everyone set to all random, and we're going to run it through twice, NA versus EU, and, you know, just a fun showcase for the community. We had so many requests from people saying, hey, we want to see some Street Brawl, and we thought, you know what? We're going to have the best of NA play against the best of EU. It's going to be all random. Who knows how it's going to go down, but should be entertaining.
And then the winners of that play us, right? Is that how it works, ZP?
Absolutely not. I mean, we have 4. We could go into a Street Brawl right now, but it would be more of a street slaughter in that instance.
Come on, Jake, you got to show them up with the green and furnace. I know you can make it work against Abraham or Melee
Creeps. Best, but I don't know if we're taking
resist maxing. Resist maxing.
Well, I mean, going into this blank, you know, we've all played Street Brawl a bit. What heroes are you looking to get if we get into this for either of the teams? I mean, I think we know like the common really good ones, Lash, Seven, Bebop, but is there any like sleeper heroes you like?
You got the War Crime combo of Seven, Warden, Bebop as well as Paige. That's disgusting. Yeah, that's a problem. I feel like if you get a Bebop, it's a good time. You're having a good time. Hyper Beam, no knockdown. You get unlucky, it's over.
That's for me, Jake. That is the most disgusting thing I've seen is enhanced unstoppable round 1 for Bebop, and I was like, okay, why am I even playing anymore? This game's over. But we do see our teams here. So we've got for Melee Creeps, DMB, Scout, Saya, and John up against Hoot, Demov, Saint, and Together from Abraham's. Can we get some maybe earlier predictions? I don't know what server this is going to be on first, CP. Maybe you can tell us.
It is on London. Random. So here's the logic. Both games are going to be played on EU, and the reason is that overall community-wise, it wasn't one of our tournaments, but in the most recent Death Slam events tournament, you had Abraham's coming over and playing all on NA territory, so it felt a little bit fair to give him a gimme here and be like, you know what, we'll play this one on London, you know, even the scales a little bit. It's even for a community event.
Not Spain, ZP?
No, not Spain. I didn't hear what you said first, but no. That is the bottom level of the iceberg. When people start talking about Deadlock 10 years from now, and they talk about the early times, you're going to have like the small amount of people that are just like, do you remember the Spain servers? Do you remember the form? and there's going to be a few knowers be like, oh yeah, I remember that era of Deadlock.
Well, now we know our roster, Jake. without heroes, right? It's random, right? Your prediction, it's either you get it right or you get it wrong. Which way are you leaning for this?
I think it is really too close to call. I guess I'll pred Abrahams just because, you know, hey, they have a little bit of a server advantage on the ping, and maybe they high rolled the heroes, but there's so much randomness when you have random heroes on top of the street brawl. But I think that'll be more fun, right? Rather than it being about picking the most meta lineup you possibly can. Some of those AoE clearing ults are just a little bit broken in street brawl right now.
Okay, Blank. Like we did before with our MVP. Do the 3, 2, 1, and we'll save the team together, okay? Lock in here. Lock in. Okay.
I'm thinking.
I'm gonna get in so much trouble from one of these teams.
2, 1. Melee creep.
Abrahams. Oh! Okay, all right, we're split.
I'm gonna go with a cat and Sue. I'm a cat guy. What can I say? This is I will stick to my guns here. That's a smart cat.
We got 2 Abrahams. We got 1 melee creep. ZP, where are you falling? Ignore the heroes. Don't look at the top.
I gotta go for melee creeps. I mean, even though look, I gotta go full burger here, Sane. Who knows how it's gonna turn out, though? I mean, the RNG is actually pretty incredible at the beginning. What you're really looking for is a great enhanced item when you still have your reroll. If you re-roll an enhanced item, you're going to get another enhanced item in that slot. So right now, I'm not sure who we're on, but maybe you don't necessarily want, well, in this case, you want the tier 6 of Boundless Spirit. So that was a tough call. You go,
wait, DMB that's a nasty roll for Yamato on round 1.
Roll.
Yeah. Boundless plus point blank, like once she gets, you know, she's a little bit squishy, but she has the ulti, and then, man, if this build gets online, we also have Green and Furnace, Saya bringing it together, the full Spirit Resil.
Huge.
This looks pretty good.
Spirit Strike as well. You got to love that for him.
I will say, I feel like melee creeps crush them on the draft. Like, this is a giga draft. Like,
but by the way, does this actually end up Remington? You had John, Mr. Gun himself, just randoms into the Rem.
I mean, I feel like it's the one hero I'm like, or one of the few heroes I'm like, you really just can't play gun. Your second skill means you can't use anything, right? Like, you can't use your gun at all. So I suspect we won't see that.
The issue I'm seeing
maybe street brawl.
There's no sustain at all in Abrams. They're just gonna get poked out.
Wait, hold on.
Imorph is going crazy. Hold.
Wait, DMB? Maybe DMB is not a Yamato player.
He's used to farming for like 30 minutes before he gets involved in these fights, so this is a little bit odd for him.
So thank you. It was looking pretty good for the Abrahams right now, putting some good damage down. Saya healthy enough here to just be annoying, and I think this is going to be, it might actually be Gunram. I mean, he does have the...
It's in John. Yeah, it's in his DNA. He sees intensifying mag is like, you know, I can't not pick you. I love you. Like,
he looks at items before he looks at the hero he's playing.
Yeah.
He chooses all gun.
I genuinely think Vindicta's actually an issue. Like, if you don't get knocked down for Vindicta, it's an issue. It's definitely a problem.
That is true. They're kind of lacking heroes to jump on top of Vin, where there's no Bebop or Lash who's going to just chase you down.
Have you ever been hit by 3 anvils in round 2 of Street Brawl? Because I have. That was... Oof.
Yeah, are they enhanced anvils or just regular anvils? Because that determines if I say yes or no.
Mix of both, but in your case, Jason, I saw the clips earlier. There's probably like 3 enhanced anvils and then piano to finish it off.
Bro, okay, we don't all play Warden when he's like super OP, and then Holiday when he's super OP, and then, you know, come on.
I had a random queue, Warden, 7, Haze, as well as Dynamo. We were just running and screaming, you can't buy knockdown for all of us. So we were just rotating them out. It was bad, but they effectively could not knock us all down. It was good.
Wait, Saya's tanky, man. He's hard to kill. Listen, Furnace. D-Mob maybe was finally going to get it done. It's kind of close. He's the ignite him. Okay, D-Mob. Get your job done. It's actually a pretty close round 1. But I fear this next round of Affliction is going to be big for melee creeps.
You know, it's kind of impressive in the ARAM mode that you get an isolation stack on Drifter in that situation. It's not as common to come by.
He's building up into the game, even if they lose this round.
I feel like Drifter is actually the worst hero in the entire game in Street Brawl. And as we see the tower goes down, it's going to be round 1 for melee creeps.
I never doubted you, melee creeps. Woo! Never doubted you.
He needs like 3 rounds before he starts getting any good. I think John actually making the creeps stronger is a bit of an issue. Like, they're constantly crashing the Guardian right now.
That's a good point, actually. It's pretty valuable for Ram. You like buff all your creeps, send them slamming in. Oh my god, he got Tank Buster? This is illegal. Although he might take the enhanced bullet resist is pretty good too.
You got to resist.
You can re-roll the
You got a
enhanced
Tank
here
Buster.
too.
No, you got a Tank Buster here. You got to just YOLO all damage Yamato. You'll get the green items later. Wow, he goes Spear Result. Okay.
Ooh, Spirit Burn.
These are tough
Standard
calls. He's
mode.
getting insane rolls, man. These are like such. All these items are so
It is
good.
busted.
Okay,
Well,
he
who's
goes
got
Devil
enhanced
Result.
Headhunter though? And is that enhanced counter
Oh,
spell
it's on
for
who?
Demov? Enhanced
Wait.
point for Saint? Damn.
John just got enhanced pillow or enhanced Tank Buster, which means the pillow.
Is it a body pillow?
No. The point is, enhanced Tank Buster pillows are coming out. They're like the nastiest pillows you've ever seen.
Bro, this enhanced warp stone though takes some getting used to because it's like
Is it longer
double the
range?
distance, right?
Oh
yeah, it's
my
like
God.
20 meters
Yeah.
instead of 13 or something.
That's kind of crazy on Pocket though. If you could like use it properly, as Darkness popped by Demov, they're gonna be able to find any quick kills off of it. Seems difficult. DMB's so tanky with those resistances.
He's resist maxing. I'll tell you, it's the way to win brawl.
It's probably true. Just surviving and continuing to push creeps is huge. DMB, the ulti on Yami's healing, but he's so incredibly low.
Oh, I thought the bullet resist, spirit resist is going to pay off. It kind of did.
he was just
Should've
soaking
drafted
damage and
downless.
ults, you know, and then he's gonna come back and they're just gonna win. It's all part of the plan.
I think one of the interesting things in Street Brawl is like how much things can change after just one round based on items. Like your team can be dominating and then you can get thrown into the dumpster depending on the rolls the other team gets within just one round.
That enhanced Tank Buster has to hurt so hard right now. Player advantage though for Abrahams. They might be able to put a little bit of damage down on the tower. I mean, you can see the difference between like players at this level of play, even though you see a big Rem sleep here, catches up and he sets up the quick kill.
I mean, Demov is in the back line right now. He's causing havoc. He's causing
no
some
way, right?
serious pain.
DMB's about to put him down. Put him down like a dog. Vin all in for the tower.
I never doubted you, Abrahams. I never doubted you. I had you picked the whole time, I swear.
Can we get some fact checks on Jason Kaplan? I don't know if it has to go to the viewers or production. We just need like the actual prediction report. Count the flip flops.
Actually, so here's the question, right? Has
nice.
anyone properly figured out how, like, when do legendaries come? Is it only like round
It's just
4 that you can get legendaries?
4 and 5, I think.
Yeah, or I don't know if there's probably round restriction. It does seem like in general there's like an uptake in not
I've had
just.
one round 3. I've had one round 3.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah.
probabilities get higher and higher for better and better items. I'm not sure when the probability goes up from 0 from legendary, but
I think it's
definitely
also
get a lot
balanced
more.
too, right? Because if one team gets legendary, the other team also has to get a legendary. Because I've seen like tier 4s, like there's
That
one
would make-
tier
that would
4
make
round
sense.
1. Each team has one of them.
Also, knowledge
Enhanced
check.
armor pen. What does that do? I don't even know what that does.
Once you get to round 4 and 5, where you're most likely to see a legendary, save your re-roll because when you re-roll a legendary, it will always re-roll into another legendary. So sometimes you can get a legendary that does nothing for your build, and having the option to turn into something that might actually be good for your build is one of the most valuable things you can do in Street Brawl.
Hear me out. Is this ballistic enchantment affliction? Is a big boy affliction coming through?
It's interesting. You can also just go cape. I'm not sure what you put it on, or maybe even your first skill, right? The barrage.
I hope it's on affliction.
Oh, telekinesis. Big damage. The warp stone. Whoa, he's like, that's like a freaking majestic leap of the warp stone. Oh, the damage on a Demov. Demov came into the wrong neighborhood. No, affliction didn't go off though. That's huge. Now, Sai and John, they're clutching this. Watch this. Unkillable Infernus. Green Infernus activate.
I've seen it. I've seen it in the game night. It's true.
Parry?
Big one with it.
No way.
I can't believe what? How did he
He's dead.
live?
Ooh,
That's
last
it. It's
hit.
the green infernus, dude. That's where it's
Green
at.
Infernus. And he's got Infuser. Oh my goodness. This is a goated build now. Oh my god, he's risking everything. There's no snipes. Oh my god.
What?
He's alive. He didn't Infuser. Oh, it's working. It's working. It's working. Oh my god.
For the next 4 minutes and 11 seconds, Sire is effectively immortal.
Unstop on Vin, not enough. That's gonna be round 2 up for melee creeps here, assuredly.
I knew
Saint's
you were
coming
gonna win
back,
at melee
but-
creeps. I never doubted you a single time. I'll never predict a team against you.
I gotta say, if you win with Drifter Vindicta, is kind of different. Like Vin is not so bad, but since you know, like maxing snipe literally does nothing, and for drifter, it's like, how are you ever getting your passive? It just doesn't work, man. Like there's no way it works.
Death for Saya, no way. Enhanced spiritual overflow.
He already cheated death without the item. Like he doesn't need the cheat death anymore. He's already just horrifically stolen from it.
Oh, we got a legendary.
What does Hoot have? That's the aura.
I think that's mystical conduit. Yeah, I was gonna say conduit. But it's
That's the aura, right? I mean, the aura
yeah.
is good, but it's like the most boring legendary in my opinion.
Yeah.
It just like gives a broken aura to everybody. You're like, feels bad, man. Like, where's my infinite browns?
I like
just support.
the legend that makes you unstoppable, like just randomly, or not randomly, but like whenever you.
When they try to debuff you.
He's got concoction.
Oh, he's got unstable concoction. Yes. Yes.
What does this do? I haven't seen this one.
Oh, you no. Don't tell.
It kills you. It
Okay, don't
kills
tell
you,
him.
dude.
You'll see what happens.
All right,
that's
all
all
right.
you need
Wait,
to
is it
know.
because unstable concoction is the name of what is it? Alchemist skill in Dota.
It's
Increase speed, spirit. What? 3,000? Excuse me.
Yeah, but you die.
After the end of it, you die.
Yeah, you die.
Wait, can Yam tank it?
Oh, actually, I don't know.
Probably not.
Wait,
right? Probably
wait.
not with the ulti.
Maybe.
If it
He's
just
doing
deletes you. Like if you ulti at the end of it, you know? Oh, wait, he's just dead.
No, he's
They're
gone.
just all
He's
dead.
gone.
Yeah.
He's gone.
They're just
I think
dead.
Shiv is the only hero who can survive it.
because you
because
just
of
tank it with bloodletting.
Yeah.
Because what I will say is, I feel like if it's at the end of it that it nukes you, right?
It's an explosion, yeah. Like the very
Yeah,
last
like
second.
right at the end of it, you could just, if you can Yamato ult right at the end, you shouldn't die, right? Like
Bro,
from
just
the,
get
if you're
cheat
in
dead
the,
with it. Come on.
if you're in the transformation. Oh, they got crushed this round. I think DMB was trying to do that with the unstable concoction and just got popped. Like there's so much damage on the Abraham side.
Yeah, he was testing. I think it's like it's the last resort button. That's the way I use it. It's like I want 100 HP. I get 3k HP. I'm gonna do 30% max HP to all of you when I die. I'm going out with you.
I will say, I feel like if you're in like good players, it would just be impossible to win anything but the round 5 because winning when you have the walker advantage, if you're like a really good team that knows what you're doing, is so you have such a huge advantage defending the walker. I feel like it often in a balanced game comes down to game 5.
I feel like doing 3-0 or 3-1 is almost a mercy rule type of thing where you're just so far ahead of the other team that it's just over.
They got 3 Legos.
Oh, John has that's the buff scaling, right? That's the
no, that's the cloak, I think.
Is it ammo for Saya?
No, that's haunting shot.
No, oh god, he got haunting shot.
That's a broken.
That's illegal. That is actually illegal to get on anyone with a fast fire rate.
I think
He has
Demoff has electric
ricochet
slippers.
too.
Oh, the
Slippers are low-key. That's crazy. That's good for Drifter,
Yeah,
actually.
the
Electric
slippies
slippers are
good.
kind of nice. And 'cause
Slippies.
Drifter has crazy slide.
He's like skating, right? It's sick.
I will say, Mina's
Also-
build, like Saint's build is pretty nasty on Mina. It's like kind of weird, but in the end, he's just a Mina with superior stamina and debuff from River. Like he might just be unkillable.
We had a production glitch for a moment during the explosion before, and I didn't know if it was us or the stream. It was also the stream. So Yamato also blew up the stream with the explosion, as it turns out.
Unstable for nothing.
It's real unstable. It broke the fourth wall as Scout is in some danger.
Slippers.
He's cooking.
The enhanced counterspell, huge.
Get the disarm. Hold on. Saya turning around. Infernus, he's cooking.
He's haunted. He's absolutely haunted.
Oh, DMB.
He didn't use the unstable concoction. Where was it?
We got the piano. It lands. Saya. Oh my god, this is
I'm telling you, Vindictus insane.
All right. Wait. There's no way.
Hold.
All right, together is kind of big right now. They don't have anything to get on top of together, so he's actually kind of carrying on Vin.
Also, this is together on Vin. We're together normally, we in night shift proper competition, it's always together in the frontliners, but he turns out it's like, I can play some Vin.
They're going to get a lot of damage now, but... Well, actually, wait, maybe they can. Wait, the damage is real.
Concoction. And the flying strike.
She lived.
No way.
1 XP, they win with it. No way. Okay. I thought for sure the draft would go against him, but I guess you just don't have a ganking hero to deal with Vin or Mina, and they're just carrying.
We did it, Jake. We did it. You and I, we had Abrahams.
We get one more map. We get to run it back for one
Wait, we have to
more go.
redo predictions now? Is that what that means?
Yes, these are crucial predictions. That really test our knowledge of the teams to guess which team is going to get a good draft and good items. The most random mode.
What's your favorite enhanced item that you can get, Blink?
Favorite enhanced item, probably burst fire. Honestly, that item's insane. I do like enhanced rapid recharge as well. I had it on Viscous one time. It was depressing to play against for the enemy team.
Does that work with the legendary that you get too, right? Because you can have like 11 blades for Shiv or something. What about you, Jake?
I feel like my favorite is like the enhanced lifesteal items. Like people just don't believe that you could stand and man fight them with lifesteal, and then you just like enhanced leech is just insane for sustain and staying on the map forever.
I think if I'm not mistaken too, if you get like enhanced bullet lifesteal, you're always going to get enhanced vampiric burst if it comes up.
Yes.
Yeah,
not the enhanced.
When you get an upgrade, you keep the enhancements. If you take an enhanced lifesteal.
Also, that's why enhanced bullet lifesteal is really good, because you can always get it into a vamp burst. But I think the most ridiculous for me, if you get it early, enhanced headhunter is just dumb. Like you get 9% heal every 5 seconds while doing 200 bonus damage on headshots. If you aren't a hero that has a fast fire rate and you get enhanced headhunter, it's really, really hard to push you out of lane, and you're actually just pumping damage.
All right, unstable concoction looks terrible. No.
Bro, if you're Dynamo and you warp stone in with unstable concoction, you black hole them, you kill the whole team, right?
I mean, do you? It didn't seem to be working. He didn't kill anybody with it. He just died.
Like, it's 30% HP damage, like flat. So it's kind of sick. It's kind of sick, but yeah, I don't know what that last play was from the avatar. It does kill you. It does kill you. I don't think you could. You shouldn't open with it. I don't think opening with it's great.
Wait, so if you pop it but you die before it explodes, do you still explode or you just die and it doesn't go off?
Is it like a
you just die. You do just die. Unless something changed, because one time I had it, I thought, okay, I'm low HP, I'm going to use it to get the instant HP, it's good, and then I still got bursted down. I was like, at least I'll explode, and I didn't explode. So technically the counter is you just burst the person down.
I hate when I don't explode. I really wish I was going to blow up on that play.
Oh, I want to explode all over him, dude.
That was the intent, yes.
My God, Saya living on 1 HP is so crazy on that. And the Infernus, all right, I'm a big fan of the green Infernus. Infernus does feel kind of bad in this mode, to be honest, but hey, they won with Drifter, you know, anything's possible.
I mean, I've gone up against an Infernus who got Rico round 1. And I'm like, okay,
That's
well,
good.
I guess we just lose. And then he gets toxic bullets like round 2, and I'm like, okay, I guess we just lose. Like, I think Yoshi just hates me. I think he hears me like talk trash about.
I think I got
I don't really talk trash about the game.
Enhanced extended duration on Infernus once. That was pretty good. The burn lasts forever. Like they just die. Yeah, like toxic and enhanced
15-second burn.
They just cook. I light everybody one time, run away, repeat. It's just over for them.
Have you guys had an enhanced legendary yet?
Can you?
Yes, I have not had it, but okay, someone in one of my games got enhanced haunting shot, and that is, I don't know, I don't think you can lose. Oh, okay,
what
actually,
does haunting shot do again? Because I don't remember.
It does like, 10% bullet damage like every 1.2 second cooldown. So
10% of your health.
Yeah, 10% max HP. Yes. It's like a tank buster on rapid fire, and if you get the enhanced version, it goes to 15%. And now I think about it, I only saw one of my own games. I was watching Super stream, and Super lost having that item on his team. Like, I don't know how he managed to do it, but Super actually lost with that item on his team.
The will is the way, ZP.
And it should have been, dude. It should not have been possible. He lost like 15 games in a row queuing with Calvin that night. I was gonna go to bed, and I ended up staying up an extra hour later just watching the train wreck of Super being unable to win a game. It was unreal.
Okay, these guys are cursed. They just rolled Drifter 2 times. What are the odds?
Punch Mina. Interesting.
Just a quick remind chat as well here. This is just a little show match we're doing between EU and NA. We still have the NA matches to come up after this. This is the final series of the night for this Street Brawl, and then we'll head straight over to the North American Challenger match. So stick around. We're not done after this. This is not like taking place in North America. This is just a little, a little thing for the community to show off the new game mode that's currently out.
Also, this is the final game, just for time consideration. We don't have time for a full 3, so if it ends at a poetic 1-1 with NA and EU unsettled, that's just where we end at today.
Abraham's got this.
Oh my God.
Actually, no, they don't.
Where's
This
he
is
going,
a brutal
dude?
draft. You have both Mina and Pocket. Like, they don't have it's going to be so hard to catch any players. Like, all Abrahams have is lift.
They have explode too.
They can run in an Infernus, but the verticality is so sick here. Wait, but DMB though, does DMB have he ever played Pocket in his life? That's the key question.
Definitely didn't play Yamato, that's for sure.
DMB now actually getting the good hero pool. John just think to himself, how can I play Vindicta gun?
I mean, you can.
It's been played there that way in the
Hold on.
past.
The commitment, he's bouncing on it. Scout's bouncing on it. Trying to stun him, trying to stop
He's
the
actually
walker.
going crazy.
Wait, hold on.
People
They're
would be
gonna
proud of
This is
that.
holdable. Oh, the punch. Hold on. This is holdable.
wait.
Oh, crazy. He's crazy for that.
It's fine. Melee
Nah,
creeps
that's
scale.
sad.
They scale, okay? The John Johnny, what? He had sharpshooter, he had rebuttal, and he had debuff remover. Like, come on.
I mean,
little
rounds 1 through 4 are for the memes. All right. All right. Oh, upgraded torment pulse on Yam. Oh my god. Wait, Saint is hitting. Andy. Oh my god.
It's like
Wait,
97 damage a second. It's insane.
Saint is jackpotting on that.
97?
Yeah.
No, it is a crazy item. Upgraded torment. He's
Well,
got
the-
such good items, man. Holy
He's got
smokes.
rapid recharge. He's got rapid recharge on the goo, man. That's not bad.
And he also got that with enhanced BRS. I mean, it helps with the gun damage. But
Yeah,
also,
there's
they're
a lot
not
of
going
damage.
too hard in the gun so far, so the enhanced BRS not as good as others would be. But also, yeah, I mean, you look at Saints items right now. Enhanced Torment Pulse, you like that. Oh, wait, they also got enhanced Arc Fire on Taz.
Hit mag? Sorry.
Dima actually has a pretty nasty build too, like Arctic Blast. They really needed that extra catch. So Arctic Blast into his ulti on Infernus. Okay, maybe the Fire and Ice build for Infernus here is gonna do some magic. This could be a little scary. You have to not get caught. I feel like mid lane though is a worse role for the melee group roster. I think they're better in the side lanes where things are a little bit more open.
Oh, he did be punching. He's got blasted frame 1. That's depressing.
Could be in trouble. John couldn't resist drafting the cult sack.
And
yeah,
Cold Sack
this
is kind of
feels
OP
quick.
though.
He's gonna cook them. They're done. They're done. Oh.
Oh, this is so sad, dude.
Okay, this is
so
just
sad.
that was-
down. Is this
that was
are
not
they gonna
winnable for
make it?
Pocket.
All right. This is round 1 and 2. Surely we see the long range comeback here from melee creeps. They're just scaling. Building into the walker defense.
There's no way it's the mythical 3-0. That doesn't happen.
They gotta get through a
That
walker.
would be crazy.
Well,
That would be
let's not go. Let's not go. Too crazy. But we'll see what they get. I do think melee creeps. They need a little bit of a comeback item wise because I'm looking at their item build here and nothing is looking particularly great.
Yeah, these are some sus items on melee creeps. I will say sometimes you play this mode and you're like, what is going on with the items? Oh, this is looking desperate. Okay, Sai's getting some good stuff though. I mean,
Saint just rolled a Boundless Spirit.
and a silence.
It's over, dude. It's over. It's so over.
What in the
hell is
world?
DMB's build? What is this? This is nasty.
Oh, John.
I love when my pocket gets infuser. Let's go.
I mean,
Or not
he's
Fuser, but,
sort of
Inhibitor
gun,
is what I
he's
meant to
sort
say.
of gun pocket. I mean,
Oh
it's
boy.
kinda-
Infuser would be good. Inhibitor, not so much.
If only they didn't have 2 escalating, or not escalating, they didn't have, oh my god, what's the bullet resist one that stacks?
Huh?
Bullet resist, stacking, as long as you're
Are you
hitting.
talking about BRS or?
Oh, the magazine upgrade,
No.
escalating resilience.
Yes, escalating resilience, thank you. I was thinking escalating exposure for some reason. You see DB complain about 2 players having escalating resilience, that they're not going to do anything as gun against them.
Big move in from Saya. Gambling here. Nice counterspell there on the Infernus Ignite. But, okay, the blind is kind of
the
cooking,
blind.
actually. Oh my god, they're getting run down. DMB, we need a big affliction from you.
Yeah, I think you got to take it back about Drifter being bad, man.
Oh, yeah, oh, actually, hold on. The affliction's cooking him. But not enough. The Glock it. He's tanky. Not
DMB is trying to get the inhib stacks up.
He has to ult just to clear wave. This is rough, and he's dead. Oh.
It's actually the mythical 3-0.
The
That's
mythical
problem.
3-0. I said it couldn't be done, and they just did it. Holy smokes. Abraham sending a message. Hold on, wait. It's not dying that fast. Round 3 is so hard to kill the walker. The respawn's coming. Big advantage fighting out of the walker. They're backing out. Yeah, we got more round to play here.
Yeah, we got the snipes, and the snipes could go insane if he can hit some. That is.
This viscous build is,
they're all
this is a
resetting.
travesty, is what
They're
this
all
build is,
resetting,
man.
dude.
The full reset, I mean, it makes sense, although the Guardian may just get bursted down. Like, I almost think you all in the Guardian right now if you're melee creeps, because you...
Okay.
Yom's gonna die 1 second. Yeah, this is over.
No mythical
round-
3-0. It ain't happening here.
Nah, it's so the
sad.
walker
You
is
jinxed it.
so tanky on round 3. You just don't have the items to kill a walker like that.
This is
You know,
good,
they
though.
had-
It gives them a round 4.
More time to find some legendaries.
Enhanced metal skin.
All right, I think if Scout goes like, if he maxes his ball so he can use the Arctic Blast in ball, I could see this getting a little bit active. He has a metal skin, interesting. If I'm
Yeah,
not
but same.
mistaken, I got the enhanced metal skin before. I think the enhanced metal skin is like bugged. The debuffs that metal skin does to you are like worse.
Oh,
when
yeah, they're
it's
increased.
enhanced.
Yeah,
Like
the
you're
slide
even
distance is
slower than
worse.
normal. It's like, wait a minute. I took the enhanced metal skin. I'm like, I regret everything.
Dude,
Also,
it's neat, though. Enhanced torment pulse plus escalating exposure.
Also,
okay.
though, John just got enhanced spiritual overflow, and I think that item is one of the items that actually gets like ridiculous upgrades from being enhanced.
That is true because there's so many different stats on it. I will say Taz hit the freaking jackpot in this round on
What'd
the
he get?
Wraith. We watched the Wraith POV. He's gonna be beatman.
I mean, Saya got some sick items. Like, his build kind of ironed out towards the end here.
I think. Yeah, Taz has what is it? Siphon bullets, and he has so much tankiness on top of the damage. Oh yeah, and the upgraded silencer. That's what he rolled. Oh, he's blinking. Was he blinking? Holy smokes! Am I crazy? Yeah, he did. Oh, he didn't. What am I saying? The Vega. Wait, the soul affliction
He's
on the Wraith. They
suppressing,
recognize the
dude.
threat, but look at him. He's not strong enough. DMV with the Glocken. Oh, they're scaling. They're scaling as well.
DB's just like, I'll play this character, but I do know how to shoot. He got the inhib up.
Yeah, he has played it.
The inhib is up right now on Dima.
Oh. No suitcase, no suitcase. We got a heavy melee in. That's a crazy move. Okay, you just can't kill this pocket. He's unkillable. A bladed
He's got a
inhib.
Fury trance as well. It's crazy.
The comeback is real. We're going to 5.
Oh, and crushing fist. The Viscous is scaling into the max melee, max ball build. He's actually, I feel like once he gets max ball, the round 5, it's gonna be, their draft might be getting really good.
Infinite rounds.
Who is this?
Who is it?
Scout.
Okay, it's kind of garbage on him. I actually think he has to reroll it.
He'd have to pivot,
He did.
Gunny Bear.
He re-rolled it.
Yeah. Because you
What'd
can't.
he
There's
get?
no way you can go.
What's the other legendary? Can't tell.
I don't even know what that
Piano.
thing
He
is.
got
Is it the
piano.
piano?
He got piano.
Yeah,
he got
that's piano.
I mean, that's nice. You're never mad at the piano.
Talk
got
about
the
scaling.
prison?
The gift
Who's
for
got the
Saya.
prison?
I feel like gift is garbage. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe if you roll it round 3, but it just doesn't. I don't think it does enough.
I think
think
if you
it's
eat
GG.
round 4, it may be okay if you're on gun. I don't know if it's like doing that much. Although I will say the respawn reduction is pretty nice. Like you do get
true.
to go for a trade, and if you can trade and use your respawn, you actually can get a lot off it.
Okay.
Like it's more of a trade item.
It's not
kinda
the
where I'm at.
best item, but Prison Blast is probably the funniest
Yeah.
item. It's just, I remember the first time I saw that, I was like, what the hell is on my screen?
Dude, I got enhanced prison blast. My friend got enhanced prison blast, and he just stood on the walker. It's 10 seconds. 10 seconds of 150 damage a second.
It's fabulous ethereal shift, is what it really is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Very
it's
Fast
sparkly.
thing,
yeah.
by the way, enhanced metal skin gives you movement speed instead of slowing you down even more.
Oh, am I crazy? Okay.
Yeah, it actually gives you like the movement speed and dash distance, I guess.
Oh, okay. I saw big numbers and I got scared. Oh, you can't. It's so funny when people try to go on you and you pop this. Like,
You know, you're just walking down New York, and the murder hobo just suddenly starts shooting out lasers in all directions. Like, what's going on here? John though immediately gets crunched.
is it just over, man? Look at, they're still
Yeah,
healthy.
I think it
think Taz is cooking, man. Taz is unkillable right now. The turret on Wraith. Cheat Dad doing what he can to stall out, but even the short respawn time. Now we see some proper walker damage.
And the winners of the first annual NA vs EU Street Brawl taking home $100 million in their pocket. It's Abraham's.
I don't think we're
Street Brawl.
unless the US dollar really inflates. I don't think we're ever hitting that prize pool for Street Brawl specifically. Maybe normal Deadlock in a
How
few
many
years.
gifts do you think Saya got there? Like 15? I guess actually a 30-second round.
It was sad. It was not the eternal gift. It was the momentary gift.
Temporary gift. We gotta re-gift that bad boy. Oh my god,
You know, you're just talking about how, like, in some of these games, you know, you get absolutely stomped in some of these rounds, and all of a sudden it's a complete reverse stomp. It almost felt like it there for Melee Creeps. They almost had it.
I got to throw out a little bit of NA Defense Force here. I mentioned that these were London servers. It was more EU sided. So if you're in NA and you need to, add to your Defense Force, when you discuss this match, just remember, it was in London. It was closer to the EU.
Yeah, Melee Creeps got shanked. Am I right, guys?
I
dominated.
I said Abraham's gonna win, so I'm gonna take this victory to the bank.
I think
he's got a
Melee
nasty
Creeps are gonna
build,
win,
too.
right?
No,
Isn't that right,
was he?
CP? He said Melee Creeps are gonna win.
Oh, I did say that. I had the pretty
You
close.
can't trust Jason when he.
Oh yeah, no,
talks about his
Jason said
friends,
everything.
He's always right according to his telling. That's just part of the lore. Jason's never missed a pred in his life as long as you don't actually watch the VOD or see what he actually said.
Exactly. No one remembers. No one remembers what I
He's
said.
smart. He knows no one's paying attention.
All right, so our MVP. I don't think we actually have an MVP for this. Together, Radius though, 150 viewers. Thanks so much, man. Congratulations on the win today. I don't think we have much more to talk about, right? Like, obviously, we went through 2 of these street brawls. It was great addition to see. If you guys haven't checked out the game mode, go do so. But we got some North American Deadlock to come up, and hopefully that's the only defeat for Melee Creeps that they have today, because they're defending their title, I think, for an 11th time tonight, up against the winner of No Earnings and Bunny with Clock. And that's all going to be coming up after a break with the 2 handsome gentlemen to my side of Jake and CP. And we'll see you all on the other side of a break.
Nice try.
The Street Brawl intermission is over, but the rest of the shift is still yet to begin. ZP here with Jake, and Jake, now we get a chance to watch what NA has in store. Are they going to be playing Rem, and how are they going to be playing it? A lot to uncover here. Also, with a new team on the block and no earnings.
We'll see if that changes today, if they win some of the cash. Of course, it's a pretty tough ask going up against Bunny with Clock, who've been a solid mainstay, really holding down that #2 spot in North America. And of course, the Melee Creeps, now resident champions here at Night Shift. They've been winning more than 10 weeks in a row, really building a streak and building a name for themselves. So it's definitely gonna be a good one. ZP, we've got, of course, our challenger match into the money match. A lot of great NA Deadlock coming right at you.
Of course, if you're new to Night Shift and wondering what in the world is going on, well, we take the best teams in each region. We start off with our challenging match, and whoever wins the challenging match goes on to play the champion of last week. And in North America, it has been Melee Creeps all the way for months now. It has been a lot of Floormen versus Bunny with Clock, but Floormen, this may surprise people, Jake. It's never happened with this core of players, but they had roster changes this week, as it turns out.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can come back stronger. Maybe bring a different look, of course. Definitely always a curious one, but I also think this is just the reality of Deadlock right now. It's so hard to compete with the established top teams. I mean, they've really built not just their own individual skill level, but the experience to play as a team, the chemistry, and with players as strong as are on the championship teams in each region, it's not easy to unseat them. But that's kind of the exciting thing about this era of Deadlock, right? It's just to see how high those best teams can climb. What can they show us? How can they teach us about the game? I think so many people are probably tuning in tonight just to see what Deadlock Esports looks like what some of the best teams look like. And we're going to get we already had a showcase of that in Abraham's, and now, of course, Melee Creeps likely to match up against Bunny with Clock. Those would be the expected outcomes of our challenger match. But of course, we got to see who ends up making it there.
That's right. And of course, we couldn't do this without the help and support of our patrons. It means a lot to have you aboard the shift here, looking for new ways to, support the community and give back. Where, by the way, I think we actually owe you guys a bonus graveyard shift this week, because we were trying to get people in for the patch, and then the patch hit and no one was available when I was going around for it. So we have not one for this week, but also we're going to fit in a bonus one there too. And as it is, Jake, we had some movement here. Affix was one of our first executives, and they got promoted to board member just a little bit ago.
Yeah, huge appreciation to our patrons. Obviously, the board members doing nasty work here to keep the show running, allow us to be able to put on these epic events every single Wednesday night. We're here with that Deadlock Esports action. So it's a community show here. We're only able to do this because of the grassroots support, and the patrons are a massive part of that. So really appreciate them. We got to start theming our patrons now with of course the patrons in the game. We got to get like the Archmother executives and the Hidden King executives.
That's true. Hey, just get both of them in there. I do wonder at any point, I mean, probably not, but I ever wonder if you'll get extra patrons added into the game where it's like, hey, you have a Hidden King versus Archmother, but now you can sometimes get a third patron or a fourth patron far into the future. But, cool things that are theoretically possible.
That's a fun idea. I know in Dota we have skins of the Ancient and all sorts of wild stuff, at least sort of. There's like different customization. And I feel like that's one of those things that it's almost dizzying to think about the level of options there are for customization in Deadlock when you think about a potential launch for the game, and whether it's skins or custom assets. There's just so much going on in Deadlock. It's really a bonanza for Valve, and I'm sure it's something they're all thinking about, but of course focused on just executing, getting the game as good as it can be. And on that level, it's a great moment for Deadlock, right? We have a huge patch hitting, and we're just 1 out of 6 of the new heroes dropped really excited to see how the game evolves over these next few weeks, and especially how to see what the top teams here on the night shift show us, and how they can teach us a little bit more about the game.
Yep, and for those wondering, hey, how's NA been going on? What's the history of NA? We saw it in EU where Abrahams has been the top dog, well, for NA. Different teams, but somewhat of a similar story over the last few months. It has been Melee Creeps on top of the heap, and a lot of these teams have been the same team, just with roster changes, where Hydronation, of course, used to be the #1. They turned into Sneaky Golem, which turned into Floormen. And then they went through periods of readjusting, and the new kid on the block, Jake, was Bunny with Clock, which, kind of firmly set us into our trifecta of good NA teams.
Yeah, and they've been putting up a show. I will say I'm curious to see how they do tonight, if they're able to show a better look. I mean, what's crazy about the Melee Creeps is they seem to continue to improve. I mean, like, it's hard typically to stay on top and to build these big streaks, but Melee Creeps have proven real staying power, and it took them a while to get there. As you see, you look back in the Night Shift history now, around that, whatever, I'm thinking like from 9 to 12, there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, really, from the Melee Creeps, as showing up, not able to get good results for a few weeks there in the tournament, and then eventually able to overcome. So I feel like I never want to write off any of these teams, even Bunny with Clock. Like, they are that team that could very well be next up. However, Melee Creeps, man, when they lock in, they just put on a show for us. They put on some very dominant wins so far.
We might have the Spider-Man meme coming up next week, though. Is that so Floormen in their new roster shuffle, they have Rocker and Goober rejoin the team, and Hydration is off, but Hydration is remaking Hydronation with the name Hydronation. So there's a world where the Challenging match next week could very well be Hydronation versus Floormen, and some people are gonna look at that and go like, what do you mean? These are the same team. Not anymore.
Hydronation is a great team name. I would have been sad if we just lost it. As much as I do love the Floorman, Hydronation now has like legacy in Deadlock, and I think it would be exciting to see some of those players back in the mix. And maybe this is the type of update, right? We get all these new heroes. There's been so much more interest and excitement. So many people playing Deadlock. I even heard from a ton of friends in the gaming community, like, they're like, I don't play this game. I don't know what is going on, and it's just all over my timeline on social media. You can't get away from it. So hopefully, with that influx of interest, we see, hey, maybe there's more competitive teams forming, more players rising to the top and trying to compete, to throwing their hat in the ring.
Okay, so we've talked a lot about the new hero. We've seen Saints take on it in EU. We've heard rumblings of what some of the players in NA are doing, but there's someone known in the community, the prolific coach of Buff Enjoyers when they're on top of EU, and the man who I think many people rely on for the best guides in Deadlock. He's got some thoughts on Rem, Jake, and I'm going to drag him up here right here and now. Lightbringer, welcome to the show. I just gave you the grand intro, and okay, I see you're the Rem whisperer right now. Tell us what people aren't doing on Rem and what people should be doing.
Well, they're not doing anything. No, I'm just kidding. They're not doing. They're, everyone's going to approach this character like it's a support first and foremost, right? This character is a thieving little gremlin, okay? That should be your primary job. I'm getting like clips from people in my DMs, like they're trying to min-max their time until like, this is a 40-second tunnel time. I was like, dude, I don't care. Unless there's a Calico in the game, who else is taking the tunnel from you, right? You have the capacity to throw something away that can just grab stuff from the enemy and take it to you with no opportunity cost. You should be prioritizing that in every single game that you're playing. The other one is your tag along in lane and just ganking in general. I think this character is a great ganker, and you're a great health trader. So in early lane especially, you're worried about your health versus the enemy and like how much you're trading back and forth. I'm not seeing people interact with their gun at all. Like, I mean, the gun's a little bit slow, but I mean, you can heal for like 300 plus with just one, like, what is it? 2 helpers and 1 tag along. With the ally, so you can get a big heal. Like, you can trade like literally like half your health bar, and then just heal it up. And they actually can't do anything about it because it full heals the troopers as well when you go do that. But I'm not seeing, like, you need to be aggressive on this character, like actually aggressive early, and you need to steal stuff first. Don't, like, okay, if you're going and doing your sinners, and on your side of the map, like, all you're doing is stealing from your carry. They can do that. You should be the one trying to take their sinners. That's your job.
Yeah, it's something I haven't seen people doing, but like when I was looking at this character, I'm like, you should just be waiting in the enemy doubles at 8 minutes and like immediately taking both of them, and like if the enemy's not really on the ball. Like those resources are just gone, right? They have what 20, 30 seconds to react to that. It's pretty scary in terms of like the macro play of the game. And I also think late game, I feel like there's a lot of spots where there's a ton of sinners up on the map late game, and people are just too busy team fighting over key objectives to really clean them all. So, the macro advantage from that is very real. I think you make a great point. It's like those are the aspects of the character that, since it's more about the macro play, more about like the overall game strategy, people are still focusing on the execution. How are they just like, building their items? How are they playing, in terms of just like in one individual fight? But of course, taking that bigger macro perspective on the game, I agree, is like Rem, there's so much potential for how this character can be really annoying to play against in that like bigger picture economy game.
So Lightbringer, I need to ask, really on top of this, in EU, we saw Rem win both of the games they're playing, really on day one where the styles are not refined. Do you agree with the assessment that if Rem can win games like that where people are not even using really a lot of the potential there, that the hero actually is perhaps mega broken once people get a little bit more game time on it?
I think it's kind of a skill gap. That last game, I was tuned in. I actually I watched that last game on Rem because I was curious. Is this guy doing anything like innovative and interesting? And I don't think I saw him enter the tunnels a single time. And that is an issue. You move like 50% faster, and any movement speed items are, I think, doubled in efficiency. So if you buy enduring speed, it's 4 move speed. Like you gotta like use these for traversing the map, and that's why I think he's a good ganker as well, because you could just be, and you could be anywhere. You just be anywhere. But yeah, if people I think if people get good at this character, it's going to be a little bit problematic for balance. I mean, I'll put it to you like this: do we want a Page V2? I remember everyone said Page sucks, Page sucks, Page sucks. They changed like half a second cooldown or something, or like they give like 0.5 radius on her 3. Page OP, Page is OP, guys. I mean, she got a little bit more than that too, but I'm downplaying it a little bit. But she was good on release. She was not bad at all.
I mean, it's an archetype right now that, I mean, in fairness, like historically, it's kind of been the most imbalanced archetype, right? Because the only supports in the game are Kelvin and Paige. Realistically, I mean, there's sort of other characters like you can build like a sort of an IV support, but it's not really the heavy focus of what you're doing. The way like Kelvin for a long time, it was like you really are just there to heal. I mean, you can do some nice aggressive things in the lane and slow people down and set up fights, but it's really about these big team fight moments, about healing and supporting everybody and enabling your especially your frontliners, anyone who wants to be really aggressive, to be a little bit more unchecked in terms of what they can do. So I think if you think about the history of it, it's like Kelvin was super broken, now has been nerfed and is not nearly that anymore. Paige has kind of taken that throne, and maybe Rem as well. So support is maybe a challenging archetype to balance, because I think especially in it scales with the skill of the team, right? Whereas in a pub play, I feel like I don't really think Rem is going to be that good, frankly.
Yeah, he's not a
dominating pubs.
Sure. He's going to suffer there for sure. I mean, I'm sure you can find a way to carry pubs with him, but he's going to shine when you're playing with your 6 stack and you have like, UQ Abrams and UQ Shiv and I'll Q Rem, and you're just getting this missing health heal, and you buy Echo Shard for tag along, so you're getting this massive heal every single fight, and you're just invincible. Your whole team will just feel invincible. In a pub environment, it's like you want to win, you kind of you buy a glass cannon and hope you can shoot everyone to death.
All right, so we got to move along, and this is, by the way, thank you so much, Lightbringer, for coming on to give us the Rem report, where if you want to stand for draft, you absolutely can, but we do have to talk about the teams coming into play, and let's start with the challenging team, a team that we haven't seen here on the night shift. No earnings, and, Jake, I just look at the name, it reminds me of the old OW team. You guys get paid. Like, I've gone back in time a little bit.
Yeah, right. I mean, I will say I recognize quite a few of these names from Eternus pubs, so I'm excited to see what they're able to do. I always feel like when new teams show up here on the night shift, it's always exciting because there's usually, even if the team itself isn't that dominant on day one, it's like there's always, those new names now percolating in the scene, showing what they can do in a competitive match, right? Get out of the, ranked and random queue format and into like a proper draft and a proper match against other strong teams, and just show what you can really do. And I think that's going to be exciting to see some new players, new faces here on the night shift. If I'm not mistaken, I think Strider must have played before, unless.
We saw Strider, Braden, and Blur during the Trolley tournament in NA. That's where saw some of these players was during NA Trolley. But it's kind of the up and coming next generation. But they're up against the team that they're more veterans now. With Bunny with Clock, the team that Pashy Pop helped form, was the team captain, left to join the new iteration of Florman. And take a quick look at Bunny with Clock before we get into our 1v1 pillow fight. But, I look at this roster, people have really made a name for themselves, whether it be Matt going back to his days where, Matt was one of the most shut down holidays in the game, to Aiden just making a reputation as a Vindicta that at times teams have gone out of the way of the band way earlier than they would otherwise like, because Aiden is just so good at the character. We've really come to learn the personality of some of these players and their preferences over the last 2 months or so, Jake, as they've been one of the best teams in NA.
Yeah, Aiden in particular, I think, has kind of rocketed to the top of the standings as far as like the carry role. I think he's really, really top player for the squad. But it's not just him, right? Across the board, you have the flexibility from players like Gibbs and Matt to play a lot of these highly mobile options and bring that edge as far as the draft goes. And then, Tanner, you almost always going to be playing like these heavy frontliners, Cool Cheese on a ganker, and then Arctic. Also, that heavy flexibility can play like a secondary carry behind Aiden, but can also bring out the shiv and look really solid as like another brawling frontliner. So I think this team, it's like the roster has really figured out what their roles are and exactly how they want to approach the draft and how they want to build these team comps. And it's looked really good for them. They've still yet to, I believe, win that championship here in the night shift, but I think the moment Melee Creep steps off the gas, like this is a team that is absolutely waiting, is hungry, and that is really trying to earn that win.
Well, we got tradition here on the night shift, and normally it's a Mo 1v1, but, we're going for a little bit of something softer here, Jake. We got the Rem pillow fight in celebration of our new hero. Lightbringer, we just gave you the Rem icon here as we spectate what could be. You guys are
making these guys
glory.
fight each other? What's wrong with you? They're so cute.
Wait, the melees are so funny looking because they're like the same size melee as normal, but they're so little.
This character, I think he has negative melee resist as well. He's getting fried by melee.
Oh, it's over, man. Blur down. Destruction there by Money with Clock. The dominant Rem.
Dominated.
We should just always just have the new heroes be our melee 1v1ers. I mean, I believe our melee, I guess you're right, there's like melee resist stats can be different on different characters, but the size of the melee, is that the same on every character? It feels like it is, but...
It might be. It feels like it's the same. The size of the melee
hitbox or like even
they're all the
distance
same
from
they're all
heavy melee. It feels like they're all the same, but it's one of those games where I wouldn't be shocked if there's some like micro differences, like some hero scales the melee range or something, because that would be classic Valve.
No surprise with Mina ban.
Mina is getting broken, I think, right now. Although I will say this I believe ends the legacy of NA teams perma first banning Doorman, right? So I think Doorman, especially as we see more and more new heroes come in, I think we're gonna actually see Doorman maybe come back into the fold. I mean, no longer being able to do the earn shenanigans is actually a pretty big deal. However, I think that may be sleeping on the true potential of this character. And a first pick Shiv here for Bunny with Clock. Again, no surprise. This character looks super solid right now. Just a great aggressive frontliner, can play high econ, can play a little bit lower econ, and still be super effective. So with Billy and Mina out, super happy to grab the shift.
Yeah, and Abrams comes in right after, and this is kind of the interesting thing where there's some in the community where we still have to go over it after all the 6 heroes are out, but there's kind of a push in the community of, hey, we need to add more bans to the game. It's like, well, you definitely can't add them at the front of the draft because you're not going to be playing a Deadlock with frontliners anymore the way teams have been drafting, because it is a full run on the front line. But the one thing we see here repeated in NA is that the Paige priority has gone up week after week, where Paige, people just realized she's really good when it comes to support. Maybe not as overbearing as Kelvin was in his perma first ban, first pick phase, but people just realize how good she is in lane. And, I kind of want to bring the question to you, Lightbringers. Some people have floated the idea, that, hey, Rem is a Paige replacement. You don't necessarily see it that way right now, though, right?
No, I mean, I think the closest thing I'd say is Paige has a lot of CC. People are always complaining about barriers. It's her 3. Her 3 is one of the most annoying things to deal with in a fight. And her ult as well is is it better? It's probably better in mid boss, honestly, because it's just hitting everything. Nap time seems like a little bit more finicky. I haven't seen any really crazy plays with it, but I don't think it's a replacement though. No, absolutely not. She has way better wave clear and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's true. I think Paige can just play a little bit further back from the fight and still be super effective. And has probably bigger rewards, right? Bigger follow-ups on the combos. Rem is, I think, a little bit. I mean, Rem has this weird eco advantage, right? Where it's doing something that is sort of hard to understand the impact of, like, what it is to steal centers and distribute it to your team, or to be buffing side waves and having them like push even though you're in the fight. Things that kind of no other character can do, but it's the impact, I think, isn't as dominant and as obvious as Paige just having like a super sick combo follow-up for a knockdown.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, the other trend that's really been interesting, where I feel like we've gone through the cycle many times, is that Paradox, after some of the recent changes a while back, the playmakers started getting picked later in the draft. Like, we were seeing Paradox legitimately getting picked 5th or 6th overall for a team. And Paradox just continually goes back up there, and people are like, wait, no, actually, Paradox is a really good hero. We actually should pick it earlier on in the draft. And we're back up to Paradox suddenly being like, oh yeah, getting Paradox top 3, that makes a lot of sense.
See with Bunny with Clock, if they're going to go for their core here, they grab a Mirage for now. I wonder if they'll grab the Viscous, if we won't see Gun Viscous still look good. I'm actually a little surprised that No Earnings go with the Warden as opposed to the Gun Viscous, where, at least for me right now, I think the Gun Viscous is a little bit more potent on the carry roll with just how hard he is to catch. And Bunny with Clock, I think they're going to be quite happy to grab the Viscous, because not only does this give you like a really strong late game gun carry, but also he's still a great laner, right? He's still like almost a support in the lane in terms of the ability to have like an early strong start to the game, one that sets you up for success and kind of sets your team on the right path.
I got you.
Ooh, Infernus, okay.
I like Infernus. This character isn't bad. People are definitely
underrated.
sleeping on this hero for sure. Like, he is such a good, like, I don't know, discouraging. He's anti-frontliner. I mean, think about it. He's just putting stuff all over the floor. He's burning you. And I mean, I don't know why he fell out of favor. I mean, yeah, you have to shoot him a little bit more, I guess. But I mean, he still does his job just fine.
I can tell you why he fell out of favor. It was the overreaction. Deadlock players, I mean, Dota players kind of did this too, from what I understand, but the nerf came in where you couldn't insta restack his afterburn with just one hit. But a lot of the time, that doesn't impact a lot of the situations he was good at. And the only player in competitive across NANU that said, no, I still like Infernus, and clearly has still won because they haven't lost, is DMB on the Infernus. Melee creeps makes Infernus look good all the time, and the rest of the game is just like, no, we don't want to play that anymore. And I agree with you, Lightbringer, it doesn't make much sense.
Yeah,
he's still a good team fighter, and I agree. I think that the spirit damage reduction on the burn is actually huge against Yamato and Shiv, in particular in this game. Like, he's one of the few characters that, after the Yamato ultis or while Shiv is like going in aggro, it feels like Infernus is one of the few carries that doesn't completely just turn and run, right? They can actually, hey, stay there, get a new ignite on the Yamato after her ulti, take some of that damage off, and play to kite her, where at those frontliners, it's like, if you don't actually kill the Infernus, if you're chasing in when Infernus is just keeping you burned and keeping you debuffed throughout the whole fight, it's like, you kind of a clock on the fight. You can't kill Infernus 5-10 seconds in, and you're going to just burn to death.
So, Lightbringer, we're getting into games, so I just got to say, before we let you go, it's been a pleasure having you on for this quick little guest segment and tutorial on Rem. But if people want to follow you and get more of that insight, where can they check you out?
Before that, I got one more tip for Rem. Your one pillow hits work on non-heroes. You can shoot creep camps and troopers. That's just another tip that I didn't include in the beginning. That's a really important thing. But my Twitch handle is Lightbringer_DL. That's where you can find me out. I stream from time to time, pretty rarely, but yeah, I do stream sometimes.
All right, Lightbringer, thank you so much. And Jake, we're getting into it. No Earnings, their debut here on the night shift. Do they have what it takes to take down Bunny with Clock? We're about to find out. Bunny with Clock, though, you look at the two drafts, to me, I'm definitely liking the Bunny with Clock draft a little bit more. I think the bases are way, way more covered, but, we'll see where this one goes. Also,
I really like the Lash right now, I believe, unless we have the draft backwards, I believe we have our names flipped here. And I will say one thing I just quite like is the Lash. I feel like the team fight addition and strength it gives you, and I just saw it was Arctic on the Mirage, so it is going to be Bunny with Clock here on your Hidden King team. But I really like the impact of Lash in the team fights right now, because it just feels like there's not much you can do about him when he's just like chaining nuke after nuke after nuke in the team fight, and his DPS feels actually so high if you're not able to like catch and lock him down. And the top Lash players right now, it just feels like so incredibly hard to shut them down, to actually catch them and get on top of them once they get a couple defensive items and a superior stam online.
Yeah, Lash has landed in a good spot after he wasn't really in the meta quite as much for a while as people realize, oh, you know, actually pretty good. Also, you don't even see people grab counterspell as often versus him nowadays. People at times, at least at pro play, will be like, no, I don't actually want to pay the tax to deal with it. I'll just, you know, get out of Death Slam the old-fashioned way. But, you know, looking at the other lanes here, going to mid for Bunny with Clock, they're running up with the Yamato Holiday, and that's a classic, just really high burst damage comp in middle. And yeah, you got Ward and Paradox on the other side, but between the two, I actually give that one the Yamato Holiday if played well.
Yeah, and even this Paige Abrams lane, you know, like in theory, this lane is pretty tanky and pretty hard to deal with as a whole. As I say, that's a great pin, good connection there onto Arctic. And now Abrams healthy, getting that barrier, pushing in there, taking these Mirage debuffs and some daggers from Shiv. And the movement's going to be good enough to get Tanner and Arctic out of there, but this is a lane that you really want to be quite dominant for Abrams and Paige, right? To be able to catch and find some kills, especially on, you know, two really ideal heroes to shut down early. Like, you know, Mirage and Shiv are both heroes that want to start off a snowball. For Mirage, is a little more of a farming perspective, where Shiv can actually really get active in the mid game with that ult and online, as long as his game's pretty solid. Curious to see if we'll have any rotations in from mid, as it looks like Holiday's kind of leading this way.
Yeah, Cool Cheese may be on the way over, and right in time, just as Abrams hits the pin. Here comes Cool Cheese, so 3-on-2 here on the right, and a quick retreat here from Blur. Definitely doesn't want any of that in the beginning, but, you know, you talk about a lane that can usually get out of some of these attempts. It probably would be Abrams Page. You have the charge, which you can use for defense if it's still up, and the barriers, so it's not the easiest lane to come in for, at least prior to Ultimates being online.
Yeah, I feel like Holiday and Lash, they really do give you an edge in the early game, but just the ability to get from the side lanes to the mid and vice versa, and you know, just show up and interrupt some of these setups when you think you have a good fight going. It's going to be hard. I think the rotations are going to be a little bit less forthcoming from no earnings, but if they can just hold things down stable and just survive these ganks, I mean, there is always a cost to a gank in terms of the economy. Well, you're getting great catch on the pin, but unfortunately, it's just Mirage. Arctic, instant tornado out.
You look at it as like, we got him, and Mirage tornadoes away. I mean, I think that's also why when Mirage is good, it's just one of the more solid characters in the game. Is that, you know, when you think about what you want out of a character you want to get farm, ideally you want a character that isn't all that easy to take out with a gank. I think it's actually one of the weak parts of that Warden. Warden is, you know, pretty gankable, but trying to pin down a Mirage, a Wraith at times, or an Infernus, you know, easier said than done, even when you come equipped with things like Slowing Hex.
Yeah, and in this lane, I feel like you can kind of disrespect Abrams the way not many characters can, just because of Tornado's ability to get him out of sticky situations. So it's a little bit scary as far as trying to get
Pretty
aggressive
mid.
here in the side lane. But yeah, looks like there's some activity in the mid lane. And Yamato's super low here, getting just, ooh, heavy punch from Braden, parry miss from Matt. Is the trap gonna proc? Not quite. Holiday just barely gets out of from it. And Braden putting a lot of pressure on the mid lane. Lash, hey, coming in to feed, I guess. You come in and roam, come to my lane. Braden locks him up here, finds a couple of key kills, and talk about a snowball hero. I mean, Warden wants to farm for quite a while, right? Hit some of those later power spikes, but these early kills, they get you moving on some of those farming items and kind of start you on that journey. Arctic as well, straight up to the mid lane, so full party lane here in mid. Bunny with Clock really don't want to back down as far as pressuring this mid lane.
Full rotation. Lash isn't getting quite joined, and it may end up being a bit of a lane swap where perhaps Gibbs goes and, yep, grabs Vitality. But I wonder if Gibbs now perma swaps to left.
It's a great buff to find on Infernus in particular, I think. You already have so much damage, and you just now can kind of trade with impunity with that Vitality buff. So Aiden's going to be under some pressure in the side lane for a while now, but he's managed to farm up very well. I mean, Aiden definitely going to be the carry in this game. Gun Viscous already 5k souls. They're giving him a lot of solo souls, letting Lash roam and grab boxes. Gibbs just playing very low eco. And so as far as the feeding souls to one player goes, it's definitely Bunny with Clock who are getting a little bit better out of the side lane.
In terms of your economy allocation, you're definitely happy where things are at. Charge, though, in onto Mirage. Mirage immediately going to tornado back, so just a trade out of damage here is Shiv in the Chaos getting a few knives in as No Earnings, I think, loses a bit on the poke war there, and it's going to be expressed perhaps in a little bit of Guardian damage.
Spear damage for Shiv, and yeah, real trouble here for Paradox. Should be just cut down. Tanner has to use the ulti, though. I think that's maybe a little bit more than you would have loved to expend, but they just worried about the possible interrupt there from Paige or Abrams. Just secure that kill. Take one home to the bank. And Arctic's kind of reaching this point in Mirage where it's getting a little hard to stay in the lane, right? Every time you peek, he's debuffing you. has that second point in his passive. Shiv, though, hold on. Captivating read under the tower. Paradox is back into this lane, coming in for the roam. You're trying desperately to catch Tornado. Beautiful Tornado as well from Arctic to dodge the rallying charge, and I think Tanner's out of this too. It's a rotation from no earnings. Not finding the kills yet.
That was a little bit of Ultra Instinct for Arctic there. He was using the Tornado no matter what, right as the Page ult comes on through. But hey, you take what you can get there. It does make Mirage all the more slippery when you get bonuses like that. However, Tornado's still on cooldown. Captivating read in. Pressure in from 3, so not the easiest spot for Arctic to be in here. Already brought down to half as no earnings. Just looking to get pressure on this Guardian or take it down outright. See if there's any other rotations that come on in. For now, going to be forced back, wait for the creep wave to catch up as, you know, the right lane looking very active. Charge, though, still up for Blur. Working his way in, looking for a target. Nose Tornado is back up now, though, for Arctic.
Yeah, he really wants to get a dive off. Still has this gun buff for a few more seconds. Holiday, though, coming in from behind. Should be able to interrupt this tower dive. Goes on the Paradox. Not going to be able to find the skill connections. But Abrams now not getting the support he would have expected on that dive because of the Holiday rotation. Maybe Blur able to play his way out of this one. Shiv has the mobility to chase, but Blur just regenning up, man. Abrams, so sustainable, gets the extra barrier as well. Heavy melee, even connects on the Cool Cheese. He's gambling it, but Tanner finally shuts him down.
You know, that's a funny part in fights like that where you know that you're going to die without taking a risk. Even if you get parried, it may be worth it to go for the melee in situations like that, because the worst case that happens is you die when you're already going to die. But maybe if the other side, for whatever reason, doesn't execute in the parry, you get the miracle. So you can get a little bit of extra damage there for Blur in a situation where you're absolutely going to die no matter what.
Tanner getting very close to that Spirit Spike. Could become a real annoyance, able to just show up into some of these fights, pop everything on one player, get a quick execute, and kind of go back to the farm game. So Tanner's definitely investing in his ability to deal damage early. They want to keep pushing the tempo. Great lasso onto the Paradox. He was trying to be tricky, but Holiday dragged under the tower, and G-Freak cut down. That's a nice kill, fed towards Matt on the Yamato.
Yeah, and you look at how Cool Cheese is building. It is really just full on prioritize getting kills early on. I mean, you still max barrel early on as Holiday, generally speaking, but the early slowing hex is something that Holidays were not always building, but now realize, well, no, if you're on a hero where a movement ability is going to ruin your initiation, yeah, open up with the slowing hex to make the lasso something that's going to hit, because there's nothing that hurts more as a Holiday player than the tempo going to the wayside. But Ivy trying to get piece of Shiv here. Tanner getting the back up here for Cold Cheese into the Amato, able to find Hypno, and yeah,
Shiv on the 3 streak there. Getting exactly what he wants. Finally going to get onto the Spirit Spike. Arctic took a ton of pressure in the side lane, though, in the meanwhile. Is being dove. Yeah, Blur is going to be able to finally get that kill. Took the rotation to accomplish it. The Sidewalker goes down on the other side, but Aiden getting active very early. Has the Colt Sack. Has the Bullet Lifesteal, and is just showing up now. Really turning into a problem. He's at 10k souls. He's not going to wait and hit a later timing. He's going to have his impact right here and right now. And I mean, you might have a healthy Guardian here, but I'd be a little bit worried about that when it comes to the gun Viscous.
Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time before we see Viscous looking permanently happy for the rest of the map, the way that this game is unfolding right now. Because when you look at the economy allocation, right as mid buffs are about to spawn here 10 minutes, so we're going to have our first turn, going to have buffs up. You really, overall, like 11k in the Viscous, yeah, you've fed your Infernus a little bit, but Bunny with Clock, much better overall positioning-wise if Aiden can keep this up and, you know, not get caught off. But early urn control going to go the way of Bunny with Clock, and, you know, we talked a lot about last week with the urn change. Getting urn control, period, is a lot more important than it was previously.
Yeah, it's much harder to interrupt when somebody goes for the dunk unless you have really the perfect heroes for it. Jatism forced into a defensive combustion here on the Infernus and is still going to get cut down. Matt with the Torment Pulse for the finish. Arctic, meanwhile, cleans up the Guardian, and this side of the map is just completely dominated by Bunny with Clock. In the mid lane, Paige trying to do what she can, but this Guardian is still very healthy in mid for BWC, and maybe the rotation can change that, but they're kind of coming to try to deal with this urn. Paradox pushing mid at the same time means less resources to help assist with that urn control.
They're going deep on the intercept, right by the Walker. I don't think they quite get it. Instead, they get jumped on by Viscous. Aiden going out to protect the urn carrier, but that was a very aggressive urn intercept that we saw on the mini-map that No Earnings was trying to go for. And the urn still kind of hanging back by the Walker. The problem here, though, is that so long as you're sitting here in the defensive spot, you are giving up a bit of map control at the mercy of the urn carrier. Bunny with Clock, though, the fully reestablished and they're just going for the dunk. Is there going to be an intercept? Holiday up, over, gets it in, and now is there punishment here? Last stand coming out, the lasso for the interrupt, and Braden, maybe all sorts of dead. Still, charge comes in, a little bit of disruption. Still may work out here for no earnings, last stand or no.
Yeah, the rallying charge, huge there, turns the fight around completely. Aiden, a little bit of a missed puddle punch there, has to goo ball to just get out of the situation, not a winnable fight. Strider making his impact felt there on the page. The impact of that rallying charge, right? Swinging, turning around to fight. Can't be overestimated here, and Gibbs has that Lash ulti online, so you got to be worried now. Looking into some of the team fights, I think Gibbs really getting involved would have made a huge difference there, but had to defend mid from the Paradox push. So well played on the macro for no earnings there. And Jatism stealing some camps there with that rapid recharge. I mean, that's one of the nice things about rapid recharge in Furnace. You can farm actually like a demon on this character, right? Being able to just clear camps with one skill press and just be on to the next one.
Viscous liked the recent changes as far as it goes, given the fact that anyone that had good spirit nuking of creeps was a fan of 30% less HP, 30% more spawn. It gave them more ability to get quick farm on the map. But I think it's worth noting, you know, despite some of this going against no earnings and, you know, giving up the urn just a moment ago, you're still only within 5k aggregate. Like, yeah, you're not loving the fact that Viscous is at 14k right now, but they've made up some distance here. They got Braden up to 13, Jitizim now at 14. Truthfully, anyone's game at this point.
I think the problem that you need to solve, though, as no earnings, is really around this mid lane. I mean, the position is so dominant for Bunny with Clock that you're not even really able to pressure this Guardian at any point. It's just emblematic of how this whole center of the map is really controlled by Bunny with Clock, giving them better rotations. Ivy trying to fly in and catch, I believe that was Coochie's on the Holiday, but he's just out of there, man. Ivy not even getting vision of his target.
Bunny with Clock looking to seize the opportunity here if they're able to get one. Arctic, though, dies while this is going on. Caught out. So Bunny with Clock down one. Tanner, though, able to even it out. Finding G-Freak and three-man dive into no earning side. And, you know, fight is still taking place here. Got a few people on the roof. Tanner, though, full HP. Doesn't really care too much. Doesn't actually get hit by the charge. Tries to go out with the parry. Doesn't hit it. Gives up a few melees here. The Blur. Blur, hot pursuit. Already gone down the half. Bloodletting or no. And some serious damage in for the Abrams. No earnings that, you know, causes Tanner to think twice.
Yeah, they're going to go for more. Chasing in. Big pin onto two. Shiv goes down. Holiday just running for the hills. Doesn't have that lasso. The bounce pad is going to make things awkward. Matt now pops the Shadow Transformation in the small room, trying to fight it out. And maybe getting enough done here. Matt getting the kills from the heal lane. Continuing to fight this one. And Holiday.
Cameron just ran bouncing. And yeah, Holiday. Lasso's been used, and the fight's cooling down a bit.
That's a big save, though, from Matt. Being able to come in on the counter engage there into the Warden ulti and yet still find the kills. I think for no earnings, you're just happy that Braden gets out of that one alive on the Warden and gets back to the farming, right? A death, a downtime would be pretty painful here. I will say Jatism farming up a real storm on Infernus, and he's hard to kill now. Has the 4.8k spike on both Spirit and Vitality. Going to be a really vexing hero to take on in a 1v1, and even in the team fight could be a real problem, right? If you don't deal with the Infernus, what we talked about, he puts that clock on heroes like Shiv and Yamato, reduces their outgoing damage with the burn, and then on top of that is putting down very significant damage.
Also, I think with the Page, I kind of land on the side that I like the no earnings late game a little bit more between the two teams. Now, of course, getting Spirit buff as Shiv is awesome, especially with the build that Tanner's going on here that's just Spirit heavy to begin with. But all in all, if both teams are even in farm, they both have things that scale, but I like no earnings more. Blur is able to find Gibbs. Not quite sure how that happened, but it's a big pickoff as the urn now is able to get picked up by no earnings. So a shift in tempo here between the two teams. Last time around, Bunny with Clock had the pickup, no problem. This time around, no earnings. They get their chance at the dunk, and they get to do it while up one. They won't get there quite in time before Gibbs is back up with Death Slam, though.
I will say Aiden is already pushing down the right lane here, and they're not really rushing to do this urn. It's kind of hostaging it with the Abrams, but you're going to have to drop the urn and make a defense if you want to keep this right lane walker alive. Paradox coming to do just that with the help of Page behind, but this right side of the map is a dominant one for Bunny with Clock. There's a lot of players here. Holiday with a lasso, one connection's almost assuredly going to be able to find kills.
Have to play around the wall, though. Actually kind of stymies the lasso. You can't lasso through it. Like, it'll actually get stuck, slow down, and I have hit people through it, but it does, not
but
likely.
It's so hard, right? Yeah, because it stops the projectile. Hold on, burn, dive on Infernus, but Infernus going way too deep. The bleed, he's ticking. He's incredibly low. The life still just barely keeping him alive, but Gibbs is going to get that chase down. And Jatism biting off a little bit more than he could chew there. Didn't expect this many players from Bunny with Clock to be around the mid lane. It might yield a free earn, but in no earnings, they've been a little bit inconsistent about pressuring the earn, and now they're not able to pick it up here. It's starting to walk back towards the fight. Matt pops Shadow Storm. Big ulti now from Gibbs, finds 2. Abrams still gets that big slam off and puts some more damage down. A rallying charge as well as his pin. Stunning up some of these players, but Matt is still full HP on this Yamato. Abrams starting to get low. 8 stacks from the Mirage. He's going to pop from this one. Super low HP. Tanner finds the execute. And now, elsewhere in the fight, Ivy trying to get what kills that he can. Cool Cheese does go down. Are they going to be able to deal with the Viscous, though, in the side lane?
Flash getting the earn while this is going on. Gibbs looking, finds it, gets the dunk. No earnings, down 2 here to 1 on kill so far. Jism back into the fight. A bit outgunned here. Lash, though, burning, gone. Can't get a little bit of damage out towards the end. So, Infernus getting his pound of flesh and getting out successfely.
Is he, though?
You know,
where is he? Did he juke
I think so.
I think they're still chasing him. They're looking for him.
No.
Yeah, okay. Big, heavy melee. A little bit of a gamble from Tanner, but just expected, hey, look, you're not canceling that flame dash. And Shiv, ooh, the bloodbending. I think he's okay. It's actually quite close, man. If he doesn't get that kill with the heavy melee, he probably dies from that.
That was on Knife's Edge. Of course, while this is going on, I think the thing that's a little bit worrying for no earnings, it's kind of interesting. They're up 1 Walker outright, which is the good part. The downside is that this 10k lead could very easily snowball out of control with 3 walkers down at half HP. That means if Bunny with Clock is able to get another good skirmish, they could conceivably get all of them down within that period of advantage, which would just instantly put the lead to something that may be insurmountable. So no earnings, if they give up even 1 more fight, it could be on the path to the end here. So they have to play this next moment really carefully. As Bunny with Clock, they're spending a lot of time in no earnings territory.
Yeah, they're able to hijack a lot of those jungle camps away. Arctic also has the Ricochet, so has gone quite aggressive in terms of the item build here. He hasn't even gotten the green spike and is going to be another major damage dealer in these fights. So they're kind of trying to deal with it. I like the builds for Infernus, right? You can't tank Infernus. You have to just kill him and stop his damage from coming out. But I think the builds they've gone for really represent that fact. Like, they're all offering a ton of burst damage. So Jatism's going to need a lot of support from the team to be able to stay alive and actually get those burns felt through the fight.
Blur was just surrounded by enemies on all ends, but you know, things perhaps get a little bit hot and heavy here on the left side. Yeah, you got Mirage and Yamato taking the fight here to Walker as the charge comes in middle. That's able to take down Jitizim. As off in the middle, Tanner gets quite low from the attack from Blur. Still, left-hand side is getting a little bit wild as they even get G-Freak down as this is going on.
Oh, what a cue from Aiden. Saves the day, shows up, and is now turning the tables on Abrams. Rallying charge a little bit too late. Didn't expect that level of DPS coming in. And now here comes the chase. Ivy, beautiful pickup on the page. Saves both of their lives. Would have almost certainly been a team wipe here for Bunny with Clock with the way Aiden the Destroyer was just running them down. Opportunity for a mid-boss, but maybe not with these low spawn timers.
The spawn timers were just a little bit average. It was even 5 seconds longer they may have gone for it, which, you know, kind of a consequence of the recent spawn timer change that hit right the mini patch before the big patch. I think we actually just saw a consequence of it right there.
Aiden, happy though, getting back to the farm. He's just been alone on this right side of the map. He doesn't have a walker there, but I mean, that's the power of the carry Viscous. He's able to play in these parts of the map where he's taking a big risk for being there, but just has the escape to survive. Abrams interrupting a kill attempt on Page. This may have been ill-advised. The slowing hex doesn't seem to do much to Lash. He still makes it up out of there. Matt, big ulti, high impact, a little huge ulti though from Gibbs, a better death slam. Drops 2 onto the floor, and Jatism is just gone, evaporated in Furnace. Not able to do anything in the fight. Matt baits the engage and picks up an 8 streak.
That may have been the game. You lose 4 people there. You've set up Bunny with Clock not only for a mid-boss, but an earn dunk and even walkers on top of it. Jake, they're going to claim everything perhaps off of this, and the lead is already at 25k before they've even hit some of the lane walker gold or turned in the earn. A disaster of a team fight for no earnings that really puts them on the back foot. I mean, we'll see if G-Freak wants to come on in and try and steal charge here. Honestly, at this point in the game, I wouldn't hate it, but also it's not very likely to work.
The zips are so bad. I do think, like, as bad as it is to give a full triple rejuve away, if you just come in 1v4, 1v5 at this level of play, this is not working. You're just gonna throw good money after bad, and you're gonna be giving all the rejuves plus a feed. I will say, hold on. Speaking of a feed, Shiv, what are you doing here, bro? Is he pinned under the walker there? Was that a catch from Blur? There's no way out of this one. Surely, Shiv things. Release Shiv with 1v5 here, but not today, Tanner.
I would think they'd go back for that rejuve at some point. This isn't the first time we've seen teams delay the rejuve, but
there? Okay.
Yeah, this is like next level delay. Where
now it's getting crazy.
Anyone could go there at any point. I mean,
they actually forgot about it. There's no way, right?
Yeah, I don't know if this is forehead or like some sort of gigabrain. This is,
bro.
This is, guys.
I mean, I guess the thing is, for no earnings, you don't know. There could just be someone standing on it waiting. Oh my god, that's so greedy. Like, there was no one there, man. Like, a hero could have snuck up, like an Ivy could grab it and fly out. Like, that's a
okay. Tanner dropping the raffle. They did not know.
Yeah,
they actually didn't know. They're like, wait.
That was way too risky. I mean, I understand somebody waiting on it, but leaving the pit with the rejuves. I mean, hey, teams in Dota have left the Aegis in the pit before. It has happened in pro play. So I mean, anything.
Oh, I haven't even looked at chat yet. I'm expecting when that moment happens, when the rejuve has been there for too long on stream, I'm just going to see like 322s get dropped there and be like, hey, what's going on? It's not the last time that's going to happen at some point, though. I guarantee you, we'll be like 3 years into the future and some pro team is, I don't know if you call that a C9 in Deadlock sense or what. Maybe whatever team does it first.
C9. The other week, we had the creeps finishing the game, man. So, it's anything's possible in this game. I will say the funny thing about that is, if you just started watching Deadlock, it's a very niche mechanic, but when you pick up that final rejuve charge, it resets the timer on the rejuve. So actually those 2 charges are going to last quite a bit longer. They delayed it by almost, I think, more than a minute.
It inadvertently worked out really well for them because no one realized. The other team didn't realize either.
Nice pressure on this walker, and I don't think this is possible to defend here from no earnings. Although, hold on, Paige maybe sticking around a little bit too close. Here comes Lash over the top, big lift, grabs one, drops her to the floor, and you're super happy to grab that Paige kill. It's now just going to open not only this walker, but the possibility for one at mid. Arctic TPing. Looks like there's a fight in the mid lane as well. G-Freak doing everything he can to move his way out of this fight. Lash and Shiv are going to just stick around and finish off this walker, but Abundance Clock are just full court pressing everywhere on the map right now with no earnings, dropping low. So many players on death's door. This could be the end of the game, ZP. I mean, this is turning into kill after kill. No earnings, falling apart under the just withering pressure of Bunny with Clock.
They just don't have win conditions left. They are horrifically outstatted now by soul income. They still got 2 rejuves, and it's been the world's longest rejuve push because of just forgetting. It is the worst of all scenarios for no earnings, on top of the entire team being wiped now. So, yeah, they're going to lose mid-walker, they're going to lose Guardians, and when you look at their team comp, they do have a paradox, but even if you get a swap at this point, the other team's up 50k, you're probably just going to die after the swap. And even if you don't, the rejuve is still up for half its duration still, just about, Jake. It's unreal.
And the Viscous is so potent at sieging these bases. They're just going to be happy enough to grab a set of mid Guardians. Matt is also taking some side Guardians, but he's all alone there. I think it would be very risky to stick around on this one. Has Colossus up. Oh, man, he's such a problem in these fights now. I mean, a couple of those fights, right? You've attempted to go on the Yamato, started things off with the Infernus, putting those burns down, but then it's just Lash coming in like a ton of bricks. Jatism just doesn't have the answer on Infernus. I wonder if he's built something like a counter spell yet at this point in the game, because it just feels like every time you go in, you're trying to fight the Yamato and the Shiv, and Lash just crushes you from the air.
Also, we saw it with the one earn contest, which was when things did start to go the other way. We didn't really talk about it last week, but I actually think Lash's value goes up a little bit in the new Urn. Where you think about the old Urn, you really loved Doorman, you loved Kelvin, you loved Viscous for the delay. I mean, you still have Viscous right now because he's just good in all ways. But Lash, I think, is one of the few heroes that can actually chase down, intercept an Urn, and really change how the Urn is played if the other team has it. Now, in this case, he's just transporting the Urn, but I do think, Lash's theoretical utility has gone up a bit with how the game is played
50k advantage. No earnings. Okay, they just give up the Urn, but they may have been in the worst of both worlds. Baiting the initiation, but here comes a huge hit from Gibbs. 3 picked up, 3 dropped down, and that's game DP. No earnings, just cut to pieces by Gibbs. Ivy trying to get back into the base, right out of the stone farm. Comes the lasso from the Holiday. Matt just laying in the damage. Still has refresher on this Yamato, still not even close to out of gas. Jatism just doing what he can, putting some burns on, but now just has to get back into the base to survive. But Bunny with Clock, 30k soul advantage, every player alive. This one is done and dusted, ZP. They're going to that money match.
Bunny with Clock showing it doesn't matter who the opponent is, they can get into the money match. Of course, you know, they lost to Floormen the last 2 weeks, but...
Wait, Jatism's going for it? Okay, no way, right? Okay, that's
a bit wild. They're gonna get the shrine here and at least first stage patron, but you're up 70k. Just stick around, complete the Hidden King's will, and get yourself in the money match.
I mean, they might heal, I would say. I think it's not crazy to go back and heal one time just for security, right? Like, if you try to end here and you end up throwing the fight, it actually will just prolong the game drastically. But if you just reset, wait for, you know, like Lash ulti again, that's part of the problem, right? Is like, there's nothing for Lash ulti in this game. I mean, people could build counterspell, but that's not really an answer, you know? It's like, it keeps 1 or 2 players alive. Jatism has it, you know, Braden has it too, but it's like that, if that's just for the Lash ult, it's you're not in a great spot, right? You don't, I mean, you have knockdown on Page, that's kind of the one thing. Fight started now in the mid lane. No Earnings just taking anything they can get, trying to find an attach into this fight. They do have Cool Cheese super low, but Matt has popped that Shadow Transform in the center of the fight. Jatism doing what he can to put these burns down, keeping some people healthy, but the stat check is just way too real. Aiden cutting them to pieces. He gets one look at you and he just eats you alive. Page, not long for this world.
It's not even just that. It's also, at this point, Matt and Tanner can run at you and almost 2v6 your team. And that's before considering the just hellacious stream of goo that Aiden is throwing your way. Jatism, as mentioned, I mean, reasonable job of stacking birds mid-fight, but absolutely cut down towards the end. Second stage of the Archmother is about to get blown up. Bunny with Clock back in the saddle. They're going to get their matchup versus melee creeps in the money match right after this.
Bunny with Clock. I mean, a well-deserved victory. I will say for No Earnings, right? Still having some good moments in the game, right? Still having able to compete in the laning phase. I mean, we've seen a lot of games in Night Shift where some newcomers have just had a laning phase blowout and it feels like they don't even get to play Deadlock. I don't think this was that extreme, but I will say once we started getting into that objective play portion of the game, you know, looking for those bigger team fights, it felt like Bunny with Clock just had the download. I mean, Gibbs with so many decisive Lash ults, like when those Lash ults go off, the fight's over every single time. I think 3 or 4 fights where Gibbs essentially just crushes the game on his own, and the team is completely ready for that, right? Matt and Tanner baiting the engages, frontlining, making an aggressive move, and the follow-up is just always there. So the difference in coordination, the difference in experience here really being felt. And No Earnings, their first showing here in the Night Shift, so hats off to them for turning up and playing for the fans. But today, it's going to be Bunny with Clock going up against melee creeps there in that money match.
And as far as first showings go in Night Shift, I think rarely, maybe not ever, I'm not sure if a team has come into the challenging match their first time around and actually got into the money match versus what is usually the number 2 team in the region. But this was a pretty darn good showing from No Earnings. They kept this game pretty close for the early to mid before eventually Bunny with Clock, they were able to get the Earn intercept. They were able to get what was a really good fight leading into mid. But this was not a stomp. This was not what happens sometimes where you have a really strong team versus weak team and it's 20 minutes and done. No Earnings showed some real potential at points in this game. It just didn't all pan together, and once they fell behind, they just didn't really have a way back in.
Yeah, it felt like the draft, not only just the heroes you had, but just the way they executed them for Bunny with Clock. I feel like they had a really clean idea of exactly how the team fights were to take place. I mean, Arctic, Tanner, and Matt did a great job of baiting and starting these initiations, and the follow-up is just always behind them to the point where for No Earnings, it's just like, how do you even play into this fight, right? There's a Yamato running at you, and you know, you can try to burn her with Infernus, you try and start the fight that way, but as soon as you do that, right, the punish is there. And then not only that, but there's saves on this team too, right? You have Aiden being able to cube somebody, and I think that's partly why, if we're going to look back in the draft here, I feel like going for the Warden over the Viscous was a big mistake, actually, for No Earnings. I think they needed the Viscous to be able to actually tango and challenge into heroes like Yamato and Shiv without the possibility of just getting like instantly deleted by a Lash Rod. At least Viscous can cube himself and maybe ball out of a scenario like that.
Well, all in all, you know, take a look at the score screen where we got the new fancy score screen now here, Jake. You know, things just get better patch after patch. We're going to add some of the enhancements we had to the score screen back in at some point. But, you know, for now, the default score screen, it's been upgraded. And you take a look here. What stands out to you, Jake?
I mean, I don't want to be too harsh on the no earnings players. Like, they got blown out here. This is a beatdown of a game, so I wouldn't worry too much about anyone's individual stats. Aiden going deathless is, I think, a great sign though for the team. I mean, that's exactly what you want in a game that's going to be this good for you. A deathless carry is just, that's really the goal. I mean, other players taking deaths can easily be worth it, right? Getting in the mix, taking some fights, getting some trades off. It's not the end of the world for the rest of the team, but having Aiden be deathless and be, you know, dominating on the objective damage front is exactly what you want to see in a game like this for carry.
And as I look at it here, you know, the other thing of note here too, we didn't talk too much about some of the item buying trends, but you know, the one item that's in a much better spot now in the sense that not everyone is buying it. In fact, as I look here, I just see one bot throughout the entire game. Cultist. No longer is everyone in the cult, Jake. I think before the recent creep change, we were in the mode where half the lobby, if not more, I mean, we saw as many as like 9 cultists in a game, and we're not doing that anymore. So that has changed, and I kind of feel like the item balance has never been a bit better. Even K-Dash, like, you still see a lot of it here, but even the small nerf that came in, I feel like we saw a little bit less K-Dash here today. So item variety feels like it's in a better spot. I guess the one trouble point here is that Stamina Mastery is just kind of getting bought by everyone, and the usage rate is going up because, why wouldn't it? The item is actually just really strong, especially as everyone has been using more of the instant air dash tech.
Yeah, the game definitely in a great spot as far as the item balance goes. I think, you know, you can always complain around the edges and find the little issues here and there of an item being a little bit better than another, but I feel like this is a great moment for the Deadlock history in terms of the freedom you have on a lot of characters to go for different builds and approach things in different ways. I feel like none of this is solved. Like, you look at some of the builds, like for Matt's build this game, very, very different than some of the Yamato builds we saw in EU. So a lot of room for innovation, even at the highest level of the game, is a great sign for Deadlock.
Well, we got to talk about our MVP on the Hidden King side for Bunny with Clock. And it's the one, the only. It's Gibbs on the lash. And Jake, you just got to give it up to Gibbs. The intercepts that we had, especially in some of the key plays of the game, Gibbs had himself a really good lash game. Multiple good ults that changed the tide of battle. Also just pretty good play in the neutral and getting good damage in off ground strike, whether it be from the early laning phase to latter parts. But you see plays like here where at this point in the game, it was pretty close to even, but Gibbs, right place, right time, was able to put Blur into a bad spot, was able to get the urn, and, you know, was a key reason as to why this game went out of control for Bunny with Clock.
Yeah, just so many back-breaking ult fights, really, from the lash. And, you know, you could look at a lot of the team here for Bunny with Clock and think, okay, Aiden, you know, crushed the game, Deathless super farmed, Matt and Tanner having a bunch of big fights and playing, like, a really aggressive tempo style. But in the end, I think the lash is actually kind of the difference maker in these decisive fights. Like, when the game is actually won and lost is really the lash ults in this game.
I will say, you see it in the highlights here from the no earnings end. Blur had one hell of a game, especially until things went out of hand. Right place, right time on the Abrams, multiple key pickoffs. You know, there's one fight in the middle too where you look at it and go, wait, that's a 2-man charge. Wait, Blur just killed 2. It didn't work out in the end, but you know, no earnings. They had some key star plays there, even in defeat.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a team that I want to see some of these players, you know, keep pushing, keep trying to find those looks, right? And yeah, I feel like it can be disheartening to take a tough L in your first appearance, but you know, we did have those moments, right? Especially one of the things I look at is if you're competing in the smaller numbers fights, because that's where, you know, from perspective of somebody playing ranked and like the way they learn the game, if you're competing with the top players in like the laning phase and things are very close, I will say, like, being able to compete in a full team fight against a team that's been playing together for months and months and super well practiced in terms of how they approach them, how they itemize, how they work together, like they're just well drilled as a unit, is so much to ask for. But as long as you're competitive in the lanes, it's like your mechanics are there, your fundamentals are there, you can compete on that level. It's just a question of being able to get there as a full team. So that's the thing that takes patience. It takes time to build that synergy in a game as complicated as Deadlock. I mean, I feel like this game has some of the craziest team fights of any game I've ever seen. And so no shade to the no earnings guys. I definitely want to see more from these players and see if they can continue to build up their skills over time.
All right, well, Bunny with Clock, they've made it to the money match yet again. Is this going to be the week that melee creeps fall, or do they show that they are still the ones to beat in North America? Coming up next, it is the North American money match here on Deadlock Night Shift.
During
All right, the night shift returns. It's time for the North American Money Match. ZP here with Jake, and the Melee Creeps look to defend once more against Bunny with Clock. They've been missing from the Money Match for 2 weeks, Jake, but now they're back, and from the looks of the last game, looking better than ever.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good showing to go into that money match, build some confidence, but of course, different beast waiting for them in the Melee Creeps. I mean, this is what are they 12 straight now? I mean, seriously, a dominant reign of terror here in North America. It's been months since we've had another champion. These guys are just maybe best in class on every role. I feel like you look at the player like Saya, you know, especially at a moment when you have a bunch of new heroes coming to the game, and we just have one for now, but it's right in his wheelhouse. And then on top of that, you know, 5 more rather, coming down the pipe is a great moment for some of these very flexible, very experienced players. And then when it comes to the gun carry, man, who does it better than John? So this is a team, so many assets, so much they have to work with. You know, you're really going to need a best-in-class performance, everybody turning up at the same time to get this win for Bunny with Clock.
Also, before we get into Melee Creeps roster, big shout out to Zimbo dropping $10 into the prize pool over the last match. Just dropping the message of how. Honestly, I forgot the timing because it was in the middle of the cast. I didn't immediately go to it, but someone did something that made Zimmo go, how in the world? But we are now going to look a little bit forward into the Melee Creeps roster. For those wondering, what does the top of NA look like? Who are the stars of North America? Well, it's the Melee Creeps. And, you know, the reason why watching teams like No Earnings is interesting because Melee Creeps, they had that same path, Jake. They didn't start out as the champions, even if they certainly are now. And every one of these players, a household name in North American Deadlock. When I look at it, you know, I think about the gun carry that often comes out of John, whether the historic pocket play out of Ido whenever it goes there, though. You know, now Ido, his hero pool has really expanded, Jake. He used to be someone where people will go, oh, just ban pocket and Yamato, and he won't do anything. Not really the case anymore.
Yeah, I love Ido and the Shiv too. I mean, he's such a strong player. Like great stream to watch for players who want to learn the game. Although maybe in a way it's like almost not helpful because he's so good at doing like every tech in the game all at once. You're like, might be a little bit overwhelming if you're a new player. But the guy's a beast, man. Anything he plays, just so much individual skill and playmaking. Just really plays Deadlock on a different level. Look at somebody like DMB, super stable on like the semi carry role, where he's gonna get farm, but he's gonna also be super active, fight a lot in the early game and bring that tempo. So I mean, that's what Bunny with Clock were able to do in the last series. So we'll see if they're able to bring the heat and to go toe to toe with the Melee Creeps. I mean, they've taken a few games here and there, right? It hasn't always been a 2-0 beatdown. Melee Creeps, they've not always been clean with it, but they have always gotten the win, at least in recent history. And so for Bunny with Clock, I mean, you have the weight of expectation against you. At the same time, maybe that takes some pressure off. It's like, look, Melee Creeps the heavy favorite. They're super expected to win, but they have to keep delivering week in, week out, always with that target on their back.
You know what I just realized, Jake? DMB may be the most winningest NA player of any other NA player because he's been on Melee Creeps throughout their entire run, and DMB was also on a lot of those early Hydra Nation teams if you count the old Deadlock Fight Night days. DMB has been on the #1 team in a lot of instances where, yeah, you know, he had a bit of a downtime between, you know, getting removed from Hydra Nation and going on the Melee Creeps. But if you add his early Hydra Nation days to his current Melee Creeps days, I think DMB may just be the all-time leader in winning of weekly tournaments in all of Deadlock.
He's got to be, right? And I think for good reason, right? This guy not only brings a lot in terms of individual skill, but also a great communicator and leader for the team as far as, you know, how they're going to approach that game. And if there's one thing we've seen in competitive Deadlock, feels like that reigns supreme. I mean, you have to, like, it's table stakes to have great mechanics and to be, you know, really solid individuals, but your ability to fight as a unit and approach the strategic aspect of the game, thinking of all 12 players on the server at once, that's really the bellwether, I think, that makes these top teams so dominant and hard to shut down in terms of their streaks.
Well, speaking of streaks, we showed it at the beginning of NA, but to look at again, since Night Shift 13, which by the way coincided with the trolley tournament that Melee Creeps won, they have been on a legendary tear, just winning everything. And also, I gotta give a shout out to our production here, where their logo, they nearly downgraded on their logo back in the day, Jake. They sent us, you know, an AI slop logo at the beginning, and our producer Solomon said, no, send us something with heart and soul. And we got the business cat, which, you know, brings us back to the old days of, you know, Photoshops with love as well.
Business cat goes crazy hard, you know, like it's iconic. Now there's no going back. And all it took was a little bit of soul, a little bit of feeling. Melee Creeps, a lot of fans, of course, I'm sure, in the chat cheering for them to get this win. House is on your side. We'll have to see what the predictions look like. Channel points can be won and lost here on the night shift.
You know, I haven't even gone for the channel point prides here. I had a few big wins, and now, you know, I have to ration my points. I had some big losses.
I go
there.
all in every time, no matter what. So I never really get that many channel points because I'm just an absolute deviant when it comes to the gambling addiction here on channel points. Non-financial advice. It is channel points advice, though. It is.
Yes.
You can't sue me for that. I think. I hope.
I mean, like it's America. Well, it's really
It's
global,
America,
but
so they probably can. They probably can.
There is a world where it could be the case, but we are into the draft. Don't have to wait. Abrams taken down immediately. We'll see what Bunny with Clock responds with here. Of course, last draft, Bunny with Clock said, "Nah, we don't want to play against Mina." We'll see if that's going to be the same here, and also if Melee Creeps decide to bring in the Rem. But it is more the same here, Jake. Mina taken off the board right away.
Yeah, you don't want to give that first pick Mina away. I mean, in a way, it's like speaks to the power of Mina. Hey, if you don't ban it first, like you have to ban a second pick character. Melee Creeps, I wonder what they're going to go for since they've taken Abrams out. There's it's Shiv. Could be over Billy. And by the way, hide in the bushes. Hidden the bushes. Just dropped 200 for the prize pool. Huge dono.
Oh.
Shout out Hidden the Bushes. Little hide on bush action for any Faker fans.
That is hidden in the bushes. After looking at it, I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, oh, I looked at the upper right. Massive support to the players. Thank you so much. It really means a lot, especially in this period of time when, you know, it's Q1. It takes a little bit to get sponsors back online again, but, you know, hopefully soon. But, you know, the community really coming in clutch to make this great for the players at this early stage. As Bunny with Clock, Jake, they decide, yep, we care about the front line. And this is something that NA does a little bit more than EU at this point, where they see Yamato as just as important as a frontier or top tier frontliner as EU treats Shiv, Abrams, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Yamato get picked a few times in EU, but you're right, it has been super popular in NA. Melee Creeps double down with the Geist. So this is a character who, you know, when the enemy team has a stronger frontliner than you or an overall stronger front line, then I think Geist is actually one of the preferred gun carries because it's a character that can actually stand toe-to-toe and fight in that close range engagement that isn't forced to just run back and retreat to put that gun damage down. They also get Lash, which I think is another great character to have in this spot because it says, look, if you're gonna like be so invested in that low ground, in the brawl, and in just being so powerful in that little death ball, hey, we can just crush you with the huge lash ult if you overextend group up.
This is kind of interesting. They prio the Warden over the Viscous. I still think the Viscous prio is better, but maybe this is a ploy where they go, we don't want John to play the Warden. But also in terms of hero pool, I don't know if John was going to play the Warden anyway. Yeah, exactly.
Already on Geist here, almost no matter what you're going to do, because Geist is that like character that wants to get ultra farmed and an Infernus ban. So okay, some respect on the threat of the Infernus pick against Bunny with Clock. In fairness, I mean the burn is super annoying on Warden. DMB has also been one of the players willing to pick Infernus and showing that it can be super dominant.
It may have been targeted towards DMB. Actually, now I think about it, like the Viscous ban response is pretty good. Although on the same note, I don't know if you go Viscous and Warden. You can still play them together.
I think you would honestly just to snipe it, but like just because I think it's so good right now. Like just have more gun carries. I mean, you are super greedy as far as the carry roll goes, but I think you probably. I mean, at least I would have taken the Viscous over the Mirage here if you had both options.
I kind of feel like as I look at this, Bunny with Clock, I think they're low-key targeting DMB a little bit here because they grab Warden, which DMB still could have played. Like he's played Warden when John is on other things.
They've taken so many of his characters away.
Yeah, and then on the other hand, I think Melee Creeps is going after Gibbs' hero pool a little bit because Gibbs, when we've seen him, he's played a lot of Lash recently and he's played a lot of Viscous. So I kind of feel like both DMB and Gibbs may be a bit under the gun, which is, if that is the case, it's classic NA. NA is a lot more brutal about targeting people's hero pools than EU is. Not always to the best results.
I will say, I think this is like part of the game, right? To play at the highest level in a draft scenario, especially if we, add more bans in the future with more heroes coming into Deadlock. Like, you're going to get banned out if you don't have a wide enough hero pool to compete. It's not, in ranked, you can just kind of play whatever. The drafts are a little bit more wild and wacky, but in competitive play, you need to have that broadness to the pool and to be able to flex to multiple characters. I wonder if this is not going to be just a DMB Gun Ivy. I mean, I don't think Gun Ivy is really all that great right now, but I think it is a character that you're like, hey, we have our gun player, we're going to throw him on Ivy. And a Rem gets picked up for Bunny with Clock. Got ignored in the last draft. Page untouched, by the way. That's crazy. I feel like this is a snap page for Melee Creeps, no? Unless they're going to have Saya on the Ivy and pick up a DMB hero in the 12th spot.
Anyone from you watching this is losing their mind at Paige not getting picked at all. Not picked nor banned. Hayes coming in as the final pick. Now, I do wonder, this could be, I mean, we go far enough back in time, DMB did have a Hayes era. It also could be a Gun Ivy, which I tend to agree with you. I don't think is all that great at the moment, which is why when Ivy gets picked, it's more Spirit. So I think it may be DMB Hayes, which, if that's the case, look, I think this map is actually pretty droppable for melee creeps. I mean, DMB is a good player, but this is putting DMB really far out of his comfort zone. We haven't seen DMB on whether it be Ivy or Hayes in a very long time. Like, DMB just hasn't had to worry about because no one gave a crap about Infernus Gang played.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the hero lineup shakes out, but thanks to Speedman, T-Speedman, for a $50 tip to the prize pool. So this prize pool is actually getting really buffed up. Thanks for the community support, guys. Of course, your direct donations are going to go to that prize pool, allow us to have something a little bit more enticing for these competitive players. But then also any subs, any ad revenue we're able to get on the channel allows us to be able to continue to run this event week in, week out, every Wednesday night. So whatever you support, whether you just watch it and turn off your ad block, God bless. But if you're able to be a patron or sub to the stream or even donate directly to the prize pool, it makes a huge impact. But that's enough of that spiel. We've got a game to play. It's the NA money match. And I have a different theory, ZP, about this hero. I think this is a scout Hayes. And I think Hayes, actually, I think the EU has really been up on the Hayes. We saw Hayes getting like banned a little bit more in EU. People really respecting it. I think Hayes is actually low-key a very sick sort of tempo ganker character. Think of it really as more of a Calico, more of a Viper than the conventional carry. Like, you do build into that gun damage, and yeah, you are going to be able to follow up some of your own setups with some good kills, especially around the ulti. However, I think just invis, sleep into curse is just a ridiculously broken ganking combo. In the late game, the ability to scout people out full invis is and set up fights with that is just, it's really hard to compete with.
Well, funny enough, I think Hayes, you're right, that Hayes is more of a playmaker, but it's kind of a different category playmaker. I almost feel like you have proximity run at people playmakers, in which case, like, the hero that at times will play the most similar role to Hayes as far as how competitive teams run it is Mo and Krill. Like, the same idea is like, you know, you run at people. It's just a little bit different than how Holiday, Paradox, and Bebop play that, where it's more about displacing people into something where they can't get to a jump pad or, you know, have an easy escape. But when Hayes has played, she has played much more in a, you know, early roam, high tempo, give you an advantage at the beginning of the game. The downside about Hayes, which is also kind of the downside of Mo and Krill when you played in that role, is that if you get behind, the ability to come back with the Hayes is a little bit less good than if you're 10K, 15K behind on a Holiday, Bebop, or Paradox, generally speaking.
That's a great point. You know, you want to be kind of dominating the map, I think, to really make Hayes look good, where you go from, you know, fight to fight and people aren't quite ready for you. But if your own team is like struggling to get into the action and struggling to find kills, Hayes isn't going to have that like counter initiation. She really needs to start the fight. Whereas if the enemy starts on you on Hayes, you're just useless, right? You really can't contribute to the fight the way a Mo could actually maybe play his way out of that scenarios. And actually, wait, I think I'm wrong. It looks like it is going to be DMB on the Hayes. So I'm really curious to see how he plays this. Is he going to go for like the higher eco style, or is he going to go for that high activity? And shout out to Slacker Cat for the prime sub on this classic pause lock. If you're just joining us in Deadlock, we got to have our traditional, conventional opening pause at the start of the game.
Everyone just noting the shadows. The shadows have overtaken. Drifter got mad. Drifter has not been picked a whole lot in competitive Deadlock as of late. He got forced into the street brawl, perhaps, and after forcing himself in the street brawl from the random, he's now just done a little bit of Eternal Night across the map. As it is noticeably darker, Jake. I see what the players are talking about.
Yeah, it's interesting. A little bit of scary aura here on the map. Thanks for the cheers and the subs, guys. It looks like channel point Freds are about 75-25. At least for now, we'll see when that closes. But people favoring melee creeps, but giving Bunny with Clock a real shot, which I think is fair. This team has earned that respect in all the weeks they've been playing in Night Shift. Some big trades in the side lane. Yamato bringing the heat here to DMB.
And we'll see how this goes down. I think DMB on the Haze, it's not uncommon, but it is uncommon to see DMB on the Haze recently. Also, I'm happy Gibbs is on the round. That was kind of my guess when I looked at the hero pool here, because not a lot else made sense. And we'll see if Gibbs is, you know, made Rem his own in what has been a very short period of time for Rem to be out. So, you know, I don't think people are all that good with Rem at this point, but I think it just speaks to probably the potential of the hero that at this solo competition, people are running. But as I say that, Saya just feeling the burn, nearly going down here at the beginning from what is a high poke lane from both Mirage and Yamato.
Yeah, I feel like this lane is going to be really hard to play in for at least the first few levels. Once you're able to get a couple items up, maybe you're not going to be as worried. Look at this efficiency from Yamato. Ready for that camp spawn at 2 minutes. Instant clear there for Matt. Gonna build a little bit of tempo in the lane, grab some items.
When's Aze making the baseball Yamato skin? Because the windup for the sword looks really cool, but also just kind of looks like a bat as it's going on. Ivy, though, lands a Snowthorn slam.
Power slash miss. And DMB's gonna get this kill. Yeah, has that sleep into a heavy melee. Great setup from Saya. Creates an opportunity for DMB to profit a kill without taking too much damage. Very well played for the support of Ivy.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're playing Haze, this is kind of the start you want to get. Haze's power spike, contrary to popular belief, is not a very end game. Like, yes, and especially lower level pubs, you'll go, oh man, the late game Haze, but Haze at this level of play really shines where you get around 3 minutes, you go around the map, but Yamato is angry back over in. DMB instant sleep dagger though to land the melee, getting more damage on the mat, and you know Matt's immediately back in and instantly pays about a 30% HP tax.
Yeah, DMB's gonna go for that active reload early. That kill has really turned the tides in this lane. I mean, like the early trades were so strong for Bunny with Clock, but that really puts DMB back on the front foot. And like you were saying, on some heroes it wouldn't matter that much, but on this hero it matters a ton. By the way, dash in, parry onto Tanner. Billy got greedy for the melee, trying to go for another one, Fish Cake, but the miss.
He's getting a lot of them.
Heavily punished. Fists of Fury now from the Billy, and even with the parry, man, that trade actually looks kind of good for Tanner.
Yeah, Tanner got parried and said, I didn't hear no bell, ran up and just laid in another 5 light melees, no parries to be found. And, you know, for Billy, that's a lot of extra HP at that point. But here we go, on the move, 3 on 2 here on the left-hand side, Carbine out, Billy taking the brunt of it, still able to make space, get a bit further back, and for now, should be totally fine. And also, you know, take a look at the lane, gonna get some heals from Rem, so may not even be that lasting damage-wise.
Yeah, these Rem heals are pretty insane. We talked about this with Lightbringer, right? Especially a combo with somebody like Billy, who almost wants to get a little bit low and wants to flirt with danger. And Rem is kind of the perfect hero to sustain you through that. Fish Cake just gonna take a reset to base there. Just doesn't have the HP to stay in lane and contest these creeps. It's gonna give Ido a little bit of solo souls, which I'm sure he's gonna be reasonably happy about at this point in the game, right? Get that Lash ult on just a little bit sooner. Interesting to see how he plays economy-wise this game. Like last game, we saw Gibbs super low eco on the Lash, but still getting a ton done. We've also seen players like Hoot get a lot more economy on the Lash and be really effective when it comes to the damage around things like Headhunter and Mystic Shot.
One thing that's interesting when you look at Ido's build here, I think players have, on some heroes, stopped prioritizing the ultra-hard 4.8k spike and realize sometimes other items are worth getting. Specifically, look at Ido here, where the 4.8k spirit spike on Lash is really good, but Headshot Booster just gives you a lot of pressure on lane as the swap over and in. Yeah, Cool Cheese taking the gamble to punish Geist, and instead Soul Swap comes in. Gets a cooldown out as well from afar!
The Kobe
that's ridiculous.
John, the long range turn this. I was gonna say that swap really wasn't the greatest, right? Because it just keeps him alive and you know, doesn't result in a kill. But of course, it's John we're talking about. Still manages to get it done. Aggressive dive in from Yamato, gets the Mystic Shot, procced on the DMP, continuing to put the pressure on in this lane, and a beautiful power splash. Punishes DMB's peak, but hold on, the counter punish is so real. Yamato, no ulti yet. Too risky to stay into that one.
Sai is real low, but also not showing a whole ton of fear in this lane as it develops.
Wait,
DMB, though.
Maybe should be Arctic.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know that you want to be here anymore because you got Holiday coming in from the flank as CC. Cool Cheese finds Saya. You just saw the car crash on the minimap in motion. But Arctic in a little bit of danger here at critical, but able to just move around, stay alive.
That's a huge rotation from Cool Cheese. And now the other side lane also looking quite dominant here for Bunny with Clock. They're building up a bit of advantage. Billy has the health to dive into the Shiv on the tower. It's a spirit buff Shiv.
He's still going. There's absolutely no retreat.
Oh,
and the nap time.
Yeah, he's done for, man. Great commitment there. Little helper as well is going to try and keep Billy alive. No swap available, but oh, Rem, you cannot get out of this one. Ido cleans that one up. Billy, though, has maybe bit off a little bit too much here. Is very, very deep on the Hidden King side of the map. Parry a little bit late. A heavy melee. Big gamble there for Tanner, and it pays off getting him some extra HP. Scout just doesn't have the HP to fight this one out. Shiv, though, getting back into this, and eventually, finally, Tanner is going to be cut down.
That's a Billy moment there. Here we go. Okay, can we get half our team over here to deal with this guy? And yeah, he finally goes down, but man, what a commitment. Shout transformation, though, going on the other side of the map. DMB cut right down. Not going to live through that one. So look here on the right-hand side.
Arctic playing behind the tower now, putting a lot of pressure on Sai, who just at this point just wants to get out with his life. I mean, so many heroes chasing him down. Rem's gonna be left to do the pushing, but this tower is still pretty healthy, so they need to invest some resources if they really want to get this. And DMB's back. He's gonna be able to most likely make this hold. Yamato dashing in, going right past the bullet dance.
A little bit hazardous for a moment there from echoing. Oh, I actually love where this is bringing me, but not too dangerous in the end. Rotem back to their side of the map. 3 for Bunny with Clock on the right, and soon potentially 4 for melee creeps. The right-hand side about to become a battlefield all over the Guardian. DMB leading the way, looking for the Sleep Dagger engage. Here and now, it is a full engage from melee creeps, all 4. And you have no shadow transformation from Matt. You're not really that powerful in the moment. Getting pressure to back by the Ivy, and okay, Saya's just going forward. Absolutely no fear for Saya. Getting peppered a bit though from the sides, and it hasn't turned into the full dive it was looking like off the minimap.
Yeah, a lot of players here from both teams. I mean, Buddy with Clock willing to defend this. Like, they're confident fighting around Arctic at this moment in the game. He can still be a very relevant force in the team fights. Has to just clear the wave first, but a nice parry from Rem onto Saya's Ivy. Mitigate some of that pressure, and now it's coming right back in the other way. Saya has to try and play his way out of this. Yamato chasing him down, hunting him on the case, but the flight out instant from Saya gets him out of trouble, and they're even going to drop the bomb back in and take the re-engage. Arctic did not expect that at all. I didn't either, frankly.
Sai just turned off health bar. Sai does not care what the health bar is at, but we do have Sinners spawning. This may be a good time to look at Rem to see how Rem's going to do it, but as I say that, you got action in the middle. Aiden goes down. Also, all Guardians still up right now, Jake, for all teams. It's kind of rare to see this late in the game and see all Guardians up on all sides. I think it's a testament to just how even things have been here so far, but now take a look at Rem. Sinners are up. How aggressive does Gibbs get? I'll try and go for them for now. Just a little bit of sleepy lane farm.
I'd love to see him go for like a steal on the double Sinners. I mean, I think that's really what you want to be doing on this hero. I think Shiv is already there though, so maybe this is something that melee creeps are very aware of the threat. I think he's going to go look in on this, but yeah, just have to grab what boxes he can. Guardian Ward, is it going to be enough? Because Ido could slam him down if he gets the ground strike. Great movement though from Gibbs, staying in the air, staying away from that ground strike, and he would have been dead to rights if he didn't make that play. Maybe still is though. Hold on, Ido.
Ido?
This one. Little guy, he's just a little guy. Let him be, he's just a little guy. Oh, and the vlog.
1-800-IDO for pest control. Gets rid of all rats on your map. That's what I just saw there, Jake. That was unreal determination. It all started because Gibbs was looking for the double Sinners, and Ido just was there from the beginning and certainly saw it through to the end.
Yeah, so maybe that's like the surface level ideas. Oh, just take the double Sinners, but maybe the creeps are all too prepared for it, just controlling that part of the map. And I mean, it's a risk to even walk in that location, even with that movement from Gibbs. You just couldn't get away. You can't outmove the Lash, let's be real.
That sounds like something Lash would say. It could be a voice line. You can't
I only refer
the
to
Lash.
the Lash as the Lash. I just refuse to use a singular. He is the Lash.
The Lash. Also, this may be the dead Yamato. Wait, the parry comes in. Not enough to save, but, puts DMB on notice. Buffs are up. Urn is out. Urn control immediately being grabbed here by melee creeps. We'll see where they bring it.
And as is often the case, we were just talking about how every Guardian is up, man, and then you just look away for a moment, and now every Guardian is down. There's one Guardian left in the right lane for Bunny with Clog. Not much to write home about. As soon as that laning phase breaks down, I mean, these characters are now pretty realistically farmed, able to push down those objectives relatively easily as soon as players leave for a fight.
Here we go. Urn currently being controlled by Ido, and okay, Gibbs looking for the intercept. Nap time could be one of the more effective ways of setting an Urn intercept. And Bunny with Clock definitely not interested in giving this up for free, but he drops a Death Slam on the menu. Looking. He got nothing. No Death Slam connection for Ido. Bunny with Clock able to avoid the worst of it. Urn trying to be picked up right now by Billy. The intercept is there. The melees are in. The parry comes out, but Ido gives up his life to be in the middle of the fray. All the while, Tanner eats the damage, grabs the Urn. It's a successful interception of Bunny with Clock. One of the first we've seen here as DMB's about to go down.
Yeah, great sleep there from Gibbs. It shuts down DMB. Diving forward, would have loved to get his ult off, but instead just gets a bat to the face from Tanner's Billy. An advantage Bunny with Clock. 6k soul lead, an Urn as well. I mean, this is a big win, right? This is a moment in the game where I'm starting to get just a little bit worried for our many-time champions. Bunny with Clock are playing with a vengeance today.
I'm gonna be honest, Jake. I need to reveal some channel point investment strategy. I put 3,000 channel points down Bunny with Clock when it was 75%
Insider
against
trading. The truth always comes out, Zethi.
Well, it does when you just tell people your channel point investments. But I'm ready to turn
investigative skills, EP. All right, you just give this one to me.
Just listen. All I had to do was listen, and he told me his fiendish plot. But hey. Overall, it's still only a 6K lead. This one is far from over. Swap in DMB on the punish. Arctic immediately taken down. Man up for melee creeps for the next 14 seconds.
I gotta just call you out. We just did the nastiest caster curse on Bunny with Clock. If they still win this one somehow after we just glaze them for a minute straight, it's God's will. I will say this is a real advantage, but you got to go a long way to continue to capitalize on this. Tanner tries to initiate a fight early, wants to get on top of the paradox, and Cool Cheese setting that one up, should be able to knock it down. Tanner, with the bat charge, does get the job done. 15 seconds now on the lasso, so you don't really want to stick around against this Cool Cheese Holiday. I think he's been a key part of the Bunny with Clock success in the last series and maybe also in this one.
Yeah, and I mean, Cool Cheese really coming to his own, just usually on playmakers and, not even the flashiest player at times, but usually able to get good plays for Bunny with Clock, and seemingly has just improved as the weeks have gone on. But DMB trying to get away, gets hit with a slowing hex, a pillow, and the machine gun of Billy into Chain Gang. Pull him back. Yes, gets the pull at the very end. Scout not quite able to break line of sight. Bash down. Pressure now into the paradox. Swap misses at point blank as Tanner goes in, and Arctic gets the finish.
Oh my God! Melee creeps routed across the map. Bunny with Clock taking one sidewalker, defending the others. 4 players down for the creeps. Just one back in. Only 3 players. Are they going to try and make this defense? All over the map. Shib trying to play into this chaos. Fishcake just going to throw his life away on this mid walker, but he's not even going to get the job done. I mean, the damage is significant, yes, but you don't actually claim any of the prizes. And so this soul lead has just ballooned. Bunny with Clock, now they're almost up 20K. Tanner, surely this is too much. All the respawning members of Melee Creeps coming in, but they're scared to tango with the Billy, man.
Stone Form is one of the main things that you could use to actually stop that from being a fiasco. You see a low health Billy duck into the closet. You do have the small thing, do I really want to do this? Well, right now, Saya really wants to chase down Arctic and is going to be rewarded for the decision. But in a way, it's just trying to pick up some scraps here. Melee Creeps took a lot of damage. Okay, ground slam again. Ido, generational hate onto the Rem. We saw this before. Is it going to result in Rem going down again? You do have Matt here on the follow through. Got to protect little buddy Matt. Now chasing down Ido. Ido hardly any HP. One more right click would do it. Looking off the angle. Does he actually get out? I think he got away.
Don't speak to me or my son ever again. Yamato sends the lash packing. Do not mess with my little friend. And I will say those couple counter kills you're able to find for the Melee Creeps are actually pretty big, right? In terms of mitigating some of the soul losses. And maybe if you're able to get some split push pressure on, we could see that those big damages they put into the middle and left side walkers actually profit into that final completion of those objectives. And slowing bullets on the Rem, that is an interesting item.
Yeah, I was looking at it. It's like one of these things is not like the other, but hey, when you're I'm trying to think. When you're on someone, do they get the benefit of slowing bullets? I haven't tested that interaction, but something to look at after. Either way, into the next fight we go. As Chain Gang comes out, Tanner has been the raid boss for Bunny with Clock in this map so far. Scout super low after the engage. DMB certainly can't get away. And off on the side, you just got Cool Cheese, lasso, Saya in some real danger here. Drops a stone form, Saya. No airdrop here, so it's gonna have to be getting away the old-fashioned way, if at all. As John also goes down the side.
How is he living this long? So many heals from this Ivy, but eventually Cool Cheese melees him down. And another big team fight going the way of BWC. Earn being run right now. If they drop this one for free, they are going to be in a very commanding soul advantage here. Hunter's Aura, okay. So they're going for like the Aura Max here on the Rem. I wonder if he'll buy like a Torment Pulse and just ride around on Yamato and make her an absolute demon.
Very, very likely. But now Bunny O'Clock, if they could get this mid boss and not give up rejuve charges in the process, this could be Melee Creeps dropping a map 1. However, the engage is here. Ido, a little bit of disruption here on Lash. No Death Slam though. As rejuve comes out, it's not quite off cooldown just yet. Bunny with Clock. You have the Amato ult coming on out. It's nap time. And the rejuve is in contest. Tanner, first charge. Bunny with Clock looking for the others. It's pandemonium. Melee Creeps only get 1. Tanner looking pretty low here. Rejuves, though, are still in stock. Ido uses the only rejuve here for melee creeps. They're down 1 in scout. Tanner goes down. All rejuve charges are out. Iden looking for a little bit of cleanup. Able to take down 1. His melee creeps are looking a lot more wounded in this fight here so far. Arctic here to clean up. A final death slam. Is the fall through going to be there for Ido? You get all 4. But right now, the actual fall through a bit lacking. Does get Iden, though, on the back end side.
Getting some huge damage. It scares away Bunny with Clock for a moment, but they just come back in with the heals and the sustain and clean this fight up. Bunny with Clock, good gamble on that mid boss. Matt died to make it happen, but they get the job done. In the end, melee creeps are probably happy to trade off the rejuves, so there's not going to be some huge death ball push coming towards their base, but big soul advantage generated there for Bunny with Clock, and they're able to most likely run another urn. I mean, the lane's not great for melee creeps. They might try and fight this anyway, but without the lash ult, it might be a tall order. That being said, Aiden is also down for BWC, so this isn't a free urn drop, especially with DMB in the neighborhood. Donkey, he's YOLO. He's YOLO. Full YOLO. I mean, how do you stop it?
Over, down. Wait, he got melee. He got melee. Sai interrupted it. So the urn in contest, a swap right after. Coolchizo takes down DMB on the outskirts. John dropping the bomb. Arctic down. It is a scrum for the urn, but here's Saya in the way to pick up. But no, you got Warden coming in, swinging fist. The urn still in contest, and it's Rem who picks up and gets meleeed again. The urn stuck on the drop off one more time. This is pandemonium. Ido cleans up the scraps, and Scout finally gets the urn in. That's their most wild urn fight we've had yet, Jake.
Oh my God, players are already adapting so well to these new changes. Big damage to the dash, not enough to connect on the Warden, and he's life-stealing up. Shiv doesn't want to continue to dive that one. So Aiden stands his ground, gonna survive through that one, but that's a huge fight win for the melee creeps. I mean, Saya, a generational catch there. Quick meleeing on just like the millisecond before Mirage was able to get onto that urn dunk location, and then Mirage gets parried on the heavy melee. I mean, I think it was just Arctic, a little bit of panic in the moment, going for a heavy melee and just crunched. And that's just Mirage out of the fight. Aiden was also still on the respawn there, so I feel like a little bit of hastiness from Bunny with Clock to go for that urn dunk, maybe without the full team ready for the fight, and because of some very clean play from melee creeps, they actually get a meaningful punish.
Yeah, they're right back in it. I mean, you get a huge advantage in kills and you get the urn dunk. That is, you cannot have a better fight to get back into the game. Also, Jake, can we just reflect? This urn change, this is only the second week of play that this urn change has been in, and the players, I feel like, have gotten so much better already at contesting the urn relative to what we saw in week 1. I mean, that was ridiculous.
DMB starting to scale up. He's going to go for, looks like Bullet Resist Shredder next. I think when this build really gets active is when you have things like Curse and Capacitor. That's when I think this Haze build is going to really be effective and become a real menace, like showing up on the map. You're just going to get deleted if this Haze is able to catch you alone. Meanwhile, speaking of deleted, Cool Cheese, it's his turn to find the pickoffs. DMB a little bit too greedy farming, but with a Warden ult to help, a lasso is good for a kill onto Scout.
You feel a little, even with Scout going down, the atmosphere of the game has definitely changed after last fight, and now I'm looking forward to the next third fight. We're getting another one of these here, Jake. 113 to 119K. We'll see who gets the first pickup. I think clearly you still want to beat the team with the urn. You don't want to have to do the miracle contest if you can help it. But already, both teams fighting around. You have the Kudzu over there as Fishcake was looking for the quick grab. Bunny with Clock, they're positioning in. Cool Cheese starting to rotate over along with DMB. They're close together. They don't quite realize it, but Tanner does get the first control of the urn. And do they chase it down now or wait for it to go?
They're chasing all in. They really want to stop this urn drop. And they have to. They've got it. Urn onto the deck now. Tanner trying to step back up. Maybe they're going to fight for this objective. Looking for a big chain. A REM sleep as well is going to pull them off the high ground. No, this looks like the chain's break, but Ido was down. No Death Slam into this engagement. Billy getting into the mix now. Stepping up, trying to challenge these players on the high ground, but into the Haze's bullet dance. It's ill-advised, and the parry is good from John. Ready for that one. A desperation heavy melee gets shut down. Matt's into this fight, pops a Shadow Transformation, but he's so incredibly low. He needs the support from Aiden. They need to be able to find this kill onto John. Geist does still have that health swap, but Yamato's so low, there's not really much benefit in using that there. Also, they're so scared of John here. And the urn's being dunked. This is a free one for Scout. So a little bit of a consolation prize here for the melee creeps.
Yeah, I mean, that was back and forth, the successful interception. They do give up some kills in turn, so the overall state of the game doesn't really change a whole lot out of that, based off the kills to urn turning in towards the very end. I think melee creeps actually does come out a little bit ahead, but you know, you look at overall, I think they went from like 7 or 8K down to about 4K down. So we are truly evened up. The urn out of the way for the next 3 minutes. Mid boss coming up in 90 seconds. Next major team fight could decide it here, Jake, because whoever gets, if either team is able to get a clean team fight at this point, it should lead to mid boss. So see just how teams play the neutral.
I feel like this is one of those moments where slowly but surely the melee creeps have crawled their way back into the game. And like you said, the tone has shifted. You're starting to be a little bit scared now for Bunny with Clock. I mean, the fights are sort of going in your favor, but the advantage, it really doesn't feel like it's there. This game feels like a complete dead heat. And John on the Geist, I mean, you were talking about the late game. It's kind of a tough one to call because I think Geist is kind of the ultimate raid boss when it comes to being giga farmed in the ultra late game. I think this is probably the strongest carry when you hit like obscene soul totals. And I mean, ZP, we could be very well into a match that goes super, super late on the timer. I mean, this one has been very, very close. Unless there's a really decisive mid-boss engage, it's hard to see either team really running away with it given the game state.
I think between the comps, if you're really pushed to it, especially given who has the farm, I think you still favor Bunny with Clock's position a little bit. It's a pretty farmed Warden. And also, Billy is just still a bit absurd, and even better with Rem. Like, the interaction between Rem and Billy have felt very strong in this game so far, where just the extra bursts of HP you're getting from Rem is let Tanner just do some ridiculous things. So the engage for Bunny with Clock is quite good, especially if it can open with Lasso. But it's still even enough that there's a lot of ways melee creeps can get a good fight too, especially with Lash on the other end. I think a lot of their good fights are probably reliant on Ido able to land, you know, a good death slam from the get-go, but we'll see as things are heating up here. Shout transformation pulled out of that, and Matt is getting bursted!
And he's down. Scout finds that kill. Here comes the counter punch though. Aiden charging back in, needs to find some counter kills, but just isn't really getting the connection. Good kite from the melee creeps. They stay healthy. John swap onto the high ground, onto Billy, turns the tables onto this Billy. He's getting massive heals, but it's just not enough. Fish take, big execute. Here comes the sleep from Rem. Is it enough? No, it's not gonna be able to stop the death slam. Idle find 2, slams down from above, but can't quite get the damage in. Still DMB doing the job in. Now counter punching as well from behind. He can't take the zip with that Paradox mine on it. But as the dust settles, it's finally that decisive team fight we were waiting for, but it's actually the melee creeps who get it done.
Melee creeps, they have been behind for a good portion of this game. Bunny with Clock had a few good team fights and seemingly was looking inevitable. But after what is one of the best urn contests we have seen, the best urn contest we have seen so far under the new urn rules, they have now put themselves back in the lead. And what could be a clean mid-boss coming over here. As you look at Matt, even if Matt got there in time, there's no shout transformation. You don't touch this. This is 3 rejuice melee creeps, and they're not going to leave a charge here the way Bunny with Clock did in the last game.
Yeah, surely not. And this is you know, classic melee creeps, right? When the pressure gets high, feels like they just show their peak form, right? And I mean, that's the curse fight for DMB. Expect to have capacitor for the next one. John continuing to scale. Wonder if we won't see something like a spell slinger coming up soon. I mean, we're getting a little. I'm getting a little bit scared now. ZP. I mean, the last how many fights in a row has it been for melee? What, 3 solid fights in a row where they're able to do, at the very least, even, and then turn it in their advantage. Now with 3 rejuves, this is the toughest moment yet for Bunny with Clock, and they really have nothing going for them.
Also, how they started it. I mean, they kind of got a freebie. They just kind of did the walk up. Tech onto Matt, and Matt got too low, activated shout transformation after getting chunked a little bit too hard. Wasn't savable. And you had Aiden that kind of did last stand, maybe you catch someone after, but in reality, you were down Yamato and you had a not very good last stand in that fight. So I still think Bunny with Clock can put on a good fight, but it certainly can't be under terms like that. It needs to start more off of Cool Cheese find someone. But melee creeps, they have full urn control, and I think Bunny with Clock, they're not worried about the urn. I think they're going for picks in mid.
Yeah, they're taking this fight. Here comes the bullet dance from DMB. Does get shut down, though. The counter punch is in. DMB now in a very compromised location, and I think they are just going to sell him. Giving this one up. Ido does do a death slam, puts what damage down that he can, but a little bit of miscommunication. The rest of the melee creeps didn't seem to be interested in this fight. Now they come back in, but they're down a full player. Sleep coming in. Is he able to find any connections? Doesn't seem so. Still with 1 crystal available. Bunny with Clock starting to recognize maybe it's time to get back. Maybe you don't want to stick around any longer into this fight. Here comes the chase down. Ido finds 1. Cool Cheese also down, and curse onto this Yamato. She just cannot play the game. Multiple curses now on the field for the melee creeps. And in the end, DMB seems to maybe have baited them into a questionable fight. He just did enough to make Bunny with Clock believe that they could actually get that one done.
really is sad when Rem goes down and his helpers just look there and go, we're not getting back to Dreamland, are we? But yeah,
how dare you hurt Rem?
Pretty much. I don't hate the play call from Bunny with Clock there, though, of going, okay, we're not going to fight Urn all that evenly when they have Rejuve, try and overcompensate and do a 4-on-2 in middle. It doesn't quite work out, but I see the vision that they're going for. The problem, though, is that the Aftermath, they're down 4 people. They're about to lose both shrines, and first stage Patron, very likely to go down. However, you do see some of the advantage of the new shrines here, where it delays things. Having the curse AoE beam. In this case, it saved them 1 shrine, which stops them from dealing with mega creeps.
Yeah, and John, I believe, swapped Tanner there just to stay healthy and to keep the Shrine Siege going. So Bunny with Clock taxing some of these valuable skills. Saya also showing on the side wave. Scout goes down once with the crystal while Saya is clearing up this objective. I mean, it's a bit of value for melee creeps, but the punish is very real. I mean, there's a lot of low players in mid. Don't think you can really stick around here. Bunny with Clock, they're not out of this game yet. I mean, what are we looking at? 25k soul deficit, but that's still fightable if you get the right kind of engagement.
It's very much fightable, and even right now, there is a kind of moment of power player. Bunny with Clock, they're up 1. They can go and be aggressive into the melee creeps jungle. They have Lasso up. They should be hungry for kills right here and now. You got no more rejuves. You got player advantage. They want to fight, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Up and over they go. Tanner in, off the chain gang.
He's so tanky.
Are they going to get the follow through? Going over. The Death Slam used by Ido. I'm not even sure if it caught anything there. Swap over in the Billy. Not necessarily your absolute best person to go in here. And Tanner still looking absolutely fine as it starts out. However, DMB is going to be back in the fight here in 13 seconds. Moment of power play nearly gone, and Bunny with Clock, they're choosing to disengage. A lot of them are down at half HP here, Jake. And now melee creeps, they're the ones that sense a little bit of weakness.
They need to stick around and counterpunch as well as they can. So many low players. Shiv back into the fight. He's been healed up, resetting. 2 executes already. Now looking for more. Full chasing here. Oh, and the execute is dodged by the tornado, but I think in the end, Arctic is going to be caught dead to rights. Shiv still has that Colossus, although Arctic, hold on. Life stealing up, staying a little bit tanky here, but just too much to ask for from this Shiv. Yamato trying to get a counter kill here if she can, but it just doesn't seem to be. Only Ido dropping in that engagement, and that's going to be a Patron drop. 5-0, and honestly, it could be the end of the game. Bunny with Clock, I don't know how quickly they're going to be able to get back in, because you still have a little bit more Shrine HP, so there's a bit to go. Creep's not yet in the base, so I don't think this is going to be the end of the game just yet.
Oh no,
Bunny with Clock, because the creeps are too far away. Like, you did a great job, even though you lost that team fight, clearing the wave. Actually, that's super crucial in Deadlock to get that backdoor protection online. You're definitely going to lose the first form of this Patron, but yeah, with these 10-second spawn timers, I think it's going to be a little bit too dangerous for melee creeps to stick around.
It doesn't harm anything this time around, but also you got 3 people get hit by the static shrine ability there. I really don't think you want that to be a thing as Deadlock goes on, in the sense of getting hit by that player-wise. Like, that is going to cost a team a game. Not if, but when.
And Spellslinger online for John. I mean, John's getting terrifying. 39k on this guys. This is it's getting scary. Next item, I wonder what maybe a vamp burst or something. I mean, this character starts to get really scary when you have so much straight damage on the gun, and then when you really start buffing up your rate of fire, that's when things get crazy on the guys.
I mean, Spellslinger is just unreal, especially on heroes like Geist and Morden. It doesn't work for a lot of the cast, but the members of the cast it works for, it is one of the swingiest items in the entire game. And you take a look, John, you get the double synergy there, because you're not keeping Spellslinger stacks up, but you are keeping Berserk stacks up when you're just throwing down Malice as you roam across the map.
Yeah, I mean, Geist, like, being able to keep permanent 10 stacks Berserker is actually insane. It's just 70% gun damage that you can just keep up all the time using your own skills. So one of the reasons I think Geist is such a strong ultra late game carry. But it all comes down to the next engagement. Still a chance for Bunny with Clock to get back into it. And we have a pause, a little bit of moment of calm. Teams thinking about the game state. As it is Urn advantage here. I mean, I don't see melee creeps going into enemy territory to dunk the Urn, given the way the waves are pushed against them right now.
Well, one thing to address here as we are stuck in the middle of the pause is going back to earlier in the game. Right now, based on the game state, I'm probably about to be down 3,000 channel points, and there was an Omega caster curse. So a little bit perhaps on the broadcast.
So dirty. It's on us. You gotta be a culp of this bad boy. And the lane's now cleared, and instantly, wow, melee creeps just immediately get off the side waves and go straight to the mid after the pause. I think they were really worried about the possibility of a big engage. as so many players close by, poking and prodding, looking for the opportunities for the engage. DMB pops that bullet dance. Doesn't seem that he's found a target though. Got juked out by Matt. Death Slam unstoppable as well. Nothing they can do about this Lash. The sleep from Rem isn't able to find somebody. Cool Cheese is already down out of this fight. The chain back in though onto Idol. They're able to finish him off with the power smash from Matt, but Fishcake starting to profit, starting to find these executes, and John still healthy, still has that swap. Guy's big dog on the server right now. Picks up the swap, parries the Billy as well. John, he's doing it all.
That parry is massive. Yamato, one of the last people around, and just gets chunked through. John and Fishcake, the front line of melee creeps, walking forward at the end. It is a clean sweep. And that's going to signal the end of the game and the completion, Jake, of a comeback, and done in a way that we have not seen in Night Shift history because it's too new. But the best earn contest we've ever seen from melee creeps when they were looking down and out. Bunny with Clock, an incredible performance up until that point, but melee creeps, they're the champ for a reason, and they take map 1.
John just standing tall in the final fight, and he's just finished farming. I have finished farming. I will leave the jungle. I'm here to farm your patron. And melee creeps go up 1-0, and honestly, ZP, that's got to be really a huge mental setback for Bunny with Clock, right? You were up in the early game. It felt like maybe this is the moment to drop a game 1 victory. You know, who knows where the series can go from there. And just beautiful fight after beautiful fight from melee creeps. I mean, it's like the mistakes from Bunny with Clock are so small. It's like, okay, maybe Mirage shouldn't have tried to dunk that urn. Maybe you should have waited for Aiden to be ready to fight on the Warden, come back off the spawn, and that looks a little bit better. But I mean, it's just unbelievable. I didn't think there was any way melee creeps were going to find the punish, even in that situation.
Yeah, it was unprecedented, and I can't wait till we get to the full replay of the fight again. And now, wait, is this? Yeah, I think this may have been the scrum.
Yeah, it's an absolute brawl there. Arctic got parried as well after getting that urn snatched out of his hands by Saya. I mean, Saya just so much work on the Ivy this game. It's like Ido comes in to drop that urn. It's like so they're on the edge of a freaking knife, man. I actually think this urn change is so sick now. Like instead of it being where it's like, okay, it's really obvious, I think, when the urn's gonna get dunked, you have people just standing there ready to parry a heavy melee. The quick melee change is just way more dynamic, way more crazy and hard to keep track of.
It really feels good, especially now that people are a little bit more comfortable going for the mid-air hit, because every dunk last week was free. No one tried to go for it, even when they're playing Calico, who in theory has like one of the best intercepts in the game. It didn't happen, and Saya goes, no, I got this. And it was at the last minute too. You look at the timing on that, like you can go to replay frame by frame. I feel like it was probably less than half a second between the dunk being successful and not when Saya got in there. So actually pushing it to the limit. Okay, John, taste the rainbow with that stat line.
Goodness gracious. Also bottom deaths, by the way. Too bad Scout's just so active in every single team fight. You can't beat him on the assists. But goodness, that is an absolutely crushing carry performance from John. And on the Geist, classic hero for him. Felt like this was just his game, full control. But honestly, he's only put in that position because of the insane team fighting from the rest of the melee creeps. I mean, so well played. Ido, the absolute pest control kill squad against the Gibbs Ram. I mean, and there were good moments for Bunny with Clock throughout this game. I feel like Cool Cheese played a great game on the holiday. I mean, the early game tempo was just brutal. He was storming them lasso after lasso, really putting melee creeps on the back foot. Some big team fights from Tanner and Aiden to really bring the heat and put the pressure on the melee creeps. But hey, man, Diamonds forged under pressure. Melee creeps get the win, and up 1-0 in the series. All you need is 2 to win that BO3, and it would be so impressive to me if Bunny with Clock can put up a really good showing in game 2, because that's a game where you just felt like you had to win it.
Whoops, I muted myself. Yeah, I fully agree. And look, if melee creeps, I'd say if they're vulnerable anywhere, it's game 2. That actually really hasn't been the case in recent times. They've kind of shored up their game 2 deficiencies. So you never really know where it's going to go. And also, I think the thing that's a little bit worrying for Bunny with Clock is the same thing going to work again? I think if you're melee creeps, you're going to the next draft going, oh my God, I don't want to deal with Rem Billy again. That was awful. That lane seemed like actual just terrorism to deal with, because Billy wasn't dying. Tanner was having the plays of his life backed up by Rem. And I don't know if melee creeps is going to let him get it again.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see different lines. I will say also for Saya, the Ivy looked insane. Like the Ivy was also able to do ridiculous healing in the lane, a ton of aggressive fights, saving people with the flight. Like Saya really made the support Ivy sing. I was saying, like, previously like the support Ivy's nice, but is it really on the par of something like Paige? I got to take my words back because Saya made me a believer. I mean, the guy is so good on that role, and I mean, saves teammates in crucial moments. Like, think about it, he saves Shiv in that crucial team fight, gets Fishcake out of there. Fishcake comes back in at full HP, just cleans house into I believe that was the penultimate team fight of the game, and just so much impact from the supports in particular for melee creeps.
Well, we do have to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be map 2. Can Bunny with Clock take a map off the melee creeps, or is it going to be a 2-0 melee creeps looking strong in their comeback? It may have been the result that many expected, but let me tell you, no one could have predicted the road there in the last map. Melee Creeps, they take map number 1, but Jake, that match was awesome, especially the way that Melee Creeps came back.
Yeah, I mean, a ridiculous contest. We're seeing the changes to the urn really come into play with these high-level players, and seeing, you know, the way that they can really approach the objective differently from week in, week out, right? Like different perspectives as they adapt and learn to the changes. We saw Rem getting played and looking actually pretty sick in the early game, but maybe suffering and falling off a little bit as we get later down the stretch. So a lot of exciting stuff here from game 1, a lot for fans to sink their teeth into. And this is only the beginning of the series. I mean, Melee Creeps may be up 1-0, but they've got more work to do if they want to close this one out.
Yeah, and I mean, game 2, they've been better about it in recent times, as we've noted on the show, but game 2 and Melee Creeps don't always get along well. If they're ever going to drop a map, it is almost always map 2s, so you got to take that into account, even though, again, I think they've kind of gone away from that to an extent. But, you know, Jake, I think we're just about ready to go into the draft, and we'll see what changes up here. Specifically, does Melee Creeps let the Billy go to Bunny with Clock? Because if you had to make one change for that game, I think a lot of the way that went against Melee Creeps in the beginning was because of Tanner on the Billy. I mean, there was a point where they had to grab half their team in order to secure a kill on the Tanner early on because of just how powerful the Billy Rem synergy was, and you know how ahead Tanner was at one point in the game.
Yeah, and thinking also, like, you did first ban the Abrams last time, which feels like, you know, the Abrams is a great character, don't get me wrong, but maybe you let him through and feel like, okay, he's better in these individual pickoffs, but maybe not quite as strong for the team fights. But no, hey, they say we just don't want to deal with the Abrams. I will say there's a lot of respect for Tanner because Tanner's Abrams is insane. I think it probably is his best hero. He's extremely good at it, extremely comfortable on it. So yeah, the Billy is strong, but we also saw the weakness of the Billy, right? Which is the parry. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, right? At this level of play, people are so sick with the parries. And Bunny with Clock say, get this Geist hero out of the game, man. John in the ultra late game with Geist, it's just like you need to win the game before 30 minutes. Like the Geist hits this peak, or good luck.
I'm smelling it, Jake. I'm smelling the John hero pool target, especially now that Doorman isn't something that you can play. It used to be John's go-to when the rest of his pool got hit. I actually think you could see Warden picked in the first 2. That would probably put Melee Creeps onto the Viscous. John, I think, has played the gun Viscous recently, but he prefers Warden given the choice of the 2. So Billy comes on in. I don't know if they'll overpick the Rem. I think they're still going to go for the Rem, but maybe not in the first 2 picks.
No way they take a top 2, right? Because I feel like
I don't think
you could play a Page and do much the same thing, right? So the hero prio, there's no way a Rem goes this early. I will say Mina's in the pool now. I mean, Bunny the Clock. I think if you don't, they go
for the Warden. Okay, this is the screw John draft strategy. This is actually where we're going.
But I think it's not a good play, ZP. I mean, I just think John can play the gun Viscous, and I think also Melee Creeps gets to pick up Mina right now. And I mean, maybe it's gonna be Ido. Ido's played like a ton of Lash for Melee Creeps as of late.
Or Yamato,
always been Lash. I'm a little surprised to see Yam go. I mean, I guess we'll see what the next pick is. If it's not the Mina, that would be a bit of a shakeup in terms of like the meta prio. I really feel like Mina is an insane snowball carry. Maybe
it has to be Viscous. I think it has to be Viscous, where they don't have a gun carry. Oh, they go Infernus.
They go Infernus. The DMV Infernus is coming in hot. By the way, shout out to all the chatters. Thanks for all the Prime subs, guys. Hit us with your Prime subs. Show us the love. All those subs, whether your YouTube memberships or subs, anything, it all goes towards the production and allow us to continue to put this event on week in, week out, have a Deadlock esports scene. And Bunny the Clock say, hey, you're not taking the Mina, we will grab that.
They got ban Viscous.
I agree. I think you do. I think you take Viscous out. Yeah, I mean, you could also grab it after. I think it's a little more awkward now. You already have Mina and Warden. Adding another Viscous on top of that, I feel like I'd rather ban it actually, just because the draft is a little awkward.
Yeah, so the upside, DMB can play the Infernus.
There's always another gun hero. There's always another gun hero. That's the thing. I guess you feel bad if you have to play Wraith, or no one's really playing Wraith anymore. You know, there's like the gun Doorman. That's an OG mega throwback.
It's still good, by the way. Like, maybe this is the return of Doorman, because people think, oh, you don't want to play it with the urn change. I think Doorman is still good, and it's been an overreaction. But you think about John's hero pool, generally speaking, he doesn't love Wraith. And Melee Creeps, they do like running John as like true orange carry, regardless of DMB running something that's carry-esque in the Infernus.
Yeah.
So the question is, what in the world does John play here? Is it going to be something like the Doorman? Getting Paradox at 4th, actually pretty good value. I mean, you can make the debate between Holiday and Paradox. Certainly Goober is going to be Team Holiday, but, you know, you cover your playmaking for Bunny with Clock. Overall, a very solid draft, but they're not going to get the Rem synergy. But also, just go Paige. Somewhere, someone in EU is screaming, wondering why has no one picked Paige yet?
Yeah, I'm curious how Saya is going to approach this character, though. I mean, as far as a player who I want to see, you know, the way he looks at a new hero, how he strategizes and executes, he's definitely top of mind for that. Holiday gets picked up for the melee creeps. So a bit of a role reversal on the pick heroes. Cool Cheese put on a huge performance on Holiday in the last game. But Scout also looked pretty amazing on the Paradox. So I'm kind of curious to see what they could do on the opposite of those roles. These are really the two definitive pick heroes in the current meta. BWC grabbed the Ivy. Expect to see this be a little bit more of the support Ivy style, given that you're playing it with Billy and Warden, where those heals could make a difference. It's actually not, doesn't feel like the best support Ivy game, because it's really is just the Billy, who's like a proper, you know, frontline tank. So this is, I don't love the draft as much for Buddy with Clock, but they have a lot of powerful comfort heroes, a lot of, you know, meta top picks like Mina and Billy. And so I think there's definitely Paradox as well. There's a lot to say positive about this draft. I mean, honestly, both drafts have gotten a little bit wonky, if you think back in the last few games. Speaking of wonky, oh my goodness gracious. Wait, low-key, I see the vision, though. I actually see the vision in such a big way. Yeah. Dynamo is actually one of the few things that is like a god catch for Mina. So like Mina actually has a brutal game against like a Warpstone Dynamo. I mean, like you just get, like at some point in the game, you're just going to start Warpstone solo black holing the Mina. And it kind of just deals with her. Like, she just doesn't have the HP to survive. Other high net worth carries, almost always, it's like you can do that to them, but if they're a little bit tanky and they're in an okay position, maybe you won't actually be able to full kill them. But Mina, almost no matter how farmed you get, you never really become properly late game tanky, at least not enough to survive a black hole.
Okay, John has talked up his Dynamo and still thinks the Dynamo is really good. That is definitely the bottom of John's hero pool. Like, you have scraped the very bottom. There is nothing left at the very end.
There is always another gun hero. It's just sometimes it's Dynamo. So
yeah. And then in terms of overall heroes, I don't know, especially looking at from what we've seen from EU, the Ivy is going to be played supportive, but you could have had Paige there. Like, if I'm looking at the Bunny with Clock draft, if you have Paige in this draft on top of everything else they have, I'm saying Bunny with Clock just wins. I think the Paige I like the Paige more than the Ivy. The Ivy isn't bad.
Impressed the hell out of me last game, though. I mean, so many times he's flying people out of those dangerous fights, like getting them a full reset, saving players. You know, he's taking objectives. He's doing things that I don't think Paige really can do. I agree, Paige is incredibly strong, but I mean, after last game, I feel like that was the proof is in the pudding for what Saya was able to execute there on the Ivy to say, hey, this character is real. I mean, it's a support, but you also bring a lot of like the ability to pressure objectives. It's pretty unique on that role, right? Like Rem can sort of do it with the minions, but not really as far as like actually taking a walker himself. But even with Ivy with a relatively modest gun investment and that headhunter plus the link, you're like buffing and healing all your allies, pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can definitely make the argument Ivy is underrated. I mean, especially talking to people on APAC. I was talking with friend of mine on the APAC end, and they were just, you know, a while back going, Ivy is the most underrated hero in the game for the macro advantages that she can give. But also, I'm trying to think here. I'll get word for production how long it's going to be, but Valve's in mini patch mode. There's a mini patch in between games, and another mini patch has just dropped. So production is going to have to go through the entire string of things to do to, you know, get everything back in running order.
Yeah, and we sort of have to do a lot of sort of a hacky stuff to make the show look as good as it does, as far as like moving UI elements around that reset every single time you launch the game. So we gotta, you know, show some love to our prod for rushing through that and trying to get things live as quick as we can. I will say it's been a while, ZP, since we've seen this double global draft with Mirage having the global teleport and Ivy being almost like a quasi global hero with her ulti able to like rotate from lane to lane just about as fast as anything else in the game.
Well, I do have a tip that came on in that we haven't read out yet. It's from Goopy Noopy. Someone, if you don't know, he's been doing his own Deadlock content nowadays. Been seeing him tweeting out, but he's a guy that goes all the way back to writing articles in the Overwatch days, like all the way back, I think, like pre-2020. You know, big support of the show. He drops $25 saying "Go Deadlock." So appreciate that, Goopy, for the prize pool. I'm not sure. The total prize pool is nearly back up to 1,200, which of course is split between our NA and EU. So that's really, really helpful because, again, right now we're, without a key title sponsor, just kind of how Q1 goes. And, we're running essentially off the community. So getting back up to that higher price point definitely helps the teams where, keeps them in the money with great incentive to play. So really appreciate all the love from the community side. It's been, I think, our highest crowdfunding day ever. So, everyone, you are awesome.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the gun dynamo ends up looking because I think you're right. I think it almost has to be that. I will say I think this is also an Ido Shiv, and for me, Ido is actually one of the better Shiv players, maybe one of the best in NA. I think like his mastery of the movement tech is pretty surreal to watch. So I hope we get to see a little bit of that Ido POV on the Shiv, what he's able to bring in this game. And this looks like, I'm thinking, how good of a Shiv game is this? I quite like it against, I guess some of the heroes. I like it against Billy, right? You like to be able to even Billy doesn't love getting like 4 or 5 daggers to the face from Shiv. Like eventually you are going to start to bleed out from that. And Shiv doesn't mind, mixing it up and taking that fight with the parry. At the same time, can be a little bit scary against something like Mina, where it's very hard to catch Mina, very hard to actually hit her with your dash and even your daggers while she's batting around. And she can bring the damage, builds things like toxic bullets that can be really annoying for you. So is the nature of first drafting a Shiv. In the end, though, ZB, this game almost I feel like this game lives and dies on Dynamo, actually. Like, how relevant of a gun carry is he? And if he's sort of moderately less relevant, it's going to be up to players like DMB on the Infernus and Ido on the Shiv. And
people don't believe.
Fishcake on the Yamato?
I'm looking at the channel points right now, Jake, and let me tell you, people do not believe. Bunny with Clock is at over 33%. It's still Melee Creeps favored, but a lot of people saw the Dynamo and they kind of pulled the Shark Tank. Is for this reason, I'm out. They're looking at Melee Creeps for this draft.
I like the Dynamo this game, though. I see the vision. I think, especially as a gun Dynamo, where your black hole, you kind of throw it away. You're like, whatever. You're not really playing for it or looking for a massive team fight black hole. You want to kind of shoot your gun. I feel like being able to solo black hole Mina is a pretty big deal. And even for Warden, it's like Warden tries to turn and pop his ult, you just black hole him, cancel the ulti. Billy tries to go in and make a big play. You just I feel like being able to just solo black hole a lot of these players in this game is going to feel really good. There's no Yamato who can just almost disregard you. Even I just don't. I'm worried about the Bunny with Clock front line. I feel like they could get kind of bowled over by Shiv plus Yamato plus Dynamo. I don't know who's going to be able to stand their ground against that. Maybe you could just kite away and everyone's going to live, but I feel like players like Warden and Billy are actually going to get kind of hung out to dry with this draft.
Yeah. Also, while we're sitting here waiting for the players to get in the lobby, production is just about all set, and we just heard the players back in. While we're here, we don't try to do too much of some broadcasts because we try and keep it down to the brass tacks of Deadlock. But hey, this is an online broadcast, and some of the basic things helps. If you're one of our friends watching over on YouTube, drop a comment, say who you think is going to win the next vote. It is free engagement, and it helps us all the same. So we want to hear your predictions, although I will say, feel like it's gonna be Silver. Although the Graves support has been pretty high, Jake. I feel like there is Graves with a real underdog opportunity.
I'm a Graves believer, man. I've been voting Graves. I voted Rem. I split my votes down the middle between Rem and Graves.
Oh, you voted Rem.
Hero.
Okay.
Okay. Wow. Okay. You're gonna come hate he's just a little guy. He's just a cute little guy.
He's
You're
just
gonna be
a little
mad that I'm
guy.
voting for the cute little guy. I feel like this was an obvious first pick, and I'm happy he won. I hope you take that to put that in your pipe and smoke it, ZP. Number one rep hater, ZP.
I got no response aside from Wolf Girl on Thursday. Let's see if it happens there. Also, game 2 right now. It's happening. Melee Creeps versus Bunny with Clock. Does Melee Creeps drop a game 2, or do they continue their streak of nothing but 2-0? Look at the Hidden King side.
Wait,
music just a little bit too good.
Let it bang. Let it bang.
A reality. Complete the ritual and see the success you both dreamed of.
Chills. Straight
Shout out to Mr. Krabs.
I forgot it's the Mr. Krabs voice actor.
Although
it's so good, dude. It's so good.
It's Clancy Brown though. As I listen to that, I just feel like we are not the same. People hear Mr. Krabs, I hear Lex Luthor. Okay, from the old Batman, Superman, series that you had way back when. Well, it was Superman initially, then Justice League and all that. And I just hear Luthor,
man. All right, let's see. It's the John Dynamo. We also have Saya and Ido. I mean, we talked about that synergy between Rem and Billy last game. I think Rem Shiv is also extremely good, right? Talking about a hero who loves to abuse rapid healing, surviving from dangerous engagements. I mean, I think that side lane could be pretty scary. Mid lane, pressure coming in both sides, but I think no one wants to be the one to make the first mistake.
This mid lane is, every time it comes out, I mean, this is one of the more classic mid lanes of running Yamato Holiday, and it is just a pain to play against. You don't get much better poke damage, and even a Warden, where Warden is one of the higher level laners in the game. I wouldn't say absolute top tier, but does pretty well in a lot of lanes. This is a lane of Paradox Warden, ends up on the defense more often than not. It's just a bit of poke, and you're stuck kind of playing around health orbs and hoping the other side makes a mistake that you can then punish.
We'll say Yamato, I actually think this is a scary lane for Yamato. I mean, on the one hand, you do put some nice counter pressure on, but I feel like it's going to be hard to keep the creeps out. Well, I just think Paradox being able to time bomb those waves is pretty high impact. You have like 2 AoE nukes for the waves.
Well, so far, middle lane definitely holding its own. Aiden not feeling stressed at all. Holiday got into an HP deficit really early on, and yeah, the flask is good and just solid weapon damage out of Aiden. Also, looking at other things across the map. You got the old Dynamo. Shiv lane is Gunnamo. Finds Gibbs. Headshot booster activated.
Hold up. He's got the heals. Oh, he's going for another. He wants another 2-piece for John. Not like this, ZP. Not like this. The gun Dynamo. It's going to ruin our pubs for the next week if he dominates this game. You got to cheer for Bunny with Clock, get him back into this one, because a double kill in that lane, that's a scary one. There's a lot of pressure you can put down with the nuking skills from these players. And I mean, Ido's so sick on the Shiv as well.
Yeah, Ido, you love to see the sort of start. In fact, Ido's stream, who he's been streaming all these
with the
games.
movement. He's like, he's nice with it.
Yeah, I mean, Ido's always been Mr. Movement. That's kind of been his thing. As we have Asian Easy dropping the $100 to the prize pool. That brings us to $12.60. Thank you so much, Asian Easy. Jake, take over. I'm going to look if there's a message along that. Oh, the message is it's vote propaganda. But honestly, you've paid for it. It says vote for Venador. Wants the priest.
Okay. Venador needs a lot of propaganda. Venador is up against cute girls. Good Godspeed, Venador. You're gonna need a lot of help. We need a lot more. We need some bribe. We need some naked corruption.
It reminds me of the old Gladiators meme where it started out with some girl and it's just like, ignore this lock-in the Gladiators are playing, as Billy is getting absolutely crunched by Gunnamo. John is taking over.
Third kill of the game. Boy. Warden and Paradox. They're sending the whole gang at this lane. You've been too successful. But if this, no kills. Wait, Ivy's here too? Oh my God. Okay, wait, there's like 4 players and they don't get any counter kills in this lane. Bunny with Clock are starting to feel the heat in a very big way in the early game. And it's being punished. Hold on though. Arctic Fighting Fishcake on critical HP. It's a big one stabilizing. I mean, you took resources away from this in the mid lane, and they're still able to find that kill.
Jake, I've seen the face of death, and he has a black hole in his belly. Is what I'm looking at here.
This is the first time I've seen the Killstreak Dynamo icon.
or at the very least, Killstreak Dynamo 3 minutes into the game. Yeah, okay, close to the 5 now, but we're splitting hairs. However, Arctic doing well on the side lane, or rather, over in mid now. Honestly, not the worst. I mean, you think about win conditions for Bunny with Clock, you're looking for Aiden and Arctic to get pretty rich, and Tanner to be above average, and you got a lot of options. But so this one develops as a little bit of fight taking place near the double centers.
See what Ivy can do on the box roam, picking up some. Well, she has the camera bug. I feel like this happens when you stone form or something, because he doesn't even have his ulti. I thought it happens when you ulti sometimes. You get like a super wide third person. Matt finds DMB on the side lane though, and as good as Infernus is at dealing with the tanks, I feel like this Mina matchup is a really tough one. Hard to get those burns off on Mina with how evasive she can be, and she's happy to just come in and hit you with a quick little burst on the love bites. Just a little bit quicker to proc than that afterburn.
Again, take a look at the left lane, which has been Yeah, that is a that's a quick headhunter. I mean, I do love headhunter at this stage of the game, and I mean, Dynamo is a gun that triggers it pretty well.
Goodbye.
Oh, hello and goodbye. The explosion, concussive combustion, just sends Mina right back to spawn.
It's a cool combo, actually, right? The sleep and the concussive, you know, that it really sets up. You sleep a bunch of players and set them up with a massive AoE stun. I feel like normally the weakness of the Infernus stun is just, it's hard to be effective. Wait, you can do this on creeps? What the hell? He's just jumping to every creep. He's buffing the lane up, but maybe he's stuck around napping a little bit too long. Arctic and Matt are back into the lane, cleaning house.
Not the best place to take a nap is John going full black hole over to the side, sets up Ido for the killing blow. Quantum Entanglement, and I don't think there's too much of a threat of a punish here, as you know, you talk about Shiv liking heal combos. Well, have a little bit of healing Aurora within the lane. Still, a little bit of pressure in from Gibbs. Low HP as the knives tick down. That nearly hit.
That one. I think that was a kill, honestly. If he hits that one, it's super close. John doing what he can to try and pressure this Guardian down, but maybe it's just done a little bit too much. More and more numbers brought to this lane, trying to stifle the hard carry for the melee creeps, mitigate some of the lead, and I feel like Money with Clock have actually stabilized this game remarkably well. This lane was getting a little bit out of control, but Money with Clock brought a lot of resources here and ended up basically shutting them down, basically equalizing here in the early game.
So you talk about heroes on a kill streak that you don't feel great looking at early in the game. Seeing Mirage getting ahead is a little bit troublesome. Like, actual game state wise, for as good as the early opening was for John on the Dynamo, I actually kind of like where Bunny with Clock is a little bit more here. Not so much, I mean, the Guardian damage is a little bit bad and is going to start to have an impact as they get the left-hand side Guardian, but I feel for, like, how this started, it could have been so much worse for Bunny with Clock.
And 3200 spirit item likely on the cards here for Ido. Big fight in the mid lane, though. Lasso also swapped back in. Both initiators kind of denying each other from that one, and the trap, the binding word is good enough onto Yamato, but here comes John. He's getting active, has that 4800 gun spike, and he's bringing the heat onto this tower. So much damage. Look at him go, man. He's chopping down these objectives. Has just gone all in. Quantum Entanglement providing yet more value. IV Stunching needs to get this counter kill. John, such a valuable kill. The Rusted Barrel going to mitigate some of that outgoing damage, and Mina's here as well, so you got to maybe run away from this melee creep so low on so many players.
Gustav dropping the 5 gifted, very much appreciated. As we see, does John just complete the full rotation here? No, it doesn't need to. All the Guardians are gone. Like, melee creeps has taken every Guardian. See where John goes next as
outside lane.
Or, oh, you're right. It's still up, but I'm blind.
Maybe not long for this world, though, right? With the way John's cleaning up objectives. Ido's staying here in the side lane, trying to get farmed up on the Shiv, play a little bit higher eco style. I think this is a game where you're going to need quite a few items to be able to really tank through some of the outgoing damage that Bunny with Clock have. Speaking of that outgoing damage, here comes the chain. Ido pulled in deep, tries to dash away, tries to get out of range, and oh, that kill is huge. Finds the heal Bane heal. Quantum Entanglement as well as a healing Aurora, and that's keeping Ido up. No way he gets out of this one. And the counter kills are coming in. Here comes Big Daddy John, clean in house.
I guess Cool Cheese must have thought there was no way out there. I'm just surprised Cool Cheese sitting there looking at 2 very healthy heroes just laying in on the Paradox. The only assumption I had for Cool Cheese is like, okay, I'm going to die either way, get some damage.
I mean, it was so, that Ido kill was so close. Like, you had to believe you could get that one, especially with Shiv, where you don't always know whether your damage is going to be enough to do lethal or not. DMB juking, 1 HP in the Infernus, but it can't stay alive forever. Big power spike here for Arctic, and oh, maybe he stuck a little bit too long. Set up from Rem, heavy melee. Oh, and there's the cleanup. Great catch from Saya. Oh, what a parry on the bag too. Maybe getting a little bit too greedy here. Rem just has to try his play his way out of this one.
That's a pretty swingy play from that, where not only does it nearly result in a kill on Rem, but it does stop the soul trade there from being even more severe. Buffs it, okay.
John gun buff. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. He's full damage. He has no green items, ZP.
Also, look at the time. This probably wasn't all that intentional, but he's getting Singularity up right as you're about to fight for Urn. You can't ask for a bigger Singularity timing. If you're Bunny with Clock, you don't want to really contest this that much right now. This is actually horrifying. The odds of just getting caught in a Singularity, especially if you go into the side. No, you have to give up control, which is exactly what they do.
And the Max Stomp is so sick at clearing these waves. Oh, he's baiting. He's baiting. He's looking for something. Oh, we didn't see that. We didn't see that. Maybe doing a little trolling. Doing a little trolling. Ivy's gonna be happy to counter clear this wave, but man, John is on a kill streak. He's getting pretty much all the farm he could want, keeping this left side Guardian healthy. You almost can't approach it as Bunny with Clock, right? There's just too much threat. BRS now, so he has both spikes. Okay, they're gonna approach. They're gonna go for it. They're gambling, recognizing, hey, he just doesn't have the assist here in this part of the lane.
Urn dropped
onto Yamato. It's enough for the kill as well.
Arctic picks up the Urn midway through. Hasn't dunked it yet. Backs out. Saw the Shiv coming in for the melee. Does not get hit by Ido. Comes back at the right time. Gets the turn into Scout. Gets punished. Bunny with Clock actually playing the Urn masterfully here. They go, melee creeps. You did it to us last time around. We're going to do it to you. They're giving up some kills in the process, but for how this was started, not too bad at all. Is Matt still alive?
He's sleeping. He's just a little guy. He's sleeping, and Matt maybe stuck around too long. If he gets burned by the Infernus, he's dead here. Gets caught. And Ido, DMB cleaning house. Saya baiting on this Rem masterfully. And although you get the Urn, it ends up being a pretty dominant team fight in the kill department.
They got a little bit more than that, too. They got the Urn, and they were able to get the Guardian when they were diving on the John on the left. So Urn, Guardian, they give up a Guardian, and I think a little bit of extra kills in turn. If you're Bunny with Clock, you're actually pretty okay with that exchange. I also think, I don't know if the Gun Dynamo scales ultra well. I think clearly it's a menace in the early game, but I'm just thinking about how this game's going to look about 20 minutes from now. Do you want John to keep taking farm potentially over things like your Yamato or your Shiv? I feel like the answer to that is no.
I will say, I think this won't be the kind of game we sometimes see where they feed all the farm to John and they just like funnel him. I think he's going to be a lot more active in fights to hit those early power spikes and actually, make value out of them. I think you do need DMB and Ido to really eventually take the reins as far as like those ultra late game heroes. Honorable mention as well to the Yamato on that front for also being a really potent hero in the late game. So I feel like you have the tools. It's not that Dynamo needs to solo carry this game. It's not like Geist was last game where you really are empowered to be that hyper carry for the squad. Now there's a lot of different threats you have to worry about simultaneously. And so for BWC, the late game team fights are where I'm a little scared, where you have like 4 threats to deal with. Where's the big team fight ulti going to come from? The Warden ulti is pretty good. Billy ulti is decent. But you don't have any really big lockdown to shut down grouped up enemies. And that's where, players like Shiv and Ido in particular, right? He's 4-0. He's deathless so far. See if he can keep that going as Arv's Rogue drops 100 as DMB chained up, pulled back in. The explosion is going to hit here onto the Billy. Has the ignitions on. They're going to try and stick around and finish off this kill. DMB just trying to desperately play his way out of this one, but he just can't quite make it to that flame dash.
And while this goes on, you may have a bigger rotation from melee creeps coming in towards the right-hand side. It is a 4-man group, and they got Billy on the mind. Pillow in first. Knock up, and he gets into the window. Off the knock-up. That actually may be the escape path. Another belly blast, though, in from John. Goat looking for it. Low HP. They get Tanner at the very end. So much action. Have such a large belly towards the end, and still has one more for Matt.
Here's the black hole to Mina. Solo black hole is exactly what the doctor ordered. Matt, incredibly low, has to sanguine his way out of here. Guess the Rem heals onto John. And luckily, this time, the follow-up wasn't quite there for the Mina.
All right, so melee creeps, they give up one and then immediately come in full force for the taking out Billy squad. Also, the $100, here's what I'm learning here. Venator is loaded. They got the cash because the message from Arvis Rogue when they dropped the 100 to the prize pool was, in all caps, vote for Venator. He is well funded, Jake. That might be how he has so many weapons.
That's true. Slowing Hex onto Mina. She's playing her way out of this one, not scared. Just holding an off angle. Trying to tangle with Ido in the mid lane. Sure about this, Tanner? Do you want this smoke? Maybe not too much. Yeah, Shiv ready to get back into there very aggressively.
Oh, things are about to heat up here. Rem may have just gotten the ire of Matt here.
It's hard to kill him though, right? He goes around these corners, he jumps to his ally. I feel like that's the thing with Rem is it's almost a bait to try and focus him down. If he has a single ally to jump to, it feels like you're never going to be able to actually finish the kill, and you could end up overextending and caught in a really bad spot. Speaking of caught in a bad spot though, this time it's Scout. Very low eco on the Holiday. He's had a bit of a tougher game here. DMB maybe soon to follow us. Full out aggression here from Bunny with Clock. They sense weakness and they just absolutely crush through the melee creeps defense. Saya just lucky to get out of this one with his life.
That's a really smart play from BWC. They made off like they were going for the Urn, and instead they just went for the full dive on people setting up to contest the Urn. They end up with 2 here so far. They're looking for more. John now a little bit in the hot seat. Warp Stone's away. Tanner goes down in the melee, but they're not even with full strength. They're going for Walker, and they get Urn control. And wait, is John going to intercept the Urn? Is John about to make contact here with the Ivy? That is ridiculous. John versus the World forces the Urn drop, but I think Gibbs is going to pick it up right now as we get the Playmaker battle between Holiday and Paradox. Off here on the side. It's our own side battle right now. Paradox so low.
He just headshot. Oh, he needs a slam. Oh my, oh, the parry, no.
Oh my God.
That was a nasty 1v1. Meanwhile, John, the hard carry does go down for melee creeps. But Urn looking a little bit scarier now. You're going to have to just hostage it. Arctic, real 1 HP. The rest of the team, though, is coming in to bail him out. You chase around this corner, and you find the rest of Bunny with Clock waiting in reserve. Fishcake, ulti running out without Shadow Transformation. The Toxic is just taking him down. Should be surely dead to rights, but here comes more players. Melee Creeps just bringing everyone. The trap takes DMB's head off. And in the end, it's a beautiful turnaround for Bunny with Clock. They were so close. Melee Creeps were
not again.
Maybe shutting down Tanner. And okay, this time surely. Okay, well, he's actually not going to chase Scout. Just wants to go back and pick up this Urn. Go for the more valuable objective. But Melee Creeps is not backing down. They're continuing to bring numbers this side of the map. They're not trying to give up this Urn for free.
That was insane mental control, not go for the run back there for Cool Cheese, but hey, you gotta go for the Urn. Meanwhile, you're taking a look here at Shiv in all sorts of pain. Ido at half HP. It's nap time. Chills out Billy for a little bit. Whoa. But okay, it's a John.
With a Dynamo. You don't necessarily want that.
No, I mean, Billy doesn't want so much. He smashes the bottle on his head. But while this goes down, I mean, Bunny with Clock's okay with this. They take a little bit of a skirmish. No one dies. They get the Urn turn in. They're close to getting to nearly, well, it's not quite 10K. It's close to the 7K. It's like on the threshold. More of a 6. So even after all that, it's not like the lead has dramatically changed, even though Bunny with Clock, the scaling on Arctic should be a little bit horrifying to melee creeps.
Yeah, the fact that they not only have that big turnaround on the when melee creeps are chasing Arctic, but they keep Arctic alive is just a big difference maker for his farm speed, his ability to stay relevant. Mina also has that Toxic. It's I think a big upgrade for her and her ability to deal with, you know, some of the bigger threats like Yamato and Shiv that are pretty tanky. Even Dynamo, right? It's a pretty tanky boy when it comes to that front line. So the Toxic is going to help that department as well.
This is what we love to see. Good old-fashioned takes the sinners sacrifice the way they did 97 years ago. No Rem, just sending minions to, you know, do it the old-fashioned way.
He's setting it up. Looks like Arctic's going to take those buffs. Pajipop throwing down $25. Shout out community member Pajipop, one of the players we often see here on the show competing in these money matches. This time he's here to support. Much love, man. Community effort from all involved.
He also had a message. Vote Venator now! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. The Venator crew, again, I cannot believe how well funded they are.
Serious. They've got resources behind them. Now is a moment of calm. As I say that, John looks to tangle with the Billy just a little bit. I don't know if Billy wants to stick around for this one. Both teams pretty split on the map, playing that farm game. I think this gives a lot of emphasis to these pick heroes, Cool Cheese and Scout, who can find an opening here in this kind of slower moment in the game state.
Things on the right-hand side are looking real sketchy. There's a moment there it looked like Scout may have wanted to go for round 3 against Cool Cheese, but they back off. It's not quite on the agenda. And I think what's happening here is just calm down, wait for buffs. Buffs are up in 30 seconds along with the next Urn drop, and that's what Melee Creeps is looking to play around to finally get this game back in their favor. But, you know, you look at who has farm, and objectively, I think Bunny with Clock is just stronger in any straight-up fight so long as John doesn't hit a massive singularity.
Yeah, they're definitely highly mobile. Debuff remover already deployed from Mina, though. It's a relatively valuable cooldown as well as all of her stamina. See if that changes anything. The buffs are just about to spawn. It's a big contest on the high ground. Looks like a better position, though, for the melee creeps. They're going to get their pick of the litter on this buff. I believe give that life buff to Ido's Shiv.
You would think. There's also, I think Fishcake might have grabbed it, too. It's one of the two. Both nearby.
Here it is. He swapped in. He needs this life buff. He needs a lot of support. The rest of the team was waiting for him. He didn't expect this. The full gank squad. And there's no save for Ido. They were waiting for that Bunny with Clock. Patience. The better part of Valor this time. Trying to just get out with the Urn. But Gibbs just wanting to see if he can maybe get a little bit disrupted with that. Went for the YOLO lasso into the air. I mean, would have been an insane one to hit. Although, hold on.
They're still going for it.
Go for this anyway. Ivy's a tough kill, though. Hold on. She can turn this one around.
Yeah,
You have players
that's a
here to
quick
support this as well.
Jake, that was a quick, like, wait, why have I done this? That was tactical feed by Scout. You missed your lasso, let it go. John was able to pick up one from the side. It's turning to an even bigger fight. Okay, John coming in to back up Fishcake. I think you're a bit outgunned here, even if you land the singularity, especially because Yamato is just about dead. Gets the Ivy treatment right into the face. And now, if you're Bunny with Clock, you just roll up here. You got all sorts of warding gun damage for where you're at. Although, you give up the urn while this is going on. Saya just dunks the urn, so it's urn for Walker.
It's pretty valuable urn at this phase of the game, and I think that's probably the best you're going to get. Wait, hold on. Someone in real trouble, and oh, Matt caught without the resources to escape, and Ido cuts him down. Rare mistake from Matt there on the Mina, getting caught and locked down by the Shiv.
Man, oh man, this one has been all sorts of back and forth. Although I look at, and Arctic has had I feel like has been in kill streak the entire game. Just Mirage, a good time. He's died a few times early, but other than that.
He has the Ricochet now, and I'm expecting him to build towards Inhib next, and that could be a problem. Talking about the lack of like a raw hard carry. And it goes Toxic for now, right? They have 2 Toxics on this team. I guess that's not the end of the world. It's still a valuable item on a couple players. It's going to get kind of scary for Ido. I think Ido probably does need that debuff from Reverse sooner rather than later.
I can use lasso when we're ready.
Yeah, I think for melee creeps, part of me almost feels like they're running a bit out of time. Again, I think about the scaling of this game. The one thing that I think goes in their favor a little bit is that Tanner has been a little bit broke even by Billy standards. Like, it's not raid boss Billy, but we're getting into a fight once more. Offensive middle, knocks Nostra.
Nostra's good.
Kicking things off as Scout, yeah, gets the abduction, but Wall's going to come out, and Cool Cheese isn't thinking much of it. Yeah, singularity in from John. There's a fall through there. Doesn't quite seem to be so far. Cool Cheese still in a bit of danger, getting chased down by Ido, likely about to die in the underground, but no, Ido doesn't go for it.
That's a free kill.
Goes back to the main fight. DB gets 2.
That's so sick from Ido. He knows that kill is dead to rights. Decay plus daggers. Finishes off the Paradox. He goes on to win the rest of the fight. And John with the black hole. And they're just not able to deal with DMB and Fishcake on top of John. It's that frontline issue, right? Fighting in a smaller room there. We see the weakness of the Bunny with Clock team. I think they need to play range. They need to play that mobility game, but you get locked down, and the team fighting is so dominant for melee creeps. I mean, so many powerful AoE stuns able to be brought to bear. We talked about Tanner being a little bit poor. Really hurts when he's being locked down and just bursted in a fight like that.
And now for Bunny with Clock, this is not something that is entirely impossible to defend for where they're at, but it's a full 3 rejuve push. And they've already given up mid-walker, so it's going to be defending left, defending right. And the upside is, an overfarmed Mirage is probably one of the best heroes to defend in the entire game. You actually are put on a timer once a Mirage has this little farm and Ricochet. It's not something you can linger on. However, on the same note, if you're able to just dive or like force Arctic out, getting both walkers within this rejuve seems pretty likely. As taking a look at the build here, not going for inhib, instead showing his hand at next up is going to be silencer.
Yeah, I think just wants the extra damage in this fight. Saya coming up through the tunnels. Can just pick up whatever farm he can on the sides. Has knockdown, has divine barrier, a lot of powerful assists for the team. Wonder if we'll go something like a curse next, or maybe just more support for the team. You know, we could see something like healing tempo. Oh, this is nasty, right? Like, you have to stick around for this, or else this is just double sinner going against you. Look, this is big value. No one's gonna be here. I mean, this is a lot. Thanks for the bits, by the way. Poopy scary man.
I was wondering who was going to say that. I was like, you know what, maybe Jake can take this one. I actually had to take both.
They say beautiful message, actually inspired. They say, quote, "Rut-row, what a pooper."
Well, right now, it's Cool Cheese dropping the wall. Early engagement here at DMB. The lasso connects one more time as Cool Cheese may about to bite the dust here. Boom goes the dynamite. Or in this case, it's just Infernus's body.
Big explosion and another chase down Tanner. Surely caught here. The Torment Pulse is going to finish the job. Fishcake cleans up the enemy frontliner. And a big free rejuve and another dominant fight. Attempted to steal this urn for Gibbs. Has to just fly out of there just to be able to stay alive.
Wait, Arctic grabbing this is so scary. Of all people to grab it, I mean, maybe it's going to work out.
That was a crazy barrel. I think he actually hit that. That was
it may have. I'm not sure. The decay was still on the entire way through, but also Arctic being the one to go for the grab there. I mean, Arctic, of all people, is one person you don't want running the urn, given his importance of defense, as not going to be an urn contest this time around as the lead for melee creeps grows larger along with the prize pool, Jake.
Yeah, another tip for the community, man. The subs have been huge. So many bit subs, so many donations to the prize pool. It's been an insane moment for Deadlock community. I mean, I think
we have a message for that, and it's not Venator. It is putting money into the Celeste agenda, which is followed up by $5 from S'mores, who says vote Apollo. So we're getting some variety now.
It's about who spends the most money, ZP, as we all know about elections. It's not about what you think or what you want. It's about who spends the most money. Venator the most well-funded for now, but that can always change. Looks like a fight brewing here on this last Walker, standing for Bunny with Clock. They want to defend this one. They have that aura. Maybe a chain from Tanner could start off the fight just right. Still 2 Reju crystals available. DMB loses one of them. Is this going to be a fight? I mean, there's so many players from melee groups that just aren't here into this engagement. I think this is just a really nice catch from Bunny with Clock, recognizing melee groups being a little bit too greedy, split up across the map. Shiv's going to do what he can to put some pressure on, but I don't know if he's even going to get a base guardian here, just trying to take one of them. Sure, I mean, I think just doing Shiv things, he should be okay. Wait, hold on.
It depends. The Paradox is coming in there on the top. The swap isn't up yet, but if you can land a Carbine, slow it a little bit down, and get, there within range for another 8 seconds. It's not going to happen this time, but you had Arctic coming up the opposite side. So just the fact that they're able to grab DMB and get 2 rejuve charges, Bunny with Clock has gotten way more control of the map. They're not going to lose both walkers the way that it looked very likely would be the case at the beginning. And they even up some of the soul deficit. And a lot of this comes from the fact that Arctic now is at 37,000 souls. Even with a lead on the aggregate, if you can't kill Arctic, you cannot stay in fights long as melee creeps. So it is the Mirage agenda that we're looking at right now, Jake.
Yeah. They're also doing a great job on the macro front right now. Rejuve's going to expire. Bunny with Clock have all lanes pushing in. They're going to get a little bit of free space to jungle. I mean, I think when the dust settles, this soul advantage is not going to feel too meaningful. That being said, melee creeps, they have all their team fight ults up yet again. We've seen what they can do if they catch Bunny with Clock in a small room. I feel like this Mirage needs that space to work with. He needs that range where he can just cook you, start to stack up those debuffs and eventually start to really contribute to the fight. But you got stuff like Shiv and Yamato. These characters are just instantly going in, looking for their kills right off the rip. And that's going to be the challenge for Bunny with Clock. Can they play to their strengths as a team comp? So far, it's been a struggle. I feel like Scout keeps finding these lassos, and he's always finding Cool Cheese too. So he's really dealing with the main initiator from Bunny with Clock, meaning that they're not getting to start fights on their terms.
Blast Day Jeff has been dropping a bunch of bits all night. Finally dropped the last bit of bits saying last bits for Graves gang. So get a bit of everything. But yeah, as we take a look at this here, Jake, I think we're coming close to what could be the final engagement. Melee creeps, they want to flex their soul lead if they can. They're definitely looking for it. And to an extent, I think you got to be looking at where Scout is. Most of their good fights have started over the last 10 minutes. It's been Scout able to track some down. And oftentimes it's been Cool Cheese, where Cool Cheese has been the favored target of Scout to look at. This time around, you look at the maps, not in too much danger, but oh my goodness. You look at the right-hand side. If there's any world where somehow Scout could get a pick and fall through on the Arctic, that would be the ultimate pick for melee creeps. But for now, not quite set up as... I think melee creeps realizes even though they have an edge, they don't want to make a stupid mistake here, Jake, because it could flip against them so easily.
Yeah, I think buffs are going to be that next objective, unless, hold on, maybe an opportunity to cut off Aiden. I think they know he's caught, but they don't realize. I think Aiden actually senses this. He's hiding. He's staying on that. If you look at that mini map on the Warden, that's what the players are watching him. They're trying to maybe punish him on a zip knock here. But Aiden, ooh, wait, does he get zip? Okay, he's wise not to try to zip over that sideline. That's a high-level play right there.
That is really, really smart. I think a lot of people, if that was waiting for them, they'd be off the zip, but you just know it's a little bit quiet on the map. We see everything from the observer point of view, but in Aiden's case...
Is DMB going to get caught this time? He's the one now in the ire of Bunny with Clock. They're looking for him. Players trying to get back, and okay, I think DMB also going to be able to play his way out. So, the importance of being these side lane carries, still farming, still pushing those waves out, but without getting caught, can't be overstated. And the fact that DMB lives there is big because it means essentially free earn control for melee creeps.
Also, nice little nibble there for Mina. Matt picking up the spirit buff, which is a 32k Mina, about the best he can get in the late game. Maybe he prefers Vitality.
This is like unholy tankiness from Ido in this game. mean, if he goes like Spellbreaker next, he literally is going to be like a giga max tankiness. There's no way you go for the dunk, right? Surely he's not crazy enough. Oh, players in the neighborhood.
They need Warden to get out there soon.
Everyone now the curse onto John. Are they gonna be able to kill him off in the small room? Here comes the black hole. He locks them down, and the follow-up is beautiful. Ido cleaning them up. Scout and Fishcake find kills. 2 down, Bunny with Clock. They need to find kills. They need to get Arctic into this game instantly. John playing the second curse of the fight. And execution is good. Arctic is down. It's just Aiden against the world, but there's no chance. It's just absolute fearless. Ido is running him over with the help of Fishcake's Yamato, and it's a full team wipe against Bunny with Clock. This could be a patron drop. I don't even know if you go for it. Maybe just send the gun carry for mid, and the rest of the players are going to push the base. Try and get shrines at the very least, if not the patron.
In the words of an Immortal Jelly commercial, why not both? As you're coming on in, you're going to get mid boss, you're going to get the shrines, and you are putting Bunny with Clock on notice that their run here today is just about over. And unbelievable just disrespect in a sense of you go for the chase down and there's a dynamo just hidden.
I mean, they cursed him. I mean, honestly, I understand it, right? You get the curse on the dynamo, you try to just stay on him, finish him off before he gets that black hole off. But really, it's the positioning from melee creeps, right? They all coalesce inside of that small room at the bottom of the zip line, right? And that allows them to fight incredibly effectively around Shiv, Yamato, and of course, especially Dynamo, right? And I feel like that's something that really separates melee creeps from a lot of other teams, you know, nearly at the same level, is the way that they're playing to what makes their comp good. Like, if you fought out in the wide open spaces, I think this Bunny with Clock draft would be cooking you. But because they're always finding, even in like a relatively exposed locale, like around the rune, they're able to still find that room to play around, believing in themselves and team fighting into that spot and getting so much value out of things like the Rem heal and the Dynamo aura, not to mention the singularity.
Bunny with Clock now hoping for the miracle, down over 30,000, closer to 40 than 30. And on the upside, Arctic and Aiden still reasonably farmed. On the downside, it doesn't mean much when everyone has a start for him, but into the double sinners we go.
Oh, Scout's out of there.
Yeah, he gets away, and here comes Yamato. Up and over as Bunny with Clock looking for the disengage if possible. The lasso connected in on the other end.
Another curse.
Looking at it. There could be Arctic going down. Arctic with the tornado up and away. Is the chase down going to be successful? You get Arctic to be huge. You need Arctic defending. He's gone. They're able to chase down Arctic. And that is the most impactful kill you could get for melee creeps as they look to put this one away at 3 rejuves in the tank.
That's a massive one. We talked about the power of a Mirage on the defense. Now it's 60 seconds without that ultra powerful turret. Ido waiting for the creeps to get in here. This is a little bit risky. I mean, we've seen how powerful this patron defense can be with the new curse AoE. See what Rem can find. Here comes the Warden. Ulti trying to defend this one. They have that invulnerable patron. You got to stay in the pit though. Big sleep on a 4. Okay, Saya silences them for the moment. Ido wants to get into the backline. He is just unholy tanky, and now out of the pit. No one's defending. John finally getting the space to actually stand and deliver against that patron. Ido and Fishcake continuing to hold the enemies at the spawn, and Bunny with Clock, they just can't withstand the pressure. Still fully solid. 3 rejuves for the melee creeps. They don't even need them. Ido is continuing to cut them to pieces. And Matt, his only refuge is the spawn room. Melee creeps do it again, ZP. 2-0, and what a well-deserved victory in unique style. A comp that only they would draft, that only they can play, and it's a 2-0 victory, cementing, I can't even remember what their streak is at now, ZP. Is this, what, 13, 14?
It's not quite that much. The streak goes back to 12, I think, so it's 11 at this point. 11 in a row.
Okay. Well, it's well earned, man. A huge week back into Deadlock. We've had new hero coming out. We have a huge new update, and of course 5 more to come. So I'm really excited for the next few weeks of the DLNS. I mean, we're here every single Wednesday night. So you enjoyed the show, make sure to be back every Wednesday. We got EU into NA, the best players in Deadlock showing off their skills, and I mean, man, what a showcase we got in this one.
Also, once again, we have another case of when you try to ban out John, he makes it work. This has happened repeatedly. You think back to when there was one draft where he got
There's
like
always
ultra banned against.
Yeah,
pretty much, yes. And look, it made Dynamo not only work, but look real good, especially as we go back to the early game. But oh man, this was absolute cinema as you go back to the just random Paradox Holiday 1-on-1, the 2 best playmakers in the game. But Scout just takes it in the end here. Just the moves back and forth into the parry, that easily one of the best interactions we have seen in Night Shift so far.
Crazy 1v1. I feel like this was an absolute crazy 1v1 game overall between Cool Cheese and Scout. Like Cool Cheese had an insane game 1 on the holiday, and then Scout gives it right back in game 2, takes that swap up. But the team fights from, the cores from Melee Creeps, so dominant. I mean, I feel like this draft really created the spot where you just cannot fight in this death ball. I mean, the Warden ulti, we typically think of that as being really good at dealing with these heavy death balls, but they're just disrespecting him, man. They're just walking him down in his ulti, just continuing to look for those kills.
Also, towards the end of the game, we had 2 more donations that were not vote propaganda. One that simply said Cinema for $25, and one from Rookie Flair at $7.45 saying ZP is the GOAT. Very much appreciated. We just try and put on a good show is where we're at. And, it's fun week after week, Jake, as you look at the stats. There was some people in chat going like, guys, is Ido washed? Doesn't really look like it.
Is he washed? I feel like when you go 13-2 and 15 in the most competitive Deadlock in NA right now, I mean, he just crushed it. I love the Ido shift, man. Great to watch. Really, I mean, just an insane performance. So we talked about, is John going to be the hard carry of this game? Not really, right? He's doing objective damage. He has a lot of gun damage. He had a great tempo early game, but late game, he's got trust in the rest of the team. He doesn't need to be like the hyper carry every single match. They can win other ways. And I mean, that's the challenge about trying to this is a team we talk about how much NA people are always looking to like attack hero pools and punish players for their limitations. Melee Creeps, good luck finding some limitations to punish, man.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough, and they're a team where I think because they haven't had the roster changes that previous top NA teams have had, they've solidified around this core. That it has been probably the longest lasting roster in North America at this point that is having success at a #1 level. And why would they change? It's also interesting how people in the team have evolved over time. I mean, it's easy to forget there was a era not so far in the past where Saya was the preeminent playmaker player for them. It was Saya who was on Paradox and Scout at all points. And Saya at some point says, you know what? I'm more of a support player. I'm gonna be a little bit more supportive, and ends up being a really good Page, Rem, Ivy. So Saya carving off his niche. But Jake, we got our MVP, and based on the adaptivity and simply the style that we saw go on early in map 2, it's got to be the man with the belly. It's John.
Big dog on the server, man. I mean, and Geist in game 1 was a masterclass in the hyper carry. Game 2, he shows that he's got more tricks up his sleeve. Delivers a dominating early laning performance, pulls a ton of the Bunny with Clock resources to him in the early game, and it's still not really enough to shut down the Dynamo. But I mean, game 1 was this is just deadly, man. You cannot allow a John Geist to the Melee Creeps in the late game, man. It just puts a clock on the game, and that's a lot of pressure to be going up against. I mean, very clean performance in all stages of the game, and in all heroes we see him draft. Is just not the guy I think to be trying to ban out in the hero pool.
No, it doesn't work out that way, no matter how much you want it to go. And it also just probably feels bad. So I was like, yeah, we banned out John. He did what with the Dynamo? What happened to our left-hand lane? What do you mean that you've died 6 times already? Oh my God, 6 times collectively. It was tough. But
I just also in the chat
Yeah.
say this, and this is actually the most crazy stat I've seen in my life, and it's true. John got more souls from kills than neutrals in the last game. What the hell? That's crazy. Like for a carry, you expect it to be, jungling up a storm, trying to, always farm and do every single camp. In this game, not to be. He's in every fight. He's getting active.
Yeah, I mean, pretty darn good coming on in from Mr. John. But also, if I had to give MVP to someone else, probably would have been Scout. I mean, what we saw in the holiday was actually really key to Melee Creeps keeping their tempo.
Like, think about that final fight where you think, we found the holiday in the doubles. Surely she can't play her way out of it. And he just manages to pad out of there, completely disengage. And then pretty quickly, by the clock, realize this fight is not going our way, but it's just too late at that point, right? I agree. I think Scout hit some sick lassos this game. And I mean, Cool Cheese struggled on game 2. I will say both players had amazing games on the holiday. I wonder if that will be any impact on their decision as far as pick rate go, because the holiday seemed better than the Paradox today, which maybe is more about execution and team play than about the hero themselves, but it definitely makes you think.
Really does. But we're heading to the end of things here, Jake. We had our player of the match, we had our final stats. This is for me. I want to thank not only the community for the outrageous outpouring of support today. One of our best days ever. Thank everyone so much I'll say we got more coming later in the week, especially kicking off on what's going to be Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be doing our draft night. And, you know, I was doing player confirmations yesterday and today. And what I can tell you is that we are going to be doing Deathy versus Metro. But the players are going to be participating in there. Is there going to be multiple captains that will draft from our player pool? The other players involved. It's going to be Ido, John, Lord NM, Pashi Pop, Vegas, and Goober will be joining us. And you're going to get all the banter of who they're going to draft and in what order, and who's going to lose to you on a team captain versus team captain level. So, you know, not only do you get stuff like Metro v Deathy, we're going to be doing, you know, Vegas versus Lord NM, bring back some of the community favorites, and really just give a chance for the players to talk a little bit crap to each other and have a good time.
Yeah, I think one of the things we sometimes forget about doing esports is like how much fun it is to just like hop on and play and have like a competitive setting where it's more about the people and about, you know, doing something exciting and fun together than it is about like necessarily the highest level of play. So while every Wednesday we are going to always have this like top level Deadlock esports to try and always bring that that opportunity for the community to get visibility of it, it's also cool that we can put on events that are more for fun and get some of these like big streamers, big community members into the spotlight in a different way here on an esports show.
Yep, and that brings us to the end of our show here, Jake. It almost feels like the last part was so good, it's like, how are we already here? It's actually been a longer show, but man, the games were good tonight. So I just got to say, for everyone here at Deadlock Night Shift, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in, and we will see you next time.